Chapter 415. A familiar passed upon confirming Ji Ying's departure. Chen Zhi turned his gaze back to the rotund figure ahead, only to find that he had completely vanished. In this vast, dark labyrinth, Chen Zhi now found himself utterly alone. The surrounding environment began to dissolve into chaos. The interwoven stone walls appeared surreal, and the beam of his flashlight grew increasingly feeble, dwindling to a mere flicker akin to that of a lighter. The boundless darkness enveloped everything within his sight, and the ancient, enigmatic maze gradually revealed its time-worn essence, the weight of its antiquity almost suffocating. Yet, Chen Zhi did not cease his forward march. In truth, he felt neither panic nor fear. What terror could possibly lurk in this darkness? What form does fear take? Such sentiments had long since departed from him. He continued to stride onward, making deliberate sounds with each step, the soles of his shoes, coated with metallic fibers, echoing sharply in the obscurity. In the realm of Chinese formations, sound and footsteps embody significant rhythms, serving as reminders of one's position and preserving one's essence. Chen Zhi had heard a notion, among all formations, the most impenetrable barriers are not those intricate arrays of mystical tactics nor the bizarre contraptions, but rather a psychological predicament. This mental struggle, often referred to as the inner demon, embodies the very fears that reside within the human heart. Such inner demons are known to prey upon the weak. When one succumbs to fear, they are mercilessly tormented. However, should one exhibit unwavering strength and face the unknown with courage, the dilemma dissipates. Chen Zhi traversed forward for an extended period, without consciously measuring time. He understood that once he entered this labyrinth, it was unnecessary to regard time and space as paramount. For what he beheld could very well be an illusion, and what he heard might be mere phantoms. The labyrinth continually morphed around him, twisting and turning in perplexing ways. After a while, the surroundings grew even more peculiar. The ancient stones had vanished from sight, and everything seemed to have transformed into a different realm. The ground was laden with dust, revealing remnants of discarded, rusted iron, and even dilapidated instruments, artifacts of the modern world. Further ahead, he glimpsed a ladder of steel framework and a concrete floor. Chen Zhi's memories began to resurface. This was the youth forge, the very site where his uncle's remains were interred, marking the inception of his engagement with all of this. This period also signified the onset of a transformation in Chen Zhi's destiny. At that time, his world was exceedingly simple. He harbored no comprehension of the vastness of existence nor the hidden darkness that lay within. He had been an ordinary northern worker, devoid of possessions, utterly oblivious to his true identity. Every day, his thoughts were consumed by the desire to earn enough money to support his father, who suffered from cerebral palsy. Following a period of unemployment, he stumbled upon a note left by his elementary school teacher 15 years prior, hidden behind a radiator in his home. This seemingly innocuous piece of paper led him to a youth forging factory, where he later discovered the lifeless body of his schoolteacher, who was revealed to be his uncle, Jiang Li. At that moment, he was unaware that a magnificent and irresistible fate awaited him within the confines of this factory. The dark and foreboding atmosphere of the factory instilled great fear in him. Traversing the corridor leading to the warehouse felt akin to walking through the passage of the underworld. As he gazed upon the familiar surroundings, Chen Zhi moved forward step by step. The scenes around him mirrored his memories precisely, including the illuminated duty room, the discarded metal parts strewn across the ground, and the rear door shattered by broken glass. Eventually, he arrived at the entrance of the abandoned warehouse. Chen Zhi vividly recalled the trepidation that gripped him as he stood before the warehouse door. He had been overwhelmed by fear. Now, as he crossed the threshold of that memory-laden door, his hand brushed against the dent left by a truck, stirring recollections of his childhood. In his youthful memories, he had witnessed a liberation truck fatally strike his uncle right at the warehouse entrance. Everything that followed had been presented in a theatrical manner, including the feigned madness of his father and the involvement of his mother, who had long since been implicated in the cover-up. The architect of it all was, of course, his own father. Yet Chen Zhi pressed on, step by step. Entering the warehouse, he beheld the iron ladder leading down to the cellar from his memories. Descending it, he expected to find the desiccated remains of his uncle, his wrist adorned with a gold-edged Omega watch, everything as he remembered. However, as he reached this point, he hesitated. His heart began to race uncontrollably. He was uncertain of what he feared, but a long-forgotten chill gripped him, rendering him reluctant to advance. At that moment, he realized that his subconscious had long harbored a fear of this place, the very site where his fate first took a turn. The cellar, with all its details, was indelibly etched in his mind. He had experienced similar hallucinations during his time in the underworld. As he descended the iron ladder, he did not find his uncle's corpse, but rather a figure bound by iron chains, Jiang Li, covered in wounds and in a state of disarray. Jiang Li bore a heavy collar around his neck, exuding an aura of profound suffering. His eyes were clouded, and he groaned in despair. Chen Zhi could still distinctly recall Jiang Li's anguished cries, "Great sin, a sin of monumental proportions." At that time, Chen Zhi had been oblivious to the nature of Jiang Li's transgressions that had brought about such misery, because at that time, he was still ensnared in the myth of Jiang Li, a figure replete with accomplishments. However, now he had come to learn much about Jiang Li's true actions and gradually grasped the meaning of that phrase. For reasons unknown, upon encountering the scene once more, he found himself paralyzed with fear, unable to proceed further. It seemed that beneath this cellar lay something far more dreadful, something that awaited him, something more tangible, more devastating. A manifestation of his deepest subconscious fears. Creak, creak, Chen Zhi ultimately descended step by step, the metallic ladder groaning beneath his weight. As he once again entered the dark cellar, he beheld chapter 416, the Demon God. This was indeed the same cellar etched in Chen Zhi's memory, chilly, damp, and reeking of mildew. Even the sensation of his hand brushing against the steel handrail felt identical to before. Yet this time, he did not encounter his uncle's corpse, nor did he witness the terrifying Jiang Li as he had in the ghost city of Fengdu. Instead, he saw a figure standing with its back to him, its head buried in the corner, peculiarly hunched over. The individual was of medium build, slightly gaunt, straining forward as if attempting to conceal their face within the corner. The silhouette was hauntingly familiar to Chen Zhi. It was none other than himself. "Who are you?" Chen Zhi softly inquired, gazing at his own reflection in the corner. "Why are you masquerading as me?" The figure noticeably reacted to his words, swaying slightly yet remaining unresponsive. After a brief moment, Chen Zhi heard a hissing sound emanating from the figure, a laugh that was both unsettling and mocking, reminiscent of a triumphant chuckle following a successful prank. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Hiss, hee hee hee. The Chen Zhi in the corner, with his head buried, laughed excitedly, a chilling sound that sent shivers down Chen Zhi's spine. Eventually, he became so overwhelmed that he covered his mouth with his hand, his gestures exaggerated, akin to a child. "Stop laughing. Since you went through such trouble to lure me here, why not turn around and let me see you?" Chen Zhi gently urged the figure. "I have longed to uncover the essence of what haunts my heart the most." Upon hearing Chen Zhi's words, the figure indeed began to turn slowly. It was another Chen Zhi, bearing the same visage, the same physique, the same hands. However, there was a profound difference. This being's eyes radiated a pure, captivating purple, imbued with a third eye, shimmering and enigmatic like the cosmos, entirely devoid of humanity. Not a trace of human essence was visible upon its face. Its teeth had transformed into razor-sharp points, arranged as neatly as shells, and the contours of its face had achieved an unsettling perfection. Its skin bore no blemishes, no scars, and each strand of hair was flawless. That perfect visage inspired dread, akin to a savior devoid of a crown. Chen Zhi understood. This was a wholly deified version of himself. The figure chuckled uncontrollably, reminiscent of a child reveling in a successful prank. He covered his mouth with his hand, unable to suppress his laughter. Those violet eyes sparkled brightly in the darkness, akin to a pair of eerie purple bulbs, sending shivers down one's spine. Chen Zhi gazed upon his wholly deified visage, and he had to concede that at the moment he beheld that face, his heart seemed to come to a standstill. Indeed, fear gripped him, for he was terrified of the reflection of himself, transformed into something unknown in this divine state. Greed and desire are inherently contradictory entities. When one yearns for power, one often sacrifices certain aspects, emotions, sensations, and moral boundaries. Yet, without these feelings and limits, the pursuit of strength becomes utterly meaningless. For what significance does power hold if one loses their true self? The figure before him, sporting an identical countenance, continued to smile dreamily, with movements reminiscent of a child, even that of a little girl. "Is it truly that amusing?" Chen Zhi inquired softly, observing this reflection of himself. "Are you not afraid? You are ensnared in my labyrinth." The entity spoke in the voice of a young girl, uttering cryptic words. "Afraid? Yet it matters not," Chen Zhi replied with a gentle shake of his head. "I have feared many things, but ultimately, I could escape none." "Nonsense," the figure retorted, still employing the girl's voice. Flames began to ignite in its eyes, fists clenched tightly. while white smoke emanated from the surrounding bricks. The world around them seemed on the verge of collapse, as if it would disintegrate at any moment. It was evident that Chen Zhi's tranquil demeanor incited dissatisfaction within the other. Finally, he opened his mouth, exhaling a fiery red mist. "I am the royal celestial diviner. Dare you defy me? For the crime of execution." Chen Zhi erupted into laughter. "You claim to be a celestial diviner? How amusing. Now that I find myself ensnared in your labyrinth, what do you intend to do with me? I shall pose 3 questions." The figure declared with an air of arrogance, reminiscent of a petulant child. "For each incorrect answer, one of your companions shall perish. Should you answer all correctly, I shall grant you freedom. Is that so? If we answer all correctly, we shall be set free?" Chen Zhi continued to smile at the figure. "I fear you may not even know how to escape yourself." Upon hearing Chen Zhi's words, the figure was momentarily taken aback, deflating like a punctured balloon. At that moment, Chen Zhi looked upon her with a hint of compassion. "Enough of this turmoil. Allow me to share a story instead." Upon hearing the word story, the figure's interest peaked. She relaxed her fists, stabilizing the chaotic world around them, and nodded intently. At this moment, Chen Zhi continued, "Allow me to narrate a tale, the story of the little demon." The little demon, also known as the mischievous spirit, is a renowned creature from the southern regions, often lurking in desolate wilderness and dense forests. According to folklore, these beings are typically diminutive in stature, agile in movement, and possess the uncanny ability to bewitch the minds of humans, conjuring illusions. They frequently indulge in mischievous antics, leading individuals to vanish without a trace. In certain southern locales, particularly in Fujian and Taiwan, elders and children alike have recounted tales of being abducted by these little demons, only to reappear after some time. Upon their return, the lost individuals often claim to have feasted on chicken legs and meals provided by the little demon, yet in reality, their mouths are filled with filth, insect remains, twigs, and dirt. The little demon's distinctive method involves calling out the name of their target and tapping them on the shoulder. Once the individual turns around, the demon assumes their form, imitating their speech to lure friends and family into the mountains to play with them. Chen Zhi spoke as the figure across from him listened intently, remaining silent. However, it was evident that his appearance began to alter. His feet shimmered with gold, and his body seemed to melt away, gradually shrinking in size. At this juncture, Chen Zhi continued, "The little demon boasts an ancient history, with accounts tracing back to the Xia and Shang dynasties. While the tales are terrifying, evoking a desire to eradicate them, I understand that these little demons were once human, and indeed, pitiable children." In chapter 417, The Little Demon, Part 2, Chen Zhi ceased his narration, his mind drifting to the records housed in the Jiang family's library, chronicling the plight of these wretched little demons. Most often, they were young children, sold by their parents and subjected to malevolent sorcery that immersed their feet in boiling gold, while their heads remained encased in ice, leading to their agonizing demise. A torment lasting over a year. Due to the horrific nature of their deaths, yet endowed with dark magic, these children transformed into little demons, acquiring extraordinary forms that resembled rigid, lifeless corpses. These demons often exhibited peculiar abilities, yet due to their lineage, they were forever unable to defy their parents. Henceforth, they were relegated to servitude, either as tools for medicinal purposes or as loyal servants, obedient and useful. Such acts, deeply transgressing familial bonds, were predominantly borne by the illegitimate offspring of slaves in ancient times. Despite prohibitions, this practice persisted, with its origins traceable to the Xia and Shang eras, and continued to be emulated through the generations, as seen in Thailand's ghostly child spirits. Little demons typically possess longevity, with lifespans extending up to thousands of years. As Chen Zhi conveyed this, a hint of compassion flickered in his gaze as he regarded the figure before him, bearing an identical visage. I ponder, if a little demon were ensnared in this labyrinth long ago, or if the architects of this maze were indeed their own parents. Trapped without the means to escape or perish, I can only surmise that they must feel an overwhelming sense of loneliness. With that, Chen Zhi fell silent, his eyes fixed on the face that mirrored his own. At that moment, he noticed that the figure across from him began to undergo a gradual transformation. Its body had shrunk to half its original size, with a melted visage obscuring any recognizable features, yet remnants of a tattered red dress clung to it, while its feet gleamed with a golden hue. I have a phoenix outside. Chen Zhi continued to speak. You must understand. The flames of a phoenix can incinerate everything in existence. A mere illusion poses no threat to her. since she has not entered the labyrinth. She cannot be ensnared by your trickery. The moment I invoke the summoning spell, she will instantly set this entire place ablaze, reducing the labyrinth to ashes. And your true form, your corpse, must still remain here, right? As Chen Zhi spoke, he scrutinized the increasingly indistinct face before him. At that point, you will truly possess nothing, not even the remnants of your body. Upon finishing his words, Chen Zhi swiftly inscribed a summoning sigil upon his arm. He then opened his palm. In that fleeting instant, the divine contract's summoning power commenced, and outside, Jiang Li had already received the command. I have no time to linger, Chen Zhi continued. I can only say this once. Release us. Otherwise, I shall command my deity to reduce this place to cinders. I refrained from doing so earlier because I thought, given how much this world has wronged you, I might as well leave you with this incomplete form. The summoning incantation in Chen Zhi's grasp blazed crimson, and outside, Jiang Li sensed Chen Zhi's command, preparing to unleash the flames. The labyrinth itself began to feel the rising temperature, the outside world tinged with a fiery hue. Release us. Chen Zhi implored softly once more. Consider this my final act of mercy as a human. A torrid wave of heat swept through the air, as if a conflagration were poised to erupt and obliterate everything within this space, and into all. At that juncture, the figure before Chen Zhi fully revealed its true nature. It was indeed a little girl, albeit one that no one wished to encounter. She donned a tattered, ancient red dress, her arms grotesquely dislocated from their sockets, her shoulders horrifyingly hunched. Her pelvis appeared distorted, and her wavy hair cascaded across her body like seaweed, with a thick braid adorned with runes tied atop her forehead. Her skin was a ghastly gray, her eyes mere black voids, and her face marred by dried trails of blood tears. Contorted at an odd angle as she gazed at Chen Zhi. Are you human? Or a god? What do you think? Chen Zhi replied with a smile, looking at the terrifying little girl. What do you perceive me as? The girl fixed her terrifying gaze upon Chen Zhi for an extended moment. You are human. Humans understand compassion better than gods. After uttering these words, the girl erupted with a deafening explosion, and the surrounding space began to rapidly disintegrate. A cloud of ash swirling as all of creation commenced to spin. Chen Zhi stood motionless, aware that this was the state marking the dissolution of an illusion. Nothing was real. Indeed, once the tumult subsided, he beheld a small girl lying on the ground, her body withered and purplish, muscles charred and atrophied. Her shriveled feet adorned with gold leaf, she was unmistakably a desiccated corpse. At that moment, the surroundings had entirely transformed. The cellar had vanished, replaced by the labyrinth of stone slabs. Just then, Ji Ying approached from ahead, carrying a person in what resembled a bundle. Upon reaching Chen Zhi, she gently set the individual down. Chen Zhi looked down to find it was Fat Wei, who was in a semi-conscious state, his mouth filled with mud and insects, and his face displayed a look of bliss, as if indulging in a gourmet feast. After placing him down, Ji Ying forcibly extracted the contents from his mouth, applied powdered medicine to his nose, and roused him from his stupor. Only then did Fat Wei comprehend the situation. After a moment of clarity, he began to retch uncontrollably. Eventually, he glanced at the corpse in a red dress on the ground and exclaimed, "What the hell? It turns out this little brat was behind my troubles." I saw her beckoning to me as soon as I entered. Realizing the gravity of the situation, I attempted to retreat, but suddenly felt someone patting my back and calling my name. In a panic, I dared not respond, merely turned to look. Then, it was as if I had been struck unconscious. I knew nothing and began dreaming of hot pot and skewers. I never imagined this little brat would lead me into such misfortune. I wonder how her parents are raising her. Perhaps they should just be rid of her entirely. That would be unnecessary, Chen Zhi said, gazing at the horrific remains on the ground. She must have been trapped here long ago, left to guard the labyrinth. Her parents were likely demigods, perhaps the architects of this very maze. Ultimately, she is but a pitiable child. Let us carry her with us and lead her out of this labyrinth. One cannot choose their parents. Some are destined to suffer at their hands from birth. She has languished here for far too long. Let her be free, according to Chen Zhi's wishes. Fat Wei and Ji Ying wrapped the little girl's corpse and secured it to their backs, proceeding onward together. This little demon was undoubtedly the greatest obstacle within the labyrinth. Once she was taken care of, the convoluted maze transformed into merely a solid, complex structure. Subsequently, Chen Zhi released the flow of energy within him, sketching the basic terrain of this subterranean palace. It consisted of ancient formations. Although it included various arcane techniques, they were ultimately calculable entities. After a period of contemplation, Chen Zhi swiftly devised a route. He then led the group along this path toward the labyrinth's exit. With the little demon subdued, the maze was no longer shrouded in darkness. The intensity of the searchlight cast far and wide, and visibility improved considerably. Thus, this journey did not consume much of their time, and soon they beheld another exit of the labyrinth materialize before them. According to their plan, Fat Wei was to venture out first to scout the path, ensuring its safety before finding a secure place to take refuge. Subsequently, Chen Zhi would follow, utilizing his summoning technique to call Jiang Li forth from below, allowing her to accompany them. However, to their surprise, as soon as Fat Wei peeked out, he immediately exclaimed, "Oh my goodness! You all must come see this. It is absolutely breathtaking. Are we in paradise or what? Keep your voice down." Chen Zhi reproached him sharply before stepping outside. In truth, Chen Zhi felt a twinge of confusion, though Fat Wei had a penchant for exaggeration. He was usually aware of his surroundings, and he was no stranger to the wonders of the world. He had encountered ancient tombs, divine caverns, and even earthly paradises aplenty. Despite the beauty of the scenery outside, it seemed unlikely that it could elicit such a reaction. Yet, as Chen Zhi emerged, he realized that Fat Wei's response was not an exaggeration. The magnificent vista before him truly took him aback. To echo Fat Wei's earlier sentiments, it felt as though they had ascended to heaven. Above them stretched a vast expanse of azure sky, radiant and clear, with wispy clouds drifting gracefully beneath their feet. These clouds curled and coiled, resembling the ethereal formations depicted in mythological illustrations, appearing and vanishing with a captivating elegance. Amidst the ethereal clouds, a staircase of white jade ascended, shimmering with brilliance and adorned with gold and jewels. At the pinnacle, a pavilion nestled within the clouds, shrouded in mist, resembled a celestial palace. Upon closer inspection, Chen Zhi noticed a grand plaque on the pavilion, emblazoned with the striking characters, Heavenly Administration Pavilion. He gazed silently at these three characters, recalling the information he had encountered in ancient architectural texts. Typically, such a palace would be overseen by a deity, a semi-divine being entrusted with the task of observing celestial phenomena. This individual, though not as exalted as a god, held a status above that of mortals, capable of predicting fortunes and futures, peering into the heavens, and composing prophecies. They were individuals of considerable standing and trusted confidants of earthly monarchs. Chen Zhi then performed the summoning technique, bringing Jiang Li forth from her location. Upon witnessing the scene outside, Jiang Li was equally astonished. She addressed Chen Zhi, saying, "Leader, the scenery here is exceedingly peculiar. It is implausible for an underground realm to possess such a heavenly vista. Moreover, the atmosphere feels off. We must proceed with caution." "Indeed," Chen Zhi replied with a subtle nod, recognizing the validity in Jiang Li's words. Although the surroundings were dazzling and sunlit, devoid of any clouds, he too sensed an unsettling aroma of mildew and decay permeating the air. Nonetheless, the sheer beauty of the landscape was overwhelmingly captivating, uplifting their spirits as if they were embracing an undeniable positivity, despite its apparent unreality. After consolidating their group, they ascended the resplendent staircase, moving upward into the enchanting unknown. The atmosphere here is truly enchanting. With each step taken, the surrounding white clouds converge, brushing against one's body. These clouds possess an unblemished purity, evoking a sense of forgetfulness about the ancient palace buried 5,000 years beneath the ground. The air is remarkably clear, shimmering with a divine aura. Upon entering this majestic hall, they discover that everything within is in a state of levitation. Imposing white jade railings stand tall, intricately carved with ancient mythical beasts, adorned with agate and gemstones, reminiscent of the celestial palaces depicted on television. Passing through the columns, they find a long corridor hall, replete with floating tables and stools, laden with golden cups, plates, and bowls. The ground is strewn with sacred treasures, fragrant flowers, vibrant fruits, white jade wine vessels, and amber goblets. It is truly a paradise on earth. Upon entering the grand hall, they behold a magnificent structure of gilded white jade ahead, leading up to a high stone platform upon which rests a throne embedded with white jade and precious gems. Seated upon the throne is a woman of extraordinary grace, clad in a cerulean robe with shoulder guards, adorned with a silver headband, reminiscent of the Shang dynasty. Her hair flows in snowy white strands, akin to silken threads of salt. Yet, her eyes are veiled by a piece of white silk, rendering them invisible. Upon witnessing this regal figure on the throne, All present are struck by a sense of reverence, hesitant to move. The situation is unmistakably clear. This individual is undeniably alive, a living being seated in this remarkable place, which is utterly inconceivable. Is this lady truly alive or deceased? Fat Wei muttered softly into his earpiece, cautiously placing a foot on the steps, yet reluctant to ascend directly. Look at her complexion, it's so fresh. Who would believe she is dead? He questioned. Could she be a zombie? Chen Zhi inquired softly. Oh my, you have an overly romanticized view of our profession. Fat Wei responded, shaking his plump head. If zombies looked like her, they'd all be clamoring to rob tombs, even without payment. Besides, look, her hand is still moving. Chen Zhi, upon hearing Fat Wei's words, quickly glanced forward and indeed observed the silver-haired woman's hand making a slight movement. It was then he noticed that beneath her palm lay a box. Her fingers, adorned with nails over 2 inches long, were protected by armor crafted from a single piece of ruby, appearing blood-red. This must be a true celestial diviner, Chen Zhi whispered, the one responsible for interpreting celestial omens for the emperor. He then glanced at the magical creature on Fat Wei's back. Let her down. This child is likely the illegitimate offspring of the celestial diviner. Magical creatures cannot stray too far from their bloodlines. Let her be with her mother. Goodness. Ancient people were truly peculiar. They love their children, yet sit so regally above, Fat Wei grumbled, carefully unloading the magical creature from his back. Due to the fragility of the corpse, Chen Zhi was concerned that Pang Wei might inadvertently harm the body of the demon child, so he approached to lend assistance. However, when he placed the little girl's body on the ground, he discovered that her tiny hand had inexplicably tightened its grip around his arm. Moreover, her grasp was remarkably strong, resisting all attempts to dislodge it. Chapter 419. 3 questions. What on earth is happening with this child? Pang Wei queried. Observing the girl's unyielding hold on Chen Zhi's arm, a look of confusion etched on his face. Why hasn't this little trickster let go? I carried her just now. Haven't I done enough? Or is she too frightened to release me because of her mother? After speaking, Pang Wei glanced up at the silver-haired woman seated on the elevated throne, pondering how anyone could be so merciless as to instill fear in their own child. Meanwhile, Chen Zhi found the situation rather peculiar. He gazed at the little girl on the ground. Her corpse, having been desiccated and weathered by time, was now obscured in darkness, rendering her features unrecognizable. Yet, within the depths of her hollow eyes, there seemed to linger a flicker of emotion, as if she yearned to convey something to Chen Zhi, but dared not. Ultimately, Chen Zhi forcibly pried the girl's fingers apart, only to discover a clump of dark, muddy substance clutched within her grasp. It appeared to be mingled with flesh and blood, a grim concoction that had smeared across his arm. As he surveyed the sludge, his gaze shifted back to the girl's charred visage, and an epiphany dawned upon him. He murmured a soft, grateful thank you. At that moment, a sudden creaking sound emanated from above, akin to the stiff joints of a skeletal figure in motion. Instantly, everyone became alert, raising their gazes to see the once ethereal, silver-masked woman lifting her long, immaculate nails. Her hand was a flawless masterpiece, with a delicate arm resembling sculpted jade, and her elongated crimson nails juxtaposed against her alabaster skin evoked a sense of dread. Yet, despite her silence, her flesh appeared vividly alive. All stood frozen in place, hesitant to make a move. Chen Zhi took a few steps forward, striving to approach the throne and scrutinize the woman's features. Indeed, she was in a state of blindness. Those who have been deprived of sight for an extended period often develop a habit of gazing vacantly in a singular direction. This absence of visual function imbued her with an air of disorientation. She lifted her eyes, shrouded in white cloth, and directed her gaze toward Chen Zhi, subtly raising her hand. Her sharp nails beckoned him closer, an unspoken invitation. The others immediately turned to Chen Zhi, and Ji Ying instinctively surged forward a few steps, eager to investigate the situation ahead. However, upon reaching the steps, she was abruptly met with an invisible barrier, the air before her solidifying as if it were a rigid block, rendering further progress impossible. Ji Ying was isolated, and Chen Zhi waved his hand, signaling for them to wait aside. He then held the clay that the little girl had given him in his palm and strode forward. Indeed, the blindfolded woman permitted only Chen Zhi to approach. The immobilizing barrier of air was entirely ineffective against him. Thus, Chen Zhi ascended the lofty steps, moving towards the ethereal throne enveloped in clouds. Eventually, he stood before the silver-haired, blindfolded woman, and upon closer inspection, he discerned her visage. As he scrutinized the woman, Chen Zhi had nearly confirmed her identity. She was likely the celestial diviner who had once gazed into the heavens for the sovereign. He recalled that Qin Yang had also experienced a fleeting blindness, yet it was during that time that she had been at her most formidable. Chen Zhi remembered her mentioning that in ancient times, many demigods, constrained by their bloodlines, were unable to attain higher powers, to acquire abilities reserved for noble deities. They often blinded themselves, sacrificing their vision. This self-inflicted blindness, however, enabled them to cultivate their inner sight, maximizing their demigod bloodline's power, allowing them to perceive the world from a different perspective and gain the ability to glimpse the secrets of the cosmos. Such individuals often became the most trusted oracles at the side of kings, enjoying an unparalleled status. It seemed evident that the blindfolded silver-haired woman before him was undoubtedly the true master of this labyrinth. Faced with this ancient celestial diviner, Chen Zhi found himself at a loss for words. She appeared vividly alive, yet he was certain she was, in fact, deceased. There was no trace of life or aura emanating from her, not even the faintest sensation of vitality, suggesting that not a single nerve remained alive within her, leaving her in a state of complete desiccation. Yet, the woman's lips were crimson, and her countenance ethereal. Just as Chen Zhi pondered how to initiate a conversation, he noticed the woman slightly part her vibrant lips, uttering a sequence of exquisitely crafted divine words. Answer me 3 questions. For each incorrect answer, I shall take the life of one of your companions. Should you answer all 3 correctly, I will bestow upon you the box in my possession and open the door to the next level. The precision of the woman's divine words was astonishing. Chen Zhi had not anticipated such mastery. To his knowledge, even in ancient times, few truly comprehended the divine language. As the name implies, divine language is the tongue spoken among deities, and within the divine lineage, hierarchies are distinctly defined. Some lower-tier deities might even struggle to decipher it. The fact that this demigod celestial diviner could articulate such fluent divine language indicated her lineage was remarkably noble. Thus, it could be inferred that the 3 questions she posed were far from trivial. To negotiate with me, you must possess something sufficiently enticing, Chen Zhi remarked softly to the blindfolded woman. She showed little reaction, continuing to gaze vacantly ahead before tapping the box in her hands with her crimson nails. This is your ultimate destination, your fate. Beyond this, there is no other path. Is that so? Chen Zhi quietly observed the blindfolded woman before him, lost in contemplation. He was a man who understood fear, aware that in every domain, there exist extraordinary beings who transcend the confines of time and space. The fact that this woman could so mercilessly torment her own child to guard the labyrinth indicated that she could no longer be measured by human moral and emotional standards. This adversary would prove to be formidable. As this realization dawned on him, Chen Zhi cautiously took 2 steps back, dispersing his energy to assess his surroundings. Indeed, he discovered that a section of space around him had become frozen. In other words, he felt as though he were ensconced within a block of tofu. He recalled that Qin Yang had once mentioned that when a demigod's eyes were blinded, they could seamlessly enter another world, one that was completely isolated, rendering the powers of others ineffective. This meant that within the narrow confines she controlled, no one could defy her will. Most importantly, Chen Zhi dared not employ brute force to shatter anything, for from the moment he had entered, the box in the woman's hand had captivated him profoundly. For reasons unknown, perhaps driven by instinct, Chen Zhi sensed that the box concealed a secret, one that determined his fate. Since the moment of his birth, the entirety of his existence had been encapsulated within that box. Chapter 420, 3 Questions, Part 2. The blindfolded woman appeared unprepared to await Chen Zhi's response. Extending a crimson finger, she posed her first question. Using lunar calculations, determine the 7 exits of this labyrinth. Her articulation of the question was remarkably proficient, as if it were her native tongue. This inquiry, however, was precisely what Chen Zhi feared most. He understood that lunar calculations were an ancient method of measurement, having encountered its equations in historical texts. Yet, for a modern individual, such archaic methods of measurement felt exceedingly cumbersome. Much like the complexities of the 5 elements and the 8 trigrams, the concepts of time such as Zi, Wu, and Chun were exceedingly vexing. To comprehend ancient calculation methods required time and familiarity. Employing such an unfamiliar technique to navigate the labyrinth's various routes was an even greater challenge, akin to solving equations with an abacus, exceedingly awkward. Indeed, Chen Zhi had traversed this labyrinth and had meticulously mapped it in his mind using the flow of energy. This mental map remained vivid in his thoughts. However, he had utilized Western mathematics and modern programming conventions during his exploration. In addressing the labyrinthine problem, he would define the entrance and exit, seeking a direct path, then recursively solve, backtrack, and evaluate using cues. Initially, he contemplated digitizing the labyrinth, representing it with a two-dimensional array, marking impassable positions with 1, traversable positions with 0, and locations he had already visited with 2. After a meticulous calculation, a narrow path was discerned. However, now, employing ancient algorithms to navigate this maze, Chen Zhi felt overwhelmed. In this moment, he instinctively thought of a most valuable ally, his father, Chen Yang. With the absence of assistance from the West Qi, Chen Zhi found himself with very few resources. Therefore, he had come well prepared for this endeavor. During the preceding period, his father had refined their communication software, transforming it into a private messaging tool. This application could operate without dialing, entirely through voice command, and connected seamlessly with his work attire's wireless system. This meant that, should Chen Zhi choose to connect, his father's voice would resonate clearly, undisturbed by interruptions. Clearing his throat thrice, Chen Zhi activated the device, awakening the communication software. The wireless capabilities of his work attire proved robust, and soon his father's voice came through, albeit intermittently, yet distinctly understandable. "Dad, I'm currently trapped in a maze and need to answer some questions to proceed." Chen Zhi relayed the situation succinctly, striving to convey the urgency of the matter. Finally, he glanced at the blindfolded woman before him and whispered into the device, "It would be best to resolve this within 10 minutes. What lies before me is highly unstable." Upon hearing Chen Zhi's plea, Chen Yang paused momentarily before responding in a calm tone. "Send me the lunar calculation method. We shall each tackle half. Let us give it a try." Subsequently, both Chen Zhi and his father fell into a contemplative silence. Chen Zhi swiftly transmitted the lunar calculation method in text form to Chen Yang, along with the map of their current location. As a man exceptionally adept at precise calculations, Chen Yang quickly immersed himself in the task at hand. After a tense period of silence, the challenge of ancient numerical computation reached its conclusion. Chen Yang did not disappoint Chen Zhi's expectations. Approximately 8 minutes later, he completed his portion of the calculations. Just before time ran out, he assisted Chen Zhi in integrating his calculations, culminating in a comprehensive solution. "There are 7 paths," Chen Zhi declared as he gazed at the blindfolded woman ahead. Raising his finger into the air, a stream of illuminated energy traced intricate lines in the space before him, illustrating the 7 divergent paths derived from the ancient algorithms, flawlessly mapped routes of the maze. The blindfolded woman stared vacantly at the ethereal diagram suspended in the air, her means of perceiving the imagery unknown. She did not declare it right or wrong, but instead fell into a brief silence. Gradually, she extended her second finger. "The second question, the prince's demise." As the voice of the masked woman echoed, a transparent figure began to materialize in the air, resembling a modern animated silhouette. At that moment, the voice of the blind seer transformed, becoming as enchanting as a celestial melody descending from the heavens. "A prince, of noble lineage, born into royalty. He dwells in a magnificent palace, indulging in exquisite feasts and fine wines, surrounded by divine music and dance, with no one daring to treat him with disdain. One fateful day, he suddenly perished. His flesh was ground into meatballs, served in a bowl, and consumed by his own father. The people were horrified. When they inquired of his father, he stood in shock, declaring to the world, 'It was the king and queen who compelled me to eat my own son's flesh, transgressing the bonds of kinship, forsaken by both heaven and humanity.' The king and queen were left speechless. Pray tell, who is this prince?" As this question resonated, Chen Zhi's heart began to race. He found himself increasingly puzzled by the seer's intentions. He gazed at the diminutive figure conjured by the celestial artist, an image of a young man adorned with a crown, robust in stature. Shortly thereafter, this youthful form was transformed into pieces of flesh, falling into a bowl. An elderly man, crowned as well, lifted the bowl and consumed the morsels completely. Chen Zhi recognized the protagonist of this tale, yet he hesitated to speak. The purpose of the seer appeared not to be to confine him, but rather to compel him to confront certain truths he was reluctant to face, yet must ultimately acknowledge. "Boy cow, Chen Zhi softly uttered to the blind woman, "The prince you speak of, who was consumed by his own father, is the legitimate son of the Duke of Shibo, Ji Chong, Boyi Cao." After Chen Zhi provided his answer, the woman fell into a deeper silence than before, one that seemed to stretch time itself, enveloping the atmosphere in an indescribable heaviness. Her visage appeared rigid, at times resembling a completely petrified corpse. "Son, her inquiry is peculiar." At that moment, Chun Yang's voice erupted from Chen Zhi's radio, filled with fervor and an almost frenzied excitement. "Why does she ask such a question? There is something amiss. This question is not right." Chun Yang, overwhelmed with emotion, was nearly incoherent, his heartbeat audible to Chen Zhi. "Do you sense it? She has no intention of challenging you. She is guiding you. She is a prophetess. Perhaps she has known of your arrival long before. She is guiding you to discern something or to acknowledge something." Why such agitation? Chen Zhi found it difficult to comprehend his father's current demeanor, his voice firm as he urged his father to regain his composure. In stark contrast, Chen Yang exhibited no semblance of tranquility. "No, this is all wrong. My son, do you recall my previous admonitions? If one were to transcend the confines of human identity to observe the world, one would realize that countless elements are intricately interwoven. This celestial seer undoubtedly harbors her own intentions. She remains neutral and objective, directing your gaze towards something significant. My son, it is imperative to acquire her box. It must contain something of utmost importance. Perhaps it holds the fate of both father and son. What are you still dreaming about?" At this moment, Chen Zhi felt a tightening in his chest and dismissed the dialogue with his father. Meanwhile, the celestial seer slowly extended her third crimson finger and, with utmost proficiency in her arcane script, proclaimed, "The third question. My eye is hidden in a certain location. Retrieve it for me." "What? In an instant?" Chen Zhi doubted his own hearing. This was not merely a question, but a request, one that seemed nearly impossible to fulfill. It is essential to understand that locating an object is far from trivial. Within the vast expanse of a labyrinth, concealing a pair of eyes would be astonishingly easy. If 5 millennia ago, this masked demigoddess had removed her eyes to amplify her divine prowess, they could be hidden anywhere within this grand maze. One person may conceal something that 100 cannot find, devoid of any aura or indicators. How could Chen Zhi possibly know? Just then, the masked woman uttered her next phrase, 1 month as time. 1 month as time refers to an ancient method of measuring time, equivalent to a mere 5 minutes in the present day. The urgency was palpable. This is an impossible task, Chen Zhi mused silently, furrowing his brow as he gazed at the blindfolded woman, contemplating whether alternative methods might allow him to prevail. At that moment, he suddenly realized something and swiftly turned around. To his astonishment, he discovered that Fat Wei, Ji Ying, and Jian Di had inexplicably become completely still. The sensation was peculiar, as if time itself had crystallized, rendering their bodies utterly motionless. In this grand hall, only Chen Zhi and the blindfolded woman were moving through time. Chen Zhi finally grasped the concept of the isolated world that Qin Yang had spoken of. From the moment he ascended the stone platform, he had entered this constricted space, enveloped within the woman's dominion, where all must adhere to her temporal framework. She may be incapable of inflicting harm upon Chen Zhi, yet if she so desired, she could eternally freeze him and his companions within this temporal stasis, forever and ever. Where are her eyes hidden? Where? Chen Zhi pondered silently, his gaze swiftly sweeping across the entirety of the grand hall. It was adorned with opulent gold and white hues, featuring cabinets inlaid with gold and jade, elongated tables, and benches. Amidst a dazzling array of treasures, luscious fruits like pears and peaches, exquisite wines and gourmet delicacies, and amber goblets, there existed an overwhelming abundance of items that seemed impossible to locate in that moment. Time, however, was slipping away, with only a few fleeting minutes remaining. At that juncture, Chen Zhi felt a sudden warmth radiate from his palm. He recalled that when the mischievous spirit had firmly grasped his wrist, it had left a clump of blood-soaked earth embedded in his hand. Instantly, Chen Zhi comprehended the significance of this. Turning his back to the astrologer, he removed his hood and rubbed the mud from his palm across his eyelids. Upon reopening his eyes, he found that the world had transformed entirely. He realized that the splendid and resplendent reality he had previously perceived, the azure sky and billowing clouds, was but an illusion. The truth of this place was now laid bare before him. The palace, once magnificent, had crumbled into decay, littered with shattered remnants. The gilded and gem-encrusted furniture was draped in dust, and the sumptuous feasts had long since petrified and desiccated. Desolation enveloped the surroundings as dust blanketed the floor, creating an atmosphere of utter despair. Turning once more to gaze at the blindfolded woman, Chen Zhi was struck by the sight of the once divine astrologer. Now nothing more than a skeletal figure. This skeletal frame sat rigidly upon the throne, seemingly nailed to it, with sparse strands of silver hair clinging to its skull, and tattered white cloth binding its eye sockets. Adorning its fingers were ruby-studded rings, with 3 bony fingers raised in a gesture identical to that of moments before. Beneath its hand lay a box, held tightly as if it would never relinquish its grip, even in the face of calamity. "I shall assist you in retrieving your eyes. Remember to fulfill your promise," Chen Zhi softly uttered as he regarded the skeletal form, before turning back to survey the grand hall. Everything around him faded like smoke, rendering many objects starkly clear. Soon, he discerned a faint azure glow emanating from a distant corner, nestled beneath a heap of dilapidated artifacts. Hastening towards it, Chen Zhi cleared away the debris, revealing a movable stone slab beneath. With swift resolve, he drew his dagger and pried open the slab, uncovering a bundle swathed in fur. The fur shimmered with a lustrous sheen, unmistakably a precious item. Gently unwrapping the fur, Chen Zhi was confronted with the sight he had dreaded most. Nestled within was a transparent block of the barrier. Resembling a crystal tank, it was clear and pristine, perfectly safeguarding its contents while revealing them in full. Floating within this glass enclosure were a pair of luminous blue eyes. They were an exquisite pair, vibrant and alive, their pupils shimmering like blue glass, a clear emblem of divinity. At that moment, Chen Zhi comprehended everything. The celestial seer had not destroyed her own eyes, nor did she need to augment her magical prowess, for she was, in essence, a genuine deity. Thus, her divine script flowed with such fluency, akin to that of a native tongue. Her eyes, however, had been forcibly extracted, a necessity dictated by certain circumstances which she could not articulate, likely for the same reasons. The barrier, though diminutive, was exceptionally robust. A mere glance was sufficient for Chen Zhi to discern that it was the most ancient of fierce curses, meticulously woven, fitting together seamlessly, much like a secure vault. Indeed, this high-intensity curse barrier could only be unraveled by someone of Chen Zhi's bloodline. No other soul on earth possessed the capability to dismantle it. Chen Zhi softly intoned the incantation of the fierce curse, painstakingly arranging the sequence to unlock it, allowing serpentine currents of energy to gradually unravel the intricately woven barrier. In that fleeting moment, the 2 vibrant orbs of sight ascended into the air, and like 2 precious pearls, they gently descended into the palm of Chen Zhi's hand. By this point, Chen Zhi had grasped the woman's intent. Hearing is deceptive, but seeing is believing, and all truths are laid bare. No amount of falsehood can obscure the immutable reality, regardless of one's capacity to accept it. The woman wished to utter no words. She merely desired for Chen Zhi to don her eyes, to behold all that she had once witnessed, akin to an observer, to perceive objectively and authentically the events of 5 millennia past. After a moment of hesitation, Chen Zhi ultimately clasped the pair of eyes and gently pressed them into his own. These blue orbs, akin to droplets of water, instantly melded into his vision. In that instant, Chen Zhi's sight intertwined with that of the woman, unveiling the scenes she had witnessed 5,000 years ago. This was an indescribably wondrous process. When one is suddenly transported to an ancient epoch, the mind instinctively resists. Everything around felt both archaic and unfamiliar. The air and pressure of that era were distinctly different, as if living within a historical tapestry. At that time, the celestial seer sat regally upon her throne, surveying her labyrinth, faithfully guarding her sovereign. She scrutinized the 7 paths through which one could enter the labyrinth, isolating all intruders beyond its confines. In that age, while deities abounded, divine right reigned supreme, and the potency of the realm was undisputed, with colossal and terrifying forces lurking everywhere. The power of the Fox clan soared to the heavens, beyond reproach, even by the king himself. The monarch of that era had long ceased to wield authority over state affairs. Yet, this prophetic celestial seer remained a devoted servant to the human king. She held unwavering loyalty and sympathy for him, though she was not a warrior. All her innate abilities were devoted to mastering the intricate labyrinth she presided over. The labyrinth stands as a formidable barrier, impenetrable to all but the most resolute. As long as the 7 pathways are vigilantly guarded, even celestial warriors would find it exceedingly difficult to breach its defenses, ensuring the sovereign within the chambers below remains unthreatened. Yet, one fateful night, an inexplicable sensation enveloped her. Her prophetic gift whispered of an imminent intruder that very evening. Despite her repeated gazes over the labyrinth, she discerned the 7 paths to be desolate, devoid of any movement. Nevertheless, her intuition burgeoned, sensing a presence entering, traversing an unfamiliar route, ultimately succeeding in penetrating the next layer. She could not perceive this individual nor ascertain their existence. Yet she chose to trust her instincts and descended to the lower chambers to investigate. That night, events unfolded with startling clarity. Suddenly, Chen Zhi found himself engulfed in a haze, the scene shifting into an ancient stone chamber. This room, adorned with opulent drapes, was embellished with white jade and intricately carved copper, inscribed with royal glyphs. It was surmised that this chamber served as a guest suite within the royal palace of that era. The space was lavishly filled with flowers, jewels, and exquisite delicacies, with colorful ribbons strewn upon the floor, remnants of a dance. Clearly, the occupant of this chamber had enjoyed considerable favor in the palace. Upon a sumptuous bed lay a young man, his face obscured, crowned with a distinctive diadem, and adorned in jewelry of pure gold and copper. The crown bore the unique totem of Shiqi. This young prince, having indulged in copious libations, lay defenseless in slumber. At that moment, a shadow loomed at the bedside, wielding a blade aimed directly at the prince's heart. With a swift thrust, the dagger plunged mercilessly, extinguishing his life in an instant. One strike followed another, as the shadow meticulously dismembered the prince, reducing him to a gruesome pulp. The woman bore witness to this horrific spectacle in vivid detail. Perhaps it was the terror or an uncontrollable fury that caused her to tremble violently, releasing a sound. The shadow, sensing the gaze upon him, turned in alarm, revealing his true visage to her. In that instant, Chen Zhi's perception crystallized. He beheld a face forever etched in his memory, a visage he fervently wished to avoid, none other than the youthful countenance of Jiang Li. In that moment, Jiang Li was gripped by panic upon realizing the celestial seer was observing him, and murderous intent surged within him. He lunged forward, seizing the seer with breathtaking speed, and subsequently dragged her back to the throne within the labyrinth, binding her body with fierce incantations upon the throne. He silenced her voice with spells that rendered her incapable of uttering the truth. Ultimately, he gouged out her eyes, sealing them with potent enchantments and burying them deep beneath the stone bricks. After witnessing all of this, those azure orbs, resembling droplets of water, leapt from Chen Zhi's eyes with a thud, shattering and dissipating in midair. In that moment, Chen Zhi felt as if he had been transported to another realm, abruptly awakening from his stupor. Upon surveying the celestial observatory, he discerned its imminent collapse. The ground beneath him began to tilt, and everything around him trembled violently. Everyone was helplessly rolling downward, while all objects on the ground tumbled away. Chen Zhi realized the true intent of the celestial master. Words were rendered powerless. It was imperative for Chen Zhi to witness and comprehend this for himself, to engrave it deeply in his memory. Perhaps this was her ultimate mission. At that moment, a signal flickered on his device, and a text message from his father, Chen Yang, arrived. There was a flaw in the maze's decryption. By combining the second and third paths, we can derive a new route. Chapter 423. True Destiny. Upon reading his father's message, Chen Zhi opened the communication app. "Are you referring to the 8th path?" he inquired. "Yes," his father replied. "We overlooked a crucial detail. If we establish puppets on both sides of the paths and merge the two routes, an invisible path will emerge. This route is a blind spot, the optimal way to navigate the maze. It's what we call darkness beneath the lamp." "I understand," Chen Zhi softly replied through the device, recalling how he had entered in precisely that manner. "Who?" his father asked. Chen Zhi hesitated momentarily before answering in a whisper, "Jiang Li?" Upon hearing Chen Zhi's response, Chen Yang's emotions surged once more, reaching a point of near uncontrollability. "Xiao Zhi, listen carefully," he implored, striving to regain his composure. "Do not think of anything else. Investigate what lies within that box. The contents are of great significance. I have a premonition that they hold the key to our fates. Son, heed my words, hurry." Chen Zhi listened silently, then raised his gaze to the celestial master seated high upon the throne. The grand hall was beginning to crumble. The celestial master's bones were also disintegrating. The skull was the first to shatter, followed gradually by the rest of her skeletal structure, turning to dust and vanishing. Yet, the box in her grasp remained tightly clutched beneath her blood-red nails. Chen Zhi exhaled a thin, viscous stream of breath, imbued with a glimmer of blue light, which ascended into the air. It enveloped the box, gently descending until it rested in Chen Zhi's hands. As he held the box, an overwhelming urge to possess its contents surged within him, despite his ignorance of what lay inside. The ground quaked more violently, and Chen Zhi struggled to maintain his balance. Suppressing his anxious heart, he grasped the box's latch and gently lifted it. The box was not locked. With a mere touch, it opened effortlessly. A piece of yellow silk was revealed, its hue remarkably fresh, as if it had just been placed there, yet it was exceedingly delicate. Before Chen Zhi could unveil it, this fragile silk tore apart, unveiling a substantial purple spirit stone beneath. Upon the sight of this large spirit stone, Chen Zhi's heart began to race uncontrollably. For he recognized it as the imperial seal, the very treasure sought after by the organization for millennia, capable of consolidating the authority of all kingdoms. The dragon bone, as a supreme spirit stone, symbolizes the sovereignty of humanity's rulers. It possesses a divine power to unite hearts, akin to a form of spiritual control, inciting boundless reverence and unconditional obedience from humanity towards their sovereign, even to the extent of being sacrificed as sustenance. The last time Chen Zhi had encountered it was in Bai Qian's tomb, whereby Qian had cast the imperial seal into the air, proclaiming it destined for its rightful place. Subsequently, Chen Zhi explored numerous divine tombs, yet he had not encountered the trace of this dragon bone again. To his astonishment, it had now appeared in the tomb of King Zhou of Shang, precisely where it was meant to be. Chen Zhi grasped the imperial seal, and as his skin made contact with the spirit stone, an intensely frigid force surged through his hand. He pried it open, only to discover a folded yellow paper concealed beneath. Swiftly, he unfolded the paper, revealing a line of blood-red script. Chen Dai Jiang Dynasty. When the gods descend upon the world, at that moment, Chen Zhi's heart constricted tightly, the blood-red characters etched deep into his mind. As Chen Zhi engaged in this discovery, the entire space began to tilt dramatically. In this reversed world, everyone lost their footing, tumbling chaotically downwards. In an instant, darkness enveloped them, all light and fire vanished. The entire space flipped, casting them all beneath. In the midst of this chaotic descent, Chen Zhi suddenly glimpsed the little demon god, its terrifying visage intact with grayish-white skin and haunting eyes. Yet, inexplicably, it now appeared devoid of aggression, even somewhat endearing, resembling an ordinary young girl. The little demon god floated in midair, observing Chen Zhi as he plummeted, gently patting his head with a tender voice, saying, "Do not be afraid. I know it is you." The little demon god then vanished, and Chen Zhi continued his rapid descent. The remnants of the world also cascaded from above, and each person landed heavily on the ground. Upon impact, Chen Zhi felt as if every bone in his body had shattered, pain radiating throughout him. Logically, their work uniforms were designed with strong shock absorption, and such immense pain should not have been felt. However, at this moment, the excruciating pain was so palpable that it felt as though the blood within their cerebral vessels would flow backward. Upon regaining consciousness, Chen Zhi's first instinct was to move his limbs, striving to stand. He then activated the searchlight to survey his surroundings. Yet, at that very moment, his father's voice erupted from the radio. "Xiaozhi, what is in that box? Quickly tell me." His father's voice brimmed with a fervor bordering on madness. She was an astrologer. Whatever she left behind must be a prophecy. She harbored resentment, yet cherished her sovereign. The prophecy she bequeathed must pertain to royal power. Moreover, she knew of your arrival, which meant it was a prophecy destined solely for you. Furthermore, there would undoubtedly be a compelling piece of evidence. Tell me what lies within that box. Son, confirm that I am correct. Chen Yang's voice crackled through the radio, strained and desperate, as if he sensed something profound, unable to rein in his overwhelming emotions. Yet, at that moment, Chen Zhi clenched his teeth, stifling the taste of blood in his mouth, and switched off the radio, unwilling to hear another word from his father. Meanwhile, Fat Wei had already illuminated the area with the searchlight, casting light upon their surroundings. Soon, several figures emerged from the shadows. Fat Wei shone the light upon the walls, and then glanced ahead, coughing forcefully. "Finally, we are here. What an arduous journey it has been. Take a look at the stone seams. Observe the ancient jade inlaid with gold, and behold the grandeur of this place. This is the true inner sanctum of the royal palace, the very chamber where the emperor and empress repose. Chapter 424. The great merchant clan Fat Wei's assertions were indeed accurate. When Chen Zhi directed his searchlight upon the walls, the robust metallic essence instantly reflected back at them. In that fleeting moment, the weight of this ancient civilization, dating back 5,000 years, enveloped each and every cell in their blood. Perhaps it was the innate bloodline connection of the descendants of Huaxia. The atmosphere became gravely solemn. They stood at the cradle of Huaxia civilization, where everything they touched emanated from the very source of their heritage. Here lay the true royal power of the Huaxia people. Unlike the ethereal constructions of deities, this palace was not flawless nor as exquisitely opulent as a divine tomb. Yet, it exuded a solid and profound weight. The walls before them were constructed from hefty stones, with the crevices adorned with bronze plates, intricately cast with patterns of gold and copper, presenting a raw and grandiose spectacle that embodied the unique spirit of human sovereignty. The space they occupied seemed to be the entrance to a corridor, leading into an octagonal chamber, its floor laid with magnificent tiles, surrounded predominantly by bronze statues. These statues, featuring animal heads atop human bodies, were robust and muscular, wielding ancient weapons and stone hammers, exuding a rugged essence that silently narrated their own tales in the darkness. Chen Zhi recalled having perused some ancient texts. However, due to the constraints imposed following the successful conquest of Zhou by King Wu, authentic descriptions of the Zhou dynasty have become exceedingly scarce. Yet, within the fragments of memory, he vividly remembered those texts that incessantly depicted the characteristics of the people of the Shang dynasty, renowned for their prowess in warfare and hunting. Where merchants took joy in the nomadic lifestyle. They hunted their prey, yet simultaneously held a deep reverence for it. Their philosophy bore striking similarities to certain sects in India, as they expressed gratitude towards the creatures that provided sustenance through their flesh and bones, ensuring their survival. The skins of their quarry were meticulously preserved and displayed in a unique manner, meant to be showcased to future generations. The statues depicting human figures with animal heads were emblematic of the reverence these people held for their hunted game. In regard to such ancient architecture, Fat Wei was naturally well acquainted. Upon confirming the route, he began to lead the way, with all others following closely behind. Their footsteps were remarkably subdued. However, the metallic soles of their shoes produced a crisp, clanging sound against the tiled floor. Yet, they felt no anxiety, for instinctively, they sensed that this vast palace had become utterly vacant. Everything they encountered was merely a remnant of the past, a genuine relic, a magnificent and awe-inspiring testament to antiquity. They ventured forth, encountering numerous wonders that historians of future generations would yearn to witness, yet there remained marvels beyond their imagination. For instance, they passed through a small hall-like corridor, its floor adorned with golden ivory. This was no ordinary ivory. Its hue surpassed even the brilliance of contemporary gold. Chen Zhi had once heard a legend that after the extinction of the mammoth during the Ice Age, a golden-toothed elephant had emerged. This creature inherited the colossal stature of its predecessors, yet exhibited a remarkable ferocity. It was a fearsome beast, preferring to feast upon animals more intelligent than itself, rendering ordinary traps ineffective. This sanguinary creature possessed blood-stained teeth that gleamed like gold. Many valiant warriors had hunted it, displaying its teeth in their chambers as a testament to their bravery. Such ivory was exceedingly precious. While the flesh of this elephant could sustain an entire tribe for a day, Chen Zhi had long been fascinated by these fragmented ancient legends, yearning to behold the magnificent creature adorned with golden tusks. Now, before them, these ancient beings had materialized into reality. Rows upon rows of immense tusks were bound by chains of pure gold, laid upon the ground. Additionally, the colossal skeletal remains of the elephants towered across numerous chambers, creating a profoundly striking spectacle. They continued their descent, discovering that all the stone rooms were remarkably spacious, filled predominantly with artifacts related to hunting. The bronze walls were adorned with large sheets of gold and brass, while enormous bows and arrows hung prominently, their robust frames and glistening golden strings evoking wonder about the valorous hunters who once wielded them. The walls are adorned with numerous crescent-shaped white jade pieces, intricately engraved with scenes of ancient merchants engaged in the art of hunting. These skilled hunters, often found in groups of 10 or in formations of 100, would collectively assail colossal prey, employing a variety of traps to ensnare these magnificent beasts. They have hunted down immense elephants, titanic creatures, gigantic birds, and substantial sea fish. Chen Zhi's gaze fell upon a golden leopard skin, astonishing in its size. He could feel its resplendent fur from below, yet could not discern the position of its head above. On the ground, he observed a series of bronze columns, each adorned with the severed heads of enormous birds, which dwarfed contemporary eagles by several times. Traversing through this gallery of specimens was profoundly awe-inspiring. Each lifelike trophy vibrantly encapsulated the vibrant essence of the Shang dynasty and the reverence for hunting amongst ancient merchants. However, after passing through this captivating exhibition of trophies, they entered an exceedingly narrow corridor, its dimensions almost unfathomable, with the distance between its walls barely exceeding 1 meter. The entirety of the corridor, from the floor to the walls, was painted a deep shade of purple. Upon touching the surface, Chen Zhi realized it was a hue applied to the stone. He recalled an ancient adage: purple is the color of sovereignty, and the path of the sovereign is one meant solely for an individual, as no one else is worthy to walk alongside the ruler. Beneath the divine, above the multitude, the divine right of kings prevails, unchallenged and solitary. This embodies the primordial essence of human royalty. As Chen Zhi advanced, he observed the ground beneath his feet. To his astonishment, the purple stone tiles began to sprout delicate golden flowers where they were trodden upon, enhancing the opulence of the corridor. After progressing a considerable distance, the corridor finally reached its terminus. They arrived at their destination, where it opened into a double-eared guest room. This so-called double-eared guest room is a distinctive feature from antiquity. Before the collapse of rites and music in the Western Zhou period, the ancients placed great emphasis on the etiquette of habitation. The type of individual residing in a given house, and the doors they traversed were matters of great significance. The double-eared room boasts a grand main entrance, through which esteemed hosts and guests would enter, signifying their high status. Flanking this are two diminutive doors, resembling ears, allowing passage for a single person, designated for slaves and servants, representing lower status. Despite being merely an entryway, it delineates the hierarchy, underscoring the nobility's rank, hence the name double-eared room. Such rooms are typically reserved for guests of great importance to the host. Currently, the grand double doors of this hall stood ajar, with the curtains billowing outward, imparting the sensation that guests had only just departed. Chapter 425. The Extravagance of the Fox Clan. Do you find this a bit peculiar? Upon reaching the threshold of the double-eared door, Pang Wei lifted a curtain from the ground, inhaling its scent before giving it a gentle poke. The drapery was exceedingly splendid, an enigma of ancient silk weaving techniques that remain unsolved to this day. Golden threads and silver lines intertwined flawlessly, the patterns above shimmering with brilliance, adorned with gemstones and pearls in utmost luxury. Curiously, one would expect such items to have deteriorated long ago. Having explored numerous ancient tombs, I am acutely aware of such matters. These strips of fabric appear exquisite, yet they are notoriously fragile against decay, even with preservation efforts. One would anticipate mere preservation of form, but they are utterly vulnerable. A single touch would reduce them to dust. However, this place is indeed peculiar. I have not observed any preservatives, yet these fabrics show no sign of deterioration. Perhaps it is due to the dust-dispersing pearl, suggested Jiang. That is likely unrelated. Fat Wei shook his head. Look at the state of the layer above. It has fallen into disrepair. Clearly, the dust-dispersing pearl has no connection to this. Within this layer, there must be some divine preservative substance that we have yet to encounter. Entering to investigate will reveal the truth. After Fat Wei spoke, he pulled aside the drapery to peer inside, and was instantly taken aback. Oh my, come and see. The living standards of the ancient people were truly remarkable. To say there was an abundance of food and drink would be an understatement. Upon his exclamation, everyone instinctively turned their gaze towards the entrance. Indeed, the previous drapery had concealed the radiance within. Once drawn aside, it unveiled a floor adorned with gold-edged tiles, an array of jewels, jade trees, and a grand bed embedded with luminous pearls. The decor of this chamber was nothing short of opulent. Gold inlays and precious stones, lavish carvings, starkly contrasted with the previous simple and solemn palace style. Yet, these decorative elements bore a striking resemblance to the images etched in Chen Zhi's memory. He proceeded through the entrance, traversing this sumptuous room, only to discover a narrow corridor ahead. The floor of this corridor was painted a vivid red, with gem-encrusted details dotting the corners. The corridor was brief, and after a short walk, a silver door edged with gold appeared before him. Chen Zhi pushed open the small silver door, and in an instant, a pungent, distinctive fragrance wafted out. That scent he would never forget even unto death. It was the aroma of red medicine. Concurrently, the atmosphere seemed to shift as fleeting images of white, fleshy figures danced before Chen Zhi's eyes. Laughter, whispers, the flirtatious giggles of women, and even the calls of foxes filled the air, an indescribable sense of unrestrained abandon. It felt as though the sound alone could plunge one into the depths of hell. As the pink mist of the red medicine dissipated, what lay ahead was a large room, shaped like a diamond. This space appeared primarily designed for habitation, with numerous luxurious silk bedding adorning the floor, echoing the previous chamber's freshness. Here, the vibrant silks and jeweled vessels, alongside exquisite food and drink, were all remarkably fresh. Chen Zhi beheld a resplendent goblet filled with wine. Its hue as vivid as fresh blood, almost as if someone had just taken a sip. Surrounding the beds were lifelike carvings of white jade, depicting human forms in various states of intimacy, both male and female, each adorned with tails and topped with elongated ears and beguiling eyes. The depiction was strikingly realistic, leaving no room for the concealment of primal desires, rendering it difficult for an ordinary person to gaze upon without embarrassment. Yet, within Chen Zhi's mind lingered a memory, a vision seen through the eyes of the blind astrologer moments prior. The entire decor and style of this place bore an uncanny resemblance to the chamber once inhabited by Bo Yikao. It seemed indeed as the white fox spirit had foretold. Bo Yikao shared a kinship with the fox clan, inherently one of their own. Since entering this subterranean palace, he had resided within the domain of the foxes, and surely Bo Yikao's quarters lay hidden somewhere within these walls. "Oh my!" exclaimed Pang Wei as he stepped in, immediately covering his eyes, unable to confront the unabashed white jade sculptures. These foxes are truly something else. How can they be so audacious? To carve such sculptures without a hint of modesty. It leaves a man like me blushing. If foxes lose their shame, then no one is safe. After uttering this, Pang Wei peered through his fingers, surveying the opulence around him. This is quite extravagant. You all claim that King Zhou was wronged. But I beg to differ. This hardly seems unjust. Look at the floor. He gestured toward the scattered cushions. Those who once reclined here must have been surrounded by exquisite beauty and enticing fragrance. Envy fills me. The ones indulging in such luxuries need not be King Zhou. Chen Zhi observed the chaos of cups and plates strewn about, along with the beds infused with the scent of red medicinal herbs, and softly remarked, "Those who dwelled here were likely of the Fox clan. At that time, they wielded immense power and had seemingly claimed half of King Zhou's palace. The foxes, known for their hedonistic ways, relished in opulence, and only they could squander such precious resources so recklessly. It appears that the prince, Bo Yikao, who journeyed from the distant west, enjoyed a rather splendid existence here." "Ah, I see now." Pang Wei chuckled. "I suspected as much. When I watched the television adaptation, I thought to myself, how could Uncle Bo Yikao maintain his composure with such a stunning beauty throwing herself at him? Turns out, he was nothing more than a paper tiger." However, Chen Zhi found Pang Wei's perspective distasteful and grimaced in disapproval. Such debauchery and indulgence. A blatant disregard for the most basic principles of propriety and the world around them. The foxes are an utterly absurd race, unworthy of ruling. With that, Chen Zhi's gaze shifted toward the interior, pointing at a bronze wall ahead. "Let us see what lies beyond." At this moment, Jiang Li had already leaped forward. Noticing several jade rings embedded in the bronze wall, resembling a simplistic switch. With a gentle tug on one of the jade rings, she swayed it back and forth, producing a series of creaking sounds. The entire bronze wall began to subtly retract inward, revealing itself as a door. As this portal swung open, a fragrant aroma wafted forth, stimulating the senses and igniting a fervent desire within the heart, a sensation that surged through the mind. This was the potency of the red medicine, coaxing one's heart to gradually yield to desire, to progressively forget the constraints of shame and propriety, and to entirely abandon vigilance. As the pink mist dissipated, the room's opulent interior gradually came into view, adorned with an abundance of pearls, jade, and fine wine. The familiar arrangement mirrored precisely what Chen Zhi had glimpsed through the eyes of the astrologer. allowing him to affirm with a mere glance that this was indeed the very chamber in which Bo Yikao had met his demise. Strangely, whether due to psychological factors or not, Chen Zhi still detected the acrid scent of blood, as if the murder had only just transpired. Chapter 426. The murder scene from 500 years ago. Upon discovering this chamber, Chen Zhi decided against allowing others to enter further. He gestured for Jiang Li and Jiang to explore the entirety of the underground level. If this subterranean domain was indeed a royal palace of humanity, the presence of the Fox tribe beneath it was exceedingly peculiar. Everyone understood that no one could rest peacefully by the side of a monarch, who would invariably have their own concubines and female attendants. The notion of these female attendants cohabiting with the Foxes boded ill. Thus, it was highly probable that this underground harem had long been rendered obsolete, perhaps over 5 millennia ago. The unfortunate King Zhou may have only claimed a minuscule portion of it, while the other regions were entirely occupied by the Fox tribe. Chen Zhi and Fat Wei remained temporarily within this ancient murder scene, while Jiang and Jiang Li proceeded to locate the living quarters of King Zhou before making further calculations. Once they departed, only Chen Zhi and Fat Wei remained in this space, once again enveloped by the heavy scent of blood. In the ensuing time, the two meticulously scoured the room for any significant clues. This palace, dating back 5,000 years, revealed unexpected discoveries at every turn. The bed, the floor, and the walls were embedded with jewels and pearls. The gold leaf on the floor was notably thick, and upon closer inspection, intricate carvings featuring discernible fox motifs adorned it. It appeared that this place had been thoroughly renovated by the Fox tribe. Among the decorative fragments on the ground, numerous small pieces of bone were found, emitting a potent fragrance, indicative of divine remnants. The reason for the freshness and preservation of this underground level had now been uncovered. However, beneath the bedding, a substantial amount of blood was discovered, fresh and copious, indicative of the entire blood loss from an adult who had been slain. Chen Zhi began to formulate a basic reconstruction of the events. 5,000 years ago, following the demise of Bo Yikao, his body was subjected to dismemberment. In that fateful moment, the perpetrator discovered they were being observed, compelling them to conceal Bo Yikao's corpse beneath the bed while they pursued the witness. Consequently, a copious amount of blood seeped from the body, saturating the area beneath. This was the source of the pungent scent of blood that Chen Zhi had just detected. Now, however, that cadaver has long since vanished. Beyond the lingering odor of blood, nothing else remains. Yet inexplicably, Chen Zhi felt an unsettling presence within the viscous blood, a trace of a human obsession that lingered there. Subsequent investigations revealed that, following this ancient homicide, the Fox tribe had likely fled in haste overnight. Certain particular traces may have been imperceptible in that era, but with the advanced techniques of modern humanity, all such evidence can now be uncovered. Blood is a notoriously challenging trace to eradicate entirely. Just a small amount can endure for an extended period. In forensic trace analysis, there exists a specialized method for blood examination known as the luminol test. By spraying a unique luciferase at the crime scene, a specific reaction with hemoglobin occurs, producing measurable fluorescence. Thus, the areas stained with blood can be illuminated. This room now bears an air of freshness, with every detail traceable. Pang Wei employed a minuscule device, dispersing luciferase across the floor and throughout the room, revealing a series of glowing imprints. They observed numerous minute footprints on the ground and walls. Judging by the state of these prints, they likely belonged to large foxes. It is uncertain how the Fox tribe appeared during this period, but one can imagine their frantic behavior, even leaping onto walls and ceilings in their panic. Upon discovering the unfortunate prince's lifeless form, they were so overwhelmed with terror that they transformed and fled. Amidst the multitude of fox prints, a singular set of human footprints was discerned. These human prints were remarkably steady, traversing from the grand entrance marked by the double-eared doors. They were imprinted atop the fox tracks, indicating that this individual entered only after the foxes had made their escape. The human prints continued forward, leading directly to the space beneath Bo Yikao's bed, before halting abruptly. It is evident that this person must have witnessed something profound or a sight that inflicted a severe blow to their psyche, prompting a frantic retreat. Their steps grew increasingly chaotic as they stumbled from one room to another. Ultimately, they maintained their resolve to exit through the grand entrance, suggesting that this individual was certainly not a servant, but rather a member of the noble bloodline. deeply conscious of their status and adamant about it. Subsequently, Pang Wei measured the shape of this person's foot. It is almost certain that these are the footprints of a man, larger than the average, firm and steady upon the ground, indicative of an individual skilled in martial arts and possessing considerable strength. Chen Zhi reviewed the path traversed back and forth, then cast a glance at the crimson pool of blood beneath the bed, softly murmuring, "There must be a crucial piece of evidence here." "Evidence?" Fat Wei inquired, surveying the bloodied footprints strewn across the floor, perplexed. "What more evidence do we need? The blood is everywhere. Even a fool knows this is the scene of a murder." "No, not the evidence of a murder victim," Chen Zhi continued gently, "but evidence that substantiates an injustice. Do not forget, 5,000 years ago, this murder was, in fact, a premeditated frame-up, and the scene at that time serves as the most compelling evidence. Is it really that mysterious?" Fat Wei remained disinterested. "Then tell me, whose large footprints are these? This individual is certainly no fox. He is undoubtedly human," Chen Zhi replied, kneeling to examine the bloodied prints on the ground. "He is the only male with the authority to traverse this palace." After making his assertion, Chen Zhi gazed at the trail of blood leading away. "I surmised that upon entering, he was confronted with a scene of utter horror, one that left him utterly shaken. In his panic, he fled in haste. Yet, in an attempt to prove his innocence and the injustice he faced, he took something with him in his hurried escape. He returned with this item. But perhaps due to the frantic nature of his flight, or maybe because he was never afforded another opportunity for explanation, he was unable to present this evidence before his demise." Patriarch. Just then, as Chen Zhi absorbed the scene before him, Jiang unexpectedly entered, announcing, "We found a wall that has been built up outside. Behind it is an empty space, seemingly vast. I believe it must be an isolated area of the palace. Perhaps the very quarters of King Zhou." Chapter 427. The Abode of Xin. Upon hearing Jiang's words, both Chen Zhi and Fat Wei's attention was immediately captured. There was no need for the palace to seal off a particular space. If a partitioned area had indeed been discovered, it would validate Chen Zhi's earlier conjecture. This unfortunate King Zhou of the Shang dynasty had already fallen into dire straits, confined to a mere corner of his own harem. Moreover, to evade the Fox clan, the space he occupied had to be distanced from any potential conflict with those foxes, thus relegating him to a place behind the wall. Chen Zhi and Fat Wei then followed Jiang to the stone wall she had mentioned. Architecturally, it appeared to be the opposite of a corridor, abruptly severed here. Jiang Li had remained behind, meticulously exploring every crevice, revealing traces on the wall. Once the dust was cleared away, it became evident that this should have been a passageway, with a concealed door at the entrance. The material of this hidden door appeared to be merely ordinary metal. Fat Wei gently pried at the stone seam with his hand, and the door swung open effortlessly. Upon entering, they found themselves in a pitch-black corridor. Initially, they intended to activate their searchlights to illuminate the path ahead, but soon discovered that both sides of the passage were adorned with well-preserved oil lamp slots. The oil within was plentiful. Fat Wei struck a match and adjusted the oil lamp. As the flame flickered to life, the entire corridor was instantly illuminated. Although the light was dim, it sufficed for visibility. Peering further inside, they realized it was yet another narrow hallway, the architectural design resembling that of the previous encounter. However, in stark contrast to the opulence of the Fox clan's domain, everything here seemed exceedingly shabby. As they ventured deeper, a pungent mustiness filled the air, indicating the damp and shadowy nature of the place, with their feet squelching in the mire beneath. A casual scrape of the wall's edge revealed that this location had long been afflicted by seepage, likely due to crude drainage systems. The bare walls, devoid of any adornments, led them to a simple square doorway after some time. The heavy, unembellished stone appeared akin to a medieval European castle's cellar. Upon entering, the musty odor persisted, and the surroundings appeared stark. In the darkness, they discerned a substantial pile of torches, presumably the sole source of illumination. This so-called torch pile was a primitive form of a large fire pit, constructed with a square stone enclosure on the ground, filled with enough combustible oil to ignite. Once the torches were lit, the entire room was aglow, revealing all within its confines. Clearly, this was a habitation area, as large animal skins adorned the walls, suggesting the owner's fondness for hunting. Yet, compared to the lavish palaces previously seen, this place was antiquated and rudimentary. Chen Zhi noticed a stone screen directly ahead. The screen was modest in size, its surface barren, with patches of green fungi sprouting in places. It could only be described as crude and simplistic. However, upon the stone screen hung a bow and a sword. The bow was notably robust, promising considerable strength when drawn. The sword, equally weighty, bore a hilt wrapped in faded crimson fabric, now deep violet from age, embellished with pure gold and copper inlays, intricately carved with motifs unique to the Shang dynasty tribes. This was indeed a royal sword. Fat Wei illuminated the area ahead with his searchlight, contemplating the immense value it could fetch if sold. It was far superior to the sword of King Gojian. Just observe the blade's texture, each scale distinctly etched, a relic of considerable antiquity. Aside from these two weapons, the stone chamber contained nothing else. They circumvented the stone screen and proceeded further inside. Initially, the path ahead was shrouded in obscurity, but gradually, a vast stone chamber revealed itself. The interior was stark and barren, with only a few rudimentary bronze tables flanking either side. As one advances further, a grand stone platform reveals itself, atop which rests an imposing throne. Chen Zhi had encountered this throne before. It was an image etched upon the walls of the Phoenix tribe's lair. This was the throne of King Zhou, Xin, who once summoned the esteemed bygone of the Phoenix tribe while seated upon it, subsequently appropriating his heart. Yet now, the once mighty sovereign no longer graces the throne. It remains an empty bronze seat, devoid of presence. Nonetheless, Chen Zhi felt a formidable obsession emanating from beneath the bronze chair. He approached, bent down, and gently tapped the underside of the seat. Indeed, it was hollow. Chen Zhi reached inside, first encountering an emptiness, followed by a chilling metallic texture. He extracted the object within, revealing a silver bowl. Is this the evidence? What can it prove? Chen Zhi pondered softly as he rose, clutching the bowl. It was indeed a bowl fashioned of pure silver, though likely mixed with other metals to enhance its sturdiness. The interior bore remnants of dried blood and even bits of grotesque meat, dark and unappealing. Chen Zhi closed his eyes to sense it. There were no incantations attached. Merely an ordinary bowl, albeit one stained with copious blood, lending it a gruesome appearance. Subsequently, Chen Zhi transformed the heart incantation, employing a soul-calling method akin to the examination of Xuanzang's token, to probe the memories embedded within the bowl. This technique was notably swift, yet the visions it conjured were ephemeral. He silently recited the incantation, attuning himself to the bowl's most profound memories, channeling the spell into his gaze. Upon opening his eyes, in that fleeting moment, Chen Zhi was engulfed by a world awash in crimson blood. He beheld an elderly man, hair as white as snow, his hands and face drenched in blood, grasping the very silver bowl. Within it lay gory meatballs, the man consuming them one by one, each dripping with blood. The scene was utterly horrifying, its suddenness leaving Chen Zhi momentarily stunned. The image of the elder devouring the meatballs was alarmingly vivid, almost as if their faces were mere inches apart. Never had Chen Zhi envisioned witnessing such a sorrowful countenance. If there exists a distinction between humanity and divinity, it lies in humanity's capacity to experience profound sorrow within their fleeting existence. The man bore a crown reminiscent of Bowie cows, adorned with the ancestral totem of the Western Qi upon his forehead. His gaze was dazed, brimming with uncontainable tears. The weight of immense grief etched upon his visage as he struggled to consume the meatballs amidst overwhelming anguish. The sorrow was unbearable, each bloodied morsel akin to a searing iron, each swallow an embodiment of excruciating torment. Yet, he persevered, relentlessly consuming amidst an ocean of despair. Chen Zhi understood that it was none other than the reigning sovereign of Shiqi, Duke Jichang of Shibua. What was happening? His heart began to race wildly. This tragic scene had utterly shattered his limits, breaking the final threshold of what a human could endure. It was naked evidence, requiring no words for explanation. Such an expression could not be feigned. Everything attested to the fact that Duke Jichang had been coerced. He was not deceived into consuming the cooked meatballs, but instead, he was painfully forced to swallow the flesh of his own beloved son. This bowl was the very vessel that once held the blood and flesh of Bowie cow. If Duke Jichang had been compelled, then by whom was he forced? The nine-tailed fox? That was utterly impossible. Had it been the work of the Fox clan, they would not have been so utterly panicked. Was it King Zhou of Shang Xin? Even less likely. At that time, Xin had been completely isolated. He lacked the capacity to infiltrate the Fox clan to torment Duke Jichang and his son. Even if he had the desire, he lacked the means. Thus, There could only be one answer. One individual stealthily entered the inner palace, personally murdered Bo Yikao, and then forced his biological father, Ji Chong, to consume him, framing the nine-tailed fox and King Zhou in the process. That individual was Jiang Li. The nine-tailed fox was wronged, and King Zhou Xin was wronged. Anyone who wielded magic and touched this bowl would immediately arrive at this conclusion. However, if King Zhou Xin had already obtained this evidence, why did he not make it public? Was he aware that he could no longer defend himself? As Chen Zhi pondered this, he recalled the words of Bai Fengxian. The true reason for the downfall of the nine-tailed fox was not the lack of strength of the Fox clan, but rather that the hearts of the people had turned against her. With the decree of the divine emperor, not only did humanity oppose her, but even the deities did, for she had committed a truly heinous crime. In the world of that time, 3 offenses were deemed unforgivable. First, disrespect towards the divine emperor. Second, the betrayal of the divine lineage and breaking promises. And third, the cannibalism of one's own kin, what humanity referred to as a father consuming the flesh of his own child. The nine-tailed fox had committed the third and most egregious sin, forcing humans to partake of their own offspring's flesh, transgressing the natural order. It appeared that after this ancient murder occurred 5,000 years ago, Jiang Li quickly orchestrated everything, denying them the chance to argue their case. All accusations found their target swiftly. Although King Zhou Xin secretly retained this bowl, he knew he had no opportunity for explanation left. As Chen Zhi rapidly contemplated these matters, the horrifying imagery flashed momentarily before vanishing. Before him lay only the empty bowl, and nothing else was visible. At that moment, Chen Zhi's heart continued to race violently, still shaken by the sorrowful scene he had just witnessed. It is not that the visage itself is particularly terrifying, but rather the individual responsible for conjuring this dreadful scene has profoundly disappointed him. Chen Zhi yearned to comprehend the tumult within the heart of the Western Marquis, Ji Chong. Under normal circumstances, his optimal course of action would be to extract the fingerprints or residual blood from the bowl using advanced technology, subsequently employing a heart incantation to discern the thoughts of the individual who had once held the bowl. However, the current circumstances render such measures unattainable. Moreover, given the indistinct nature of the blood, coupled with Ji Chang's overwhelming emotional state at that moment, the likelihood of successful extraction was exceedingly slim. At this juncture, Jiang began to exhibit peculiar behavior. Since earlier, he had shown no interest in his surroundings, instead fixating intently on the wall behind the throne. Visually, the king's chamber was devoid of opulence, stripped of any lavish adornments. Behind the throne lay nothing more than a large, barren stone slab, comprised of several fractured pieces, utterly lacking in decoration, and the wall appeared unremarkable. Yet, Jiang pressed his face against the wall, straining to listen, to smell, and to tap on each fragment of stone persistently. After an extended period of this, he finally turned to Chen Zhi and declared, "Chief, there is undoubtedly something concealed behind this wall." "Impossible." Fat Wei promptly interrupted Jiang's conjecture. "Listen here, Phoenix Girl, I may lack many skills, but when it comes to walls, I can intuitively sense any hidden secrets just by touch. I can discern how many hidden chambers or compartments exist. This wall is solid. Absolutely solid. There is nothing behind it. There is certainly something." Jiang insisted with unwavering certainty. "Not only is there something, but I suspect the space behind is vast enough to contain mountains and seas. Moreover, I am convinced that there are living entities present. I can sense the essence of the divine. I detected a potent aroma within, reminiscent of a phoenix. This scent is overwhelmingly powerful, beyond my capacity to fathom. I suspect that my father, the previous Phoenix Emperor, resides behind this wall." "Enough, sister. You've gone mad with nostalgia." Fat Wei nearly laughed at Jiang's assertion. "Your imagination is quite audacious, conjuring mountains and seas behind the wall, and your father being there? I assure you, there is nothing. Not even an ant resides here. Let us wager. We'll tear down this wall and see what lies beyond." With that, Fat Wei chuckled and proceeded to gather tools to break through the wall. Indeed, Jiang's claims seemed somewhat unrealistic. This place hardly appeared capable of housing such expansive space. Nevertheless, Chen Zhi did not believe she was being deceitful. First and foremost, Jiang was not one to speak lightly. Her words undoubtedly carried a measure of truth. Secondly, the phoenix possesses an extraordinary sensitivity, with certain perceptions transcending human intuition, often grasping truths that elude the naked eye. Yet, The wall before him now exuded an unsettling tranquility, one that suggested no events would ever unfold. Were one to proclaim the existence of an alternate realm behind this lifeless stone, few would take heed. Fat Wei then commenced his task, excavating and unearthing, carving openings into the wall, a skill he had honed over time. He first laid out an array of tools, striking the wall to discern the sounds from beyond. Indeed, his earlier assertions proved accurate. The thuds were markedly muffled, indicating that the other side of the wall was indeed solid. However, upon striking near the base, he detected a hollow resonance, suggesting the presence of a small cavity beyond. With determination, Fat Wei retrieved his tools and pried open the stone slabs, unveiling two rudimentary, hidden compartments. The space was quite constricted, accommodating 3 large bronze chests side by side. Within these chests lay an assortment of belt fittings and short weapons, seemingly remnants from the youth of Emperor Xin. Among the artifacts were ancient maps and military formations, indicating that Emperor Xin had already begun preparations for a coup. Although he lacked power at that time, he remained steadfast in martial practice, studying the state of affairs and training in military strategy, all in anticipation of future endeavors. Yet, within the third chest, he discovered numerous bone armor fragments. Most of these shards were crafted from thin bone, intricately carved with the totems of various tribes and a haphazard collection of inscriptions. The texts were too scattered for Chen Zhi to fully decipher. Yet a cursory examination revealed a consistent and straightforward essence. They conveyed the sympathies of various lords towards King Zhou, alongside their resolve to instigate a rebellion. At that time, King Zhou had already reached out to the various lords for assistance, recounting his dire plight. He lamented the tyranny of the 9-tailed heavenly fox, who had seized control of the court, treating Emperor Xin with utmost cruelty, particularly highlighting the murder of the daughter of the virtuous Duke Jiao, a figure esteemed by both court and commoners alike. The daughter, graceful and virtuous, had been chosen as a consort for Emperor Xin, whom he cherished and respected greatly, holding Duke Jiao in high regard as a mentor. Yet, in a fit of jealousy, the 9-tailed heavenly fox ruthlessly took the life of Duke Jiao's daughter, feasting upon her flesh before Emperor Xin, thereby driving Duke Jiao to his death from grief. Upon learning of these atrocities, the lords were already incensed, eager to rescue King Zhou from his perilous situation. Consequently, these armor fragments served as missives of loyalty to Emperor Xin, having arranged to mobilize their forces to besiege Chaoga and deliver him from his tribulations. Thus, it becomes evident that the proclamation unearthed in the divine incineration tomb was indeed authentic. Emperor Xin had entrusted Jiang Li and Duke of Shibui Jichang to convey his plight to the various lords, pleading for their aid, which they had willingly agreed to provide. Had it not been for the tragic incident involving the consumption of his legitimate son's flesh by Duke of Shibui Jichang, the course of events may have diverged significantly. The current historical narrative has unfolded into yet another chapter. The wall has been entirely excavated, leaving nothing but this hidden compartment. However, as Jiang Li previously mentioned, that space remains undiscovered. Chen Zhi, therefore, refrains from any rash actions. If Jiang Li's assertions hold truth, that space may not exist within our reality, but rather connect to an alternate dimension. Should this be the case, the implications of forcefully breaching this wall would be unfathomable. Subsequently, the group began to meticulously search the stone chamber, hoping to uncover a mechanism that could unlock the next realm. Yet, they soon realized that the legendary King Zhou of Shang, notorious for his tyranny and excessive opulence, was, in fact, pitiably impoverished. Apart from a few rudimentary vessels, the chamber was utterly barren, devoid of any treasures. During this time, Chen Yang persistently attempted to contact Chen Zhi through the software, growing increasingly agitated. He repeatedly inquired about the contents of the box. Chen Yang is indeed an extraordinary individual. He seems to possess a premonition, as if he has already surmised something significant. Relentlessly questioning Chen Zhi whether the box contains prophecies, whether they pertain to the Jiang family, the Chen family, or even the fate of the world. Presently, this is the very topic Chen Zhi wishes to avoid. The phrase, Chen succeeds Jiang when the divine descends upon the realm, weighs heavily upon his heart, akin to a burdensome load, and he finds himself devoid of the energy or desire to ponder it further. Thus, he closes the software and chooses to ignore his father's calls. After thoroughly searching every corner, Fat Wei suddenly had an epiphany. Are we not foolish? Why are we searching aimlessly here? If Jiang can ascertain that her phoenix father is beyond that wall, then why do we need to seek a passage? She can sense her father, and he can surely sense her as well. I recall you mentioned something about the phoenix weeping blood. If Jiang pretends to be on the verge of death, crying out and lamenting, her father will hear her and naturally come to her aid. At that point, we will have both an exit and an entrance. What more do we need to search for? Indeed, upon hearing Fat Wei's words, everyone contemplated this remarkably simple solution. It was a case of overlooking the obvious. While their minds had been preoccupied with mechanisms and the barriers of existence, an alternative perspective revealed the simplicity of the matter. Although it remains uncertain whether the Phoenix Emperor is still alive, this is undeniably the most feasible approach. However, given the current circumstances, it is unnecessary to put Jiang at risk of losing a substantial amount of blood. The situation here is complex, and any misstep could prove perilous. Thus, Chen Zhi employed a technique of soul projection, hypothetically enveloping Jiang in the aura of a dying creature, allowing her to experience the anguish of impending death. The Phoenix, a being capable of rising anew from the ashes, is no stranger to mortality. Soon, Jiang's feathers began to shed in droves, blood dripped from her mouth, and her weakened body slumped against the wall. After a while, a chilling wail escaped her lips, a sound so harrowing it sent shivers down the spine. The cry of a phoenix is exceedingly piercing, a sound no one wishes to hear more than once. Everyone clasped their ears, feeling the shrill noise pierce the air repeatedly. Moments later, Jiang was the first to notice something amiss. The wall began to crack. Chapter 430. The world of red and black. At the instant Jiang discerned the fissures, before anyone could react, the wall erupted with a deafening crack. Everything exploded in chaos. Instantly, a haze enveloped their vision, as shattered stones rained down upon them like a torrential downpour. The visor of their work suits, made of organic glass, was the most vulnerable part, prompting everyone to instinctively drop to the ground to avoid injury. Outside, a cacophony of shattering and tremors ensued. The debris hurtled towards them with the speed of bullets, striking their suits and inflicting painful blows. The very ground beneath them quaked violently, reminiscent of an earthquake. After a while, silence finally descended. Chen Zhi distinctly sensed a palpable change in the world. A powerful gust of wind suddenly howled from outside. In the next moment, an immense suction and heat enveloped them, as if they had plummeted into a vast abyss, a perilous realm indeed. Chen Zhi lifted his gaze to examine the wall, only to discover it had been obliterated by an overwhelming force. The stone slabs and throne lay in ruins. The previous location had transformed into a gaping chasm, from which dark winds howled, accompanied by waves of scorching heat. It felt like an entrance to another world. "Wow, this is incredible," exclaimed Peng Wei, the first to rise amidst the tempestuous winds, brushing dust off his visor. "Sister Jiang is remarkable. This phoenix perceives things beyond our senses. Indeed, there is something extraordinary behind this wall. It's almost as if it leads to outer space." Jiang emerged from the debris, having been closest to the wall. She first assisted Jiang in freeing herself from the rubble, then leaped into the world beyond the chasm. At that moment, everyone heard her alarm system blaring erratically. It became evident that in this new realm, the temperature and environmental conditions exceeded safe limits, with various elements detrimental to human health. Most alarmingly, the temperature soared above 70 degrees, with predictions of even higher ahead. Without protective suits, no human could survive in such an environment. It appeared to be a territory where only a phoenix could thrive. "Let us proceed and see what our uncle looks like." With a smile, Fat Wei took out the rope and secured it around his waist before leaping over the wall. In that instant, alarms blared all around him. But he swiftly brushed off the devices attached to him and grabbed a handful of soil from the ground, rubbing it between his hands. "This place is truly treacherous," Fat Wei exclaimed, observing the sandy earth. "Do you see? This is glass sand, akin to shards of glass. Such formations only emerge after being subjected to extreme heat repeatedly, much like the process of roasting chestnuts. You must be exceedingly cautious, never part with your work attire, or you might inadvertently become like roasted chestnuts." After delivering his warning, he continued to lead the way, with everyone hastily following behind. Jiang had previously appeared near death due to Chen Zhi's illusory aura, but once she pierced through it, her vitality surged back, allowing her to dart forward like a bird. The vigilance and combative spirit of the phoenix transformed her body since entering this realm, propelling her into a heightened state of readiness. Chen Zhi noticed her neck elongating, her hair standing on end like elongated feathers, and her arms beginning to resemble wings. Her face and neck adorned with vibrant plumage. At this moment, Jiang Li had partially taken on avian traits. Upon encountering danger, she would instantly morph into a colossal phoenix. The four of them were all rigorously trained individuals, possessing an extraordinary level of synergy. They understood that in this environment, time was of the essence, and any situation could arise ahead. Swiftly locating their destination was paramount. Upon entering this new world, they immediately crouched low and hurried forward. The environment was exceedingly unpredictable. Chen Zhi even pondered if they were truly in an extraterrestrial setting. Many areas lacked even a trace of air, and numerous geological formations were unfamiliar to them. Some regions were terrifyingly hot, with their work attire scorching under the intense temperatures. Fortunately, after their experience in the tomb of the drought god, their work uniforms had been tested for heat resistance, with the Indian team having upgraded their thermal protection. Not only did the exterior boast an exceptional heat-resistant coating, but the inner lining also possessed an automatic cooling feature, continuously reducing the external heat. Otherwise, they would have undoubtedly become roasted pigs. The earth beneath them indeed resembled glass shards, with sharp grains of sand. Upon closer inspection, it appeared that the sand had crystallized after dissolving under intense heat and harsh conditions, resembling vitrified soil. Their footsteps produced a crunching sound as they walked upon it. As they advanced, they encountered large, solid, square-shaped rocks, glowing red within and sparkling on the surface. When struck, they were as hard as steel, reminiscent of diamonds. Progressing further revealed a vast landscape of this world beginning to take shape. The sky here is shrouded in darkness, devoid of both sun and moon, yet in the distance, a striking crimson hue emerges, reminiscent of molten iron glowing with heat. The rocks ahead are increasingly tinged with red, transforming the landscape into a vast crimson sea. Even the grains of sand beneath our feet are suffused with this vibrant red. In this world, the stark contrast between the black sky and the red ground is palpable, suggesting that only black and red exist in this realm. Chapter 431, The World of Red and Black, Part 2. They move swiftly, traversing a vast expanse in no time. This place resembles a grand canyon, surrounded by towering cliffs, all barren and devoid of any vegetation. Not even the most resilient fungi can thrive here. The scenery is indeed magnificent. The rocks are all in a state of crimson, and the deeper one ventures, the more blinding the red becomes. As they advance, the mountains flanking them grow ever more imposing. These mountains are remarkably peculiar, with sharp, clean edges, as if they were hewn from gigantic stone slabs. From below, they rise sharply and dramatically, creating an awe-inspiring spectacle, coupled with the fiery ocean surrounding them. Walking amidst these bizarre rocks and deep gorges feels akin to entering a world engulfed in flames. Yet the sky remains an impenetrable black, so dark that it evokes a sense of dread when one contemplates what lies above. Occasionally, a hauntingly majestic sound echoes from the depths ahead, intermittent and impossible to identify. Yet it resonates with grandeur, reminiscent of mountains lamenting, instilling a profound sense of fear. They follow the sound resonating through this empty gorge, drawn towards the vivid crimson light ahead, much like moths drawn to a flame. It may be an instinctive response to the heat. Chen Zhi senses that the ultimate crimson realm should be magnificent, perhaps the hottest place in this world. There, they believe, lies what they have long sought. With a collective resolve for battle, they hasten forward, prepared to confront whatever challenges await. However, that fiery expanse remains tantalizingly out of reach, while danger approaches more swiftly than they anticipated. Just as they penetrate the canyon's rocky expanse, an unimaginable wave of heat suddenly envelopes them. This heat is overwhelming, far beyond what their work attire can withstand. Before they can react, the scene ahead erupts into a sea of blood red, followed by tremors that shake the earth and threaten to melt the very fabric of reality. A surge of incandescent magma, seemingly from nowhere, rises to staggering heights, rushing forth from between the rocks like a crimson ocean. The speed of this onslaught is staggering, with no refuge in sight. The intense heat is enough to cause their attire to disintegrate, leaving them with nowhere to flee. In that moment, Jiang Li transforms instantaneously. Her form shifts into that of a colossal phoenix, her vibrant wings unfurling majestically to shield her companions from the impending doom. Then, like a radiant arrow, she soars directly towards the oncoming magma. The phoenix is the master of flames. As Jiang plunged directly into the magma, she instantly dominated the seething liquid. Soon, her vibrant form emerged from the fiery depths, her colorful feathers and elongated tail shimmering radiantly. The molten lava trailed beneath her tail, soaring into the air in a spectacular display. In an instant, a kaleidoscope of flames illuminated the surroundings, the scorching magma entirely under Jiang's command, swirling and dancing like a dazzling firework in the sky. The sight was breathtakingly beautiful. As their journey continued, they encountered numerous waves of heat and magma, suggesting that such phenomena were commonplace in this region, where the surrounding rocks had been scorched to a fiery red. At that moment, the group felt immensely grateful for the presence of a phoenix like Jiang. Her dominion over the fiery currents proved extraordinarily effective, rendering the flames harmless to them. Although their passage had been relatively smooth, true danger soon approached. Just as they were about to traverse the canyon, several fiery shadows suddenly leapt down from the towering rocks ahead. These shadows flickered with astonishing speed, resembling ethereal apparitions. They were indistinct, appearing as blurry figures shrouded in crimson, akin to the habits of the Phoenix tribe, enveloping themselves entirely in red. Yet, their forms were elusive, merging seamlessly with the magma, moving with blinding swiftness. In an instant, Pang Wei found himself ensnared without a moment's notice. A red cord, gleaming with a fierce luster, shot through the air and ensnared his ankle. Before he could comprehend the situation, he was yanked forcefully, dragged away. The human brain has a limited reaction time. It was only after being pulled a short distance that he realized he had been attacked. Pang Wei exhibited remarkable reflexes in that critical moment, swiftly drawing his dagger and plunging it into the rock, halting his body's movement. At that moment, Jiang's sword passed, her blade striking down, severing the fiery cord. It was then that Jiang discerned that this was not merely a cord but a strand of fiery light, an intangible entity capable of manifesting as a binding force. "We are under attack," Jiang communicated urgently. "These entities move too swiftly. Even I cannot discern their forms. Their weapons are beams of light, which, while intangible, possess the power to ensnare. Exercise caution to avoid being captured." Before Jiang could finish her warning, a sudden burst of red light filled the air. Dozens of beams descended vertically, and numerous crimson shadows leaped into the sky, transforming into red lightning as they collectively launched an assault on Jiang. She deftly evaded several beams, but a few ensnared her forearm and leg. As the crimson shadows seized their moment, they swiftly tore apart the beams of light, attempting to rend Jiang's body asunder in midair. However, Jiang's blade had already been unleashed moments prior, possessing a remarkable ability to return, demonstrating an extraordinary synergy with its master. The long knife spun through the air at a breathtaking speed, carving spirals, and wherever its gleaming edge descended, it severed with unparalleled precision. The beams of light were swiftly cleaved, allowing Jiang to break free from her restraints and stabilize herself as she descended to the ground. At that moment, Jiang had arrived, her resplendent phoenix form soaring through the air as she charged towards the crimson figures. Yet, the shadows seemed disinclined to harm Jiang. Upon her arrival, they scattered and vanished, leaving no trace behind. Once Jiang landed, she swiftly grasped the rotund way, and with the swiftness of a gale, leaped back to Chen Zhi's side. As the crimson figures regrouped ahead, their numbers swelled to the thousands, a fiery mass hovering in the air, evoking a sense of awe. Just as Jiang prepared to charge once more, Chen Zhi suddenly stepped forward. He extended 2 fingers, channeling all the energy within him to converge at his chest before directing it into those fingers. He called out to the spiraling Jiang, urging her to retreat. When Chen Zhi extended his fingers, it seemed as though the very fabric of reality began to warp before their eyes. His aura, no longer contained, unleashed a tremendous force that surged forth. The dense streams of energy snaked rapidly into the earth beneath Chen Zhi, spreading like a spider's web, merging with the landscape, mountains, rocks, and the very essence of the world itself. In that instant, the entire realm was inundated with countless streams of energy, all converging beneath Chen Zhi's fingertips. Chen Zhi's visage began to transform. The corners of his eyes widened, his irises shimmering with an intense, blinding purple hue, expanding to a mesmerizing size that captivated all who beheld him in the darkness. The contours of his face and body began to flow into a seamless perfection, and gradually, he started to ascend into the air. "Come down," Chen Zhi murmured softly, as his fingers began to glide through the air, tracing a curved path. Simultaneously, the entire world twisted and collapsed beneath the guidance of his fingertips. Chen Zhi's father had once remarked that the fierce curse appeared merely as a binding technique. Yet it embodied the most irresistible force in existence. Mathematics, the greatest invention of humanity, is an endless concept without bounds. When the fierce curse is magnified through numerical abstraction, it possesses the capacity to bind anything in this world, whether it be colossal entities or majestic mountains and rivers. Even the entirety of the seas can be grasped at will by the fierce curse. Thunderous roars echoed as the entire world began to contort under the curvature of Chen Zhi's fingers, followed by a shattering rupture. The earth fractured, and the landscape erupted. As Chen Zhi's fingers descended, the towering mountains on either side collapsed entirely. The once dense throng of crimson figures that had ascended into the air, astonishing in number, was now scattered like birds and beasts, crushed by the immense mountains. In an instant, the world tilted. Under the fierce curse of Chen Zhi, all things transformed into mere puppets of the swirling air. At that moment, no one dared to ascertain whether what they beheld was reality or mere imagination. For beneath Chen Zhi's fingers, the crimson and ebony merged instantaneously, blurring the boundaries of heaven and earth into chaos. The spectacle was breathtakingly grand. Hovering in the air, Chen Zhi resembled a creator, directing all with his fingertips. Beneath his command, all things were divided, with no room for chance. The once darting red shadows were mostly obliterated by this overwhelming force, buried beneath the shattered stones of the mountains. Yet, a few fortunate ones managed to escape. These crimson silhouettes, like lightning, swiftly surrounded Chen Zhi, unleashing red light that coiled around his limbs. Their speed was astonishing, in the blink of an eye. Even Jiang had no time to react before the red radiance enveloped Chen Zhi completely. Once entangled, the red light multiplied rapidly, akin to worms, densely wrapping around Chen Zhi and trapping him within. Yet, Chen Zhi remained motionless, allowing the crimson light to embrace him fully. Finally, he closed his eyes and released the viscous airflow he had prepared within. In an instant, countless streams of golden spiritual light surged forth from his being. These currents were ferocious, racing against the red light, colliding fiercely with the crimson figures, ensnaring them tightly. This time, they could no longer move. The red shadows froze midair, revealing their true forms. Indeed, they were a group of figures clad in red robes, resembling the Phoenix tribe. However, they appeared devoid of bodies. Beneath the red garments lay entirely transparent images, with only a faint flicker of power at the heart's position controlling them, no longer living beings. Go, Chen Zhi murmured softly, then traced a circle in the air with his other hand. In an instant, a luminous circular pattern emerged, densely inscribed with incantations. This amalgamation intertwined fierce curses with the divine incantations acquired from Shengongbao, the heavenly thunder spell. Like a bolt of lightning, it struck forth. Boom! With a resounding crash, the world ahead was instantaneously obliterated. The crimson shadows had no time to struggle before being reduced to dust under the heavenly thunder spell, vanishing completely. This all transpired so swiftly that none could comprehend the unfolding events. When all vanished, the earth fell into an instantaneous silence. The two rows of towering mountains ahead disappeared, and chaos enveloped the heavens and the earth. The once red shadows transformed into glimmering fragments, cascading down like fireflies. They landed softly in Jiandi's palms. Having assumed a human form, Jiandi gazed at the crimson powder resting in her hands, moved by the sight. This must belong to our Phoenix clan, she murmured. In their living moments, this war concluded swiftly, and the entire world stabilized. Fat Wei, who had been prostrate on the ground, rose to his feet and peered through his binoculars ahead, left speechless by the unfolding scene. Everyone turned to see his astonished expression, their gazes drawn to the spectacle before them, which filled them with dread. Under the might of Chen Zhi, the mountains on either side had collapsed entirely, reducing everything ahead to dust. This vast valley had transformed into a straight thoroughfare leading onward. At the forefront, the true form of the red radiance was finally revealed. It was a mass of crimson flames, seemingly encasing something within, appearing from a distance like a red peak. Yet, the fiery mass radiated an intense heat, continuously unleashing waves of scorching air and flames. This must be the destination of their journey. Perhaps, the remains of Akin lie there. Upon witnessing the colossal flame stone ahead, Jiang Li seemed to be struck by an unseen force, suddenly kneeling. Subsequently, her body trembled uncontrollably. She clasped her arms around herself, tears glistening in her eyes. It was as if she had been immobilized by a formidable power. "My father," Jiang Li trembled as she spoke. "He is right there." Chapter 433. The ice extinguishes the fire in the aftermath. Jiang Li became exceedingly agitated, a profound fear emanating from within her, causing her entire being to quiver, each hair standing on end in terror. Perhaps it was an instinct tied to her bloodline. Although she had never met her biological father, an overwhelming dread consumed her. It appeared that her true father loomed in her subconscious as a figure of unimaginable strength, one she dared not gaze upon. She even knelt on the ground, reluctant to rise or to forge ahead. Despite several attempts from others to assist her, she remained uncooperative. In the end, Chen Zhi had no choice but to lift her and carry her on his back. They commenced their journey along this fiery pathway. With the obstacles cleared, the route became remarkably open, allowing for a clear view of all that lay ahead. This blazing path led directly toward the colossal flames, which were so immense that the heat radiating from them was nearly solar in intensity, illuminating the sky. Even from a distance, they could feel the surging waves of heat, their specialized footwear emitting squeaks as they treaded upon the scorching stones. The road, though it appeared near, was in fact a lengthy trek, and in silence, they advanced forward, as if walking toward the sun. At last, the fiery mass ahead revealed its true visage. It was not a blazing flame, but rather a small hill, shaped like a droplet, its interior aglow with a burning red hue. From a distance, it appeared as an immense conflagration. The ethereal and haunting sounds, reminiscent of a mystical valley, emanated from within the hill. As they approached, the searing heat waves pressed against their faces, causing the visors of their work attire to grow uncomfortably warm. They halted in their tracks. Chen Zhi raised his binoculars to peer into the heart of the hill. Indeed, it was a small mountain, engulfed in fierce flames, its naked fire glaringly bright against the darkness. However, a sizable opening graced the front, likely serving as the entrance. Yet, flames incessantly spewed forth from this aperture, as if something within was conjuring the inferno. "It's too hot. We can't go in," Chen Zhi murmured over the radio. Indeed, Fatway concurred. "Our work gear is already at its limit." Observing the interior, which resembled a colossal furnace, he estimated the temperature to be thousands of degrees. "If we charge in like this, we'll be roasted alive. We must devise a strategy," Chen Zhi urged calmly, releasing his grip and exposing his arm. He began to gently exhale the protective airflow from within, weaving it into bubbles. The stream gradually expanded, morphing into a gargantuan bubble, which, under the catalyst of the fierce flames, continued to grow larger and larger, eventually towering to the height of the hill itself. The outer wall of this bubble shimmered like crystal, resembling a vast, transparent composite. With a flick of his finger, the colossal bubble floated effortlessly into the air. It bore no weight, drifting gracefully through the darkness, slowly advancing until it precisely settled upon the fiercely burning hill, enveloping the entire small volcano. In that moment, Chen Zhi swiftly lifted his visor, bit his finger, and inscribed a summoning rune upon his arm with his blood. Then, closing his eyes, he whispered softly, "O sea god, arise." His voice was so faint it seemed as if he were merely exhaling a breath. As his words hung in the air, a thunderous bolt streaked down from the heavens, and a small black dragon, shimmering with ethereal light, suddenly emerged from the void. The dark world was abruptly engulfed by a tempest as thunder flashed across the sky, followed by torrential rain that poured relentlessly. The wind harnessed the rain's force, while the rain propelled the wind forward. Under the catalysis of the storm, the small black dragon swelled in size, swiftly obscuring the sun, its vast form rolling amidst the dark clouds. Once the black dragon hovered in the air, it caught sight of the burning hill below. As if provoked by an immense force, it fixed its fierce gaze upon the scene, its blood boiling with fury. "Dragon god, do not be concerned with him." As Chen Zhi called softly into the sky, he pointed towards the small mountain engulfed in flames. At that moment, the dragon god immediately swung its massive body, and with a tremendous lash of its colossal tail, torrents of seawater cascaded down from the heavens, akin to pouring water into a glass tank, drenching the inferno atop the volcano. However, the flames, fierce and unyielding, were only momentarily subdued. Wisps of white smoke began to rise, As the scalding heat evaporated the deluge of seawater almost instantly. More is needed. Summon the waters from the underground ice sea, commanded Chen Zhi to the dragon god above. Sketching a circular sigil in the air to unlock the CSI, and summoned the frigid waters from below. The ebony dragon god writhed and roared, its claws and fangs bared, synchronizing with Chen Zhi's incantation. Soon, the water in the sky began to transform, and enormous blocks of ice floated forth. The dragon god became encased in ice, resembling a magnificent sculpture of frost. With a ferocious roar, it opened its vast maw, unleashing torrents of icy seawater that shimmered with a cerulean hue, the essence of the underground ice sea. This frigid water, devoid of any warmth, poured into Chen Zhi's barrier bubble as if he were pouring a bucket of frost into a crystal jar, producing a sound reminiscent of sizzling ice. Witnessing the relentless sub-zero temperatures from the underground ice sea, everyone observed the burning mountain gradually cooling. Once the flames were extinguished, the complete visage of the mountain was revealed, a colossal rock formation hollowed out at its center, resembling an immense stone cavern. In the heart of this cavern lay a sizable entrance, its edges adorned with bronze decorations and numerous chains, most of which had melted away, rendering the details obscured, yet exuding an aura of ancient eeriness. As the waters of the ice sea lowered the temperature, a layer of ice began to form on the surface of the cavern, while tendrils of white smoke continued to escape, suggesting that the interior remained searingly hot. It would not be long before this outer layer of ice melted completely, rekindling the flames within the mountain. A resonant, ethereal sound intermittently emanated from within, maintaining its unsettling presence. It seemed that the source of power nestled within the mountain remained unaffected by the ice sea's chill. Let us return. Chen Zhi snapped his fingers, and the dancing sea deity transformed into a small dragon, tracing a line through the air before morphing into a wisp of gas that settled beside him, gradually taking the form of an elderly man with flowing hair. Master, the black dragon croaked, please exercise utmost caution regarding the entity within that mountain. It is a born deity of the Niwa lineage. It is beyond our reckoning as mere mortals. Chapter 434, The Fearful Jiang, I understand. Go now? Chen Zhi gently waved his hand, and the sea deity dissipated like mist. Although this newly appointed sea god was a nascent deity, his longevity and stature were considerable, ranking among the elite within Chen Zhi's divine generals. In certain domains, he even surpassed the formidable Han Hu. However, the words that escaped his lips were not born of fear or cowardice, but rather of wisdom and self-awareness. Chen Zhi understood that the being dwelling in the mountains was undoubtedly malevolent. The sea deity's reaction alone hinted at the formidable nature of that entity. The realm of the divine is distinctly different from that of humanity. Humans, constrained by their fleeting lives and shared flesh, often endeavor to alter their fates through diligence. Deities, however, are born into their divinity. Their inherently noble lineage grants them unparalleled abilities. From the moment they are conceived, their destinies are immutable, and the distinctions of nobility are seldom altered by mere effort or circumstance. Thus, before ancient gods, the younger deities do not truly belong to the divine lineage. Yet, even among the ancient gods, there exists a hierarchy. During his time in Fengdu Ghost City, Chen Zhi witnessed towering deities reduced to mere sustenance before the god of the underworld. This noble Phoenix Emperor, due to his unique bloodline and position, stood atop the pyramid, incomparable to the newer gods of subsequent generations. Hence, it was clear to Chen Zhi that this was a formidable entity he would be ill-advised to confront directly. Evasion would be the wisest strategy. The small mountain below was entirely encased in ice, appearing as a diminutive iceberg, seemingly devoid of immediate peril. Yet, it continuously emitted white steam, indicating the intense heat brewing within. Let us proceed, Chen Zhi urged, gesturing behind him. We have little time. We must exit before the outer ice completely melts. The flames within are surging fiercely. If we delay, we may find ourselves trapped. I do not wish to. Just as Chen Zhi finished speaking, Jiang Li suddenly interjected. It was only then that everyone noticed her trembling form, her expression filled with terror, and the rationality in her eyes had vanished. Are you jesting, sister? Pang Wei stared at the quivering Jiang Li, momentarily at a loss for words. Sister, it is not that I lack compassion. However, this is hardly the time for such sentiments. You are not typically one to shy away from confrontation. You have slain men and birds alike, and when angered, you can be quite fearsome. Why, then, this sudden lapse? Moreover, what is there to fear? With your esteemed leader Chen Zhi present, nothing will befall you here. And I am here too. Rest assured, everything will be managed by your brother Pang. After speaking, Pang Wei reached out to grasp Jiang Li, but she seemed oblivious to his words. I will not go. I will not go. Jiang Li trembled uncontrollably at this moment. Her delicate face as pale as a ghost, beads of sweat forming on her forehead and temples. She was entirely uncooperative. Chen Zhi, initially irritated by her reaction, felt a pang of sympathy upon seeing her in such a state of fear. At that moment, Jiang remarked, she is truly terrified. Unlike us, she can sense the power of her kin. Our lack of perception may be a blessing. She is on the brink of losing her sanity, and forcing her inside would only complicate matters. I suggest we let her wait outside for now. It provides us with some external support. Upon hearing Jiang's words, Pang Wei looked at Chen Zhi with a conflicted expression, raising his hands in a gesture of uncertainty. What do you propose we do? I believe Jiang is right. Dragging her in against her would not be wise. Moreover, if we disturb whatever lies within by her screaming, we would find ourselves in an even more precarious situation. I think it best we allow her to remain here for the time being. After voicing his thoughts, Pang Wei glanced at the small cave ahead, encased in ice. To be honest, we should hasten our departure. The flames inside took considerable effort to subdue. We must not allow them to reignite, or we shall be unable to enter. Very well, Chen Zhi replied, gazing down at Jiang Li. He gently nodded, you stay here. Upon hearing his words, Jiang Li immediately felt a wave of relief wash over her. She curled up into a ball on the ground, resembling a frightened bird. In her earlier panic, the down behind her ears had become exposed, quivering lightly in the breeze. She pressed her lips tightly together, shivering in the wind, her complexion pale, unwilling to utter another word. After ensuring Jiang Li's safety, Chen Zhi, Pang Wei, and Jiang continued their journey forward, the small hill now within close proximity. Once they descended and traversed a bit further, they would be able to enter the cave. However, a sense of foreboding began to swell within Chen Zhi. Jiang Li's behavior filled him with concern. He knew she was not a timid demigod. In fact, her avian nature could be quite aggressive and fearless. The sight of such a combative phoenix reduced to this state of fear was alarming and suggested she sensed something ominous. Perhaps due to the experiences of recent years, Chen Zhi had long since forgotten the sensation of fearing death and had ceased to dread the presence of adversaries. Was this time truly different? They finally arrived at the entrance of the cave, enshrined in ice, with a path of frost beneath their feet. The power of the icy sea was undeniable, and the area still emanated a chilling aura. Looking ahead, they beheld a substantial opening, adorned with bronze, though most of it had melted, resembling flowing water cascading down. Yet within the entrance lay darkness, ceaselessly emitting strange sounds. What could possibly dwell within? Fat Wei displayed a palpable trepidation towards the ominous, shadowy entrance. Tentatively stepping forward and inquiring, this wretched sound has persisted for quite some time. One wonders what manner of creature emits such a call. It is neither distinctly male nor female, neither human nor ghostly, resembling both the calls of birds and the growls of beasts. It sends shivers down the spine. Pray tell, what could possibly produce such a sound? Chen Zhi, gazing into the abyss ahead, replied softly, did not Jiang Li mention that her father, the previous Phoenix Emperor, resides within? Whether it is he who calls, remains uncertain. A chuckle escaped Fat Wei as he unsheathed the machete strapped to his back. It is said that phoenixes sing sweetly. Yet this sound is utterly terrifying. It seems time has dealt a cruel hand, leaving this esteemed uncle in solitude, entertaining himself with his own lamentations. Perhaps, Chen Zhi mused, peering into the darkness of the entrance. Once we venture inside and encounter our uncle, we must engage him in earnest conversation. Chapter 435. The heart of the flames. The entrance loomed at over 2 meters in height, its bronze remnants melted beyond recognition. Yet, the traces of melted bronze suggested a plethora of artifacts once thrived here, some twisted like serpents, others square and solid. It seemed the entrance once bore a door, adorned with bronze sculptures, altars, and grand cauldrons, now long lost to the ravages of flame, reduced to unrecognizable lumps of bronze. As they tread upon the solidified bronze, they ventured into the inky void, which enveloped them in darkness. However, they soon discovered the geography of this place to be remarkably peculiar. The ground beneath them transformed into a mire akin to a bog, imbued with lingering warmth. Chen Zhi speculated that the sludge likely contained a myriad of metallic substances. possibly fused together due to years of intense heat. The recent deluge of icy waters had abruptly chilled the surroundings, causing steam to rise as many objects remained in a precarious state of solidification. Some items appeared solid, yet quickly reverted to a molten state, only to solidify once more. Akin to iron repeatedly plunged into icy waters. Given the unpredictable depths of the ground, they refrained from venturing too deeply, seeking drier paths as they proceeded. Before long, the engulfing darkness consumed them entirely. Despite the obscurity, nothing interfered with the illumination. Under the beam of their flashlights, visibility remained relatively clear. They first sought any wall murals or decorations, typical of such caves, which could provide a preliminary understanding of the environment. Yet, the rock walls had completely melted, oozing a viscous liquid reminiscent of the semi-melted artifacts outside. The structure here is rather uncomplicated, consisting of a series of interconnected small caverns, akin to a porous grotto. With each step taken, an ethereal and eerie sound resonates from ahead, sending chills down one's spine. Once inside the cave, this sound becomes even more pronounced. Chen Zhi is now nearly certain that it is a lamenting wail, so profoundly tragic and indescribably sorrowful that it instills a deep sense of dread. Accompanying this mournful cry is an indescribably pungent odor, reminiscent of blood, yet also akin to charred remnants. If one were to articulate it, it would seem as though someone had been roasting something within for an interminable duration, producing a scent that lingers unsettlingly in the air. It is unclear whether it is the sheer terror etched on Jiang Li's face or humanity's innate intuition towards death, but a palpable sense of danger permeates the atmosphere. Felt by all, as they continue their journey, silence prevails. Each individual walks forward, acutely aware of the ominous presence hidden within the tranquil darkness, unwilling to disturb what lurks within. The deeper they venture, the hotter the air becomes. Eventually, the basic alarm on their work uniforms flashes, indicating the temperature has surpassed 42 degrees Celsius. With each step, they tread cautiously, bracing themselves for the oncoming waves of heat. This modest hill is not particularly large, yet it features numerous interconnected caverns, and the terrain remains straightforward. They traverse from one small cave to the next, gradually delving deeper into the heart of the hill. As they approach the center, the increase in temperature becomes unmistakably pronounced. This level of heat exceeds human tolerance, escalating rapidly as they delve further in. Upon reaching the final chamber, the walls glow a vivid red, with the temperature on their uniforms exceeding 80 degrees Celsius. Before them lies an expansive blank area, obscured by a fiery hue, rendering it impossible to gauge its true dimensions. Nothing but a sea of flame is visible. The oppressive heat sharpens the mind, making one acutely aware of the passage of time. Everyone understands one undeniable truth. The tranquility here is merely ephemeral. The temperature will soon rise once more. The interior of this mountain resembles a colossal furnace, undoubtedly harboring a source of immense thermal energy. At this point, Jiang Li is at his limit. Stripped of the Phoenix's protection, should the temperature surge again, they would be reduced to nothingness in an instant. Thus, in the face of this dire situation, there is no time for fear nor any reason to pause. Driven by an overwhelming sense of crisis, they hastily press forward. Step by step, they advance towards the fiery expanse, only to discover that it opens into a vast circular hall. A single glance at the hall's interior is enough to cause one's eyes to ache, for it is a tumultuous sea of flames. The core of the roaring fire radiates a deep azure, composed of flames that burn with an extraordinarily high temperature. Chen Zhi tinted the glass of his mask to a deep brown hue, straining to gaze into the heart of the flames. What he beheld was nothing short of a revelation that shook his very soul. In that crimson hall, a fierce inferno blazed, the flames roaring upward in relentless waves, exuding an intense heat. At the center of this fiery spectacle stood a colossal copper pillar, adorned with ancient engravings, all gilded, shimmering in the flames as it soared skyward. Suspended from the middle of the pillar was an extraordinarily peculiar corpse, charred and blackened. Clad in a royal robe woven from pure gold threads and crowned with a diadem of red gold, the body was affixed to the immense pillar, consumed by flames that emitted a charred odor. The remains were reduced to a blackened husk, many parts carbonized beyond recognition. Yet the hands clutched tightly onto an elongated metallic box, as if it were the most significant treasure of its existence. For reasons unknown, despite the corpse being utterly unrecognizable, Chen Zhi discerned its identity with a mere glance. It was none other than the infamous and debauched King Zhou of Shang, Dxin. Chapter 436. The Master of the Inferno is Dxin. Chen Zhi's mind raced, surveying the scene anew. Indeed, it was a magnificent copper pillar. Its metal infused with numerous control stones, capable of enduring such extreme temperatures. The pillar was intricately adorned with ancient depictions of dragons and phoenixes, their fierce visages remarkably bizarre. The corpse of Dxin was bound to the pillar with iron chains. Rather than being merely restrained, it was as if he were venerated in this manner. His attire remarkably intact. It seemed this ill-fated monarch had not been granted the immortality of the phoenix. He had truly perished. Yet, for reasons unknown, his body remained in this grotesque form. The appearance of the corpse was peculiar. It seemed to have endured prolonged exposure to the searing flames, rendering it desiccated and brittle, devoid of any semblance of humanity, exuding an aura of horror and tragedy. However, the hands of the corpse firmly grasped an object, a golden-hued box, elongated and slender. The surface of the box bore intricate metallic engravings, and through a telescope, one could discern the unique luster of control stones. This box, crafted from exquisite high-grade control stones, resembled a long tube. If one were to speculate what it might contain, a scroll would be most fitting. The Emperor's decree. This realization struck Chen Zhi as he felt an uncontrollable urge to move forward. He yearned for that decree, inexplicably drawn to it, unaware of its contents. Yet, he felt an instinctive conviction that the fate of his life was entwined with that box. Not just his own destiny, but that of his father, his family, and even the Jiang clan. The fates of all were concealed within. He strode forward swiftly, but after just a few paces, Pang Wei seized him firmly. "What are you doing, buddy? Calm down." Pang Wei's voice was barely above a whisper. As he tightly gripped Chen Zhi's shoulder with one hand while placing the other over his lips, signaling Chen Zhi to remain silent and to read his lips. "Do you have any idea where you are? Can't you see someone standing ahead?" After uttering these words, Pang Wei cautiously pointed toward the center of the blazing fire beneath the bronze pillar. At that moment, Chen Zhi realized there was indeed a person amidst the flames, a figure nearly transparent from the heat, bathed in a fiery glow. It appeared to be a man of considerable stature, clad in a brilliant crimson robe, his large hood obscuring his face entirely. From an outsider's perspective, this individual seemed to have completely merged with the flames, exhibiting a translucent red hue, making him exceedingly difficult to detect. Yet, this man's attire and body remained impervious to the fire, standing there like the very soul of the inferno itself. "That fellow is certainly formidable," Pang Wei said, his expression intensely urgent, barely daring to make a sound. He then pointed downward towards the man engulfed in flames. "Do you see? Those flames are emanating from his hands. He is the master of fire." Chen Zhi followed Pang Wei's gesture and looked down, immediately taken aback. In his earlier excitement, he had focused all his attention on the corpse cradling the sacred edict, entirely overlooking the scene below. It turned out that beneath him lay a vast fire basin, accentuated beneath the bronze pillar. The man standing in the inferno had his head bowed, one hand holding what appeared to be a fire lantern, swaying rhythmically. This lantern seemed to meld with his body, resembling a toy of sorts. With each motion, flames burst forth from within, cascading down to the ground. These flames emerged in a cerulean hue, rolling and leaping across the surface before exploding into a veritable sea of fire, an intensely high-temperature blaze. "Whatever you do, don't speak," Pang Wei urged, his eyebrows furrowing as he attempted to convey his message through lip movements. "We mustn't disturb that master. If he notices us, our doom is assured. One flick of his flames, and we'll be nothing but roasted chickens." "We can talk," Jiang interjected suddenly, having remained silent until now. She had been observing the man in the fire, and her unexpected remark startled Pang Wei, who nearly leaped in fright as he rushed to cover Jiang's mouth. However, Jiang calmly sidestepped, evading him. "There's no need to panic. He is already asleep, and deeply so. If I'm not mistaken, he has been in slumber for a very long time." "What?" Fat Wei could hardly believe his ears. "Are you saying that this person fell asleep in the fire? And even while standing? Truly remarkable." "Yes," Jiang replied with unwavering certainty. "Those of us who practice physical arts train in a unique sleeping posture known as standing sleep. This ancient technique is designed to enable us to rest even in harsh environments while remaining battle-ready. In this position, one can remain stationary for extended periods, allowing the mind to enter a state of slumber. While standing sleep, We maintain balance by focusing on a swaying object ahead, ensuring we remain alert at all times. It seems this individual is exceptionally skilled in ancient techniques and possesses the confidence to enter prolonged sleep in such a state. Chen Zhi gazed at the man amidst the flames and softly remarked, "His control over the fire is extraordinary, which bolsters his confidence. Moreover, each being possesses unique attributes. For him, the flames may be the most comforting environment." Fat Wei was partially correct. We must not awaken him. His radiant heat is overwhelming, and a mere blink could lead to our immediate demise. Right? Fat Wei nodded gently, turning back to look fearfully at the man in the flames. That must be the Phoenix Emperor. No wonder Jiang Li was so terrified. This uncle's demeanor is indeed somewhat intimidating. It makes my legs weak just looking at him. Perhaps we should withdraw for now, strategize outside, and then return. No, we cannot allow Jiang Li to attempt some tactic of feigned suffering. After all, that is his biological father, and there should be some semblance of compassion, right? No, Chen Zhi stated resolutely, furrowing his brow as he fixed his gaze on the corpse in the flames, particularly at the box in its hand. We do not possess a second chance. We must obtain the divine edict, or we shall never leave. Chapter 437. The territory of the Phoenix clan, we must devise a way to enter, Chen Zhi declared, observing the roaring flames ahead. We need to circumvent that individual without disturbing him. Then we shall approach the copper pillar to retrieve the sacred edict from the corpse's grasp. We must act swiftly, otherwise, the intense heat of the flames will claim our lives. I will give it a try, Jiang said, bending slightly and aiming at the copper pillar engulfed in flames. In an instant, she vanished. One must concede that Jiang's speed is remarkable. In the moment she surged forward, the distance she covered was nearly imperceptible to the naked eye. However, upon entering the flames, Chen Zhi heard a resounding clang, followed by sparks flying everywhere as Jiang's body was ejected. Jiang reacted swiftly. Upon realizing her failure, she rolled on the ground amidst the fire and instantly returned. When she reappeared, her work attire was already emitting white smoke, alarms blaring from her body, and several areas had begun to scorch. Had it not been for her remarkable speed, she would have likely perished in the sea of flames. Fat Wei hurriedly doused her with clean water to extinguish the smoke, while Chen Zhi silently recited a cooling incantation to alleviate her temperature. Only then did Jiang manage to rise from the ground. It is not so simple. Jiang gasped. Behind the flames, there exists a barrier, transparent in nature, situated within several meters of that individual, effectively concealing the copper pillar. Is that correct? Upon hearing Jiang's words, Chen Zhi immediately released his energy flow. Indeed, those streams, akin to small serpents, collided with the barrier, producing a cacophony as they rebounded. The returning energy flows provided Chen Zhi with a comprehensive image. He produced a fluorescent pen and sketched on the ground, illustrating the structure. Directly before the copper pillar stood the Phoenix Emperor, guarding amidst the blazing fire. Surrounding him was a transparent barrier, resembling an invisible wall, forming a fan-like shape that encompassed the entire copper pillar. Thus, even with remarkable speed and immunity to flames, it would be impossible to circumvent the barrier and directly retrieve the holy decree from the copper pillar. Furthermore, colliding with the barrier posed significant danger. Through the magnifying lens, Fat Wei observed that Jiang's earlier impact seemed to have startled the man engulfed in flames. Although his eyes remained closed, the torch in his hand faltered momentarily. They made a rather pessimistic assessment. Should another impact occur, the individual might very well awaken. We cannot proceed recklessly, Chen Zhi proclaimed to the group. Let us examine the terrain once more to identify any possible gaps. Following Chen Zhi's directive, the three began to meticulously reassess their surroundings. They found themselves at the edge of the cave entrance, facing a spacious hall. However, upon closer inspection, they noted numerous shattered sections at the front of the hall, which appeared to have once harbored various structures. Chen Zhi deduced from these remnants that the hall was initially a pure bronze chamber, adorned with numerous framework-like grand doors, all crafted from bronze, designed in a birdcage style. However, due to the prolonged burning of the flames, those bronze framework doors had all melted away. Yet, at the lower base, traces of the bronze-cast floor remained intact. Through the crimson blaze, one could discern that the surface was inscribed with ancient incantations, likely unique to the Phoenix clan. Perhaps it was these inscriptions that rendered the flames incapable of harming the bronze, preserving the floor. Nevertheless, these inscriptions forged a formidable barrier. altering the spatial dynamics within. Chen Zhi had previously witnessed the power of such incantations upon entering the Phoenix clan's lair. This was likely an ancient ability of their ancestors, causing the material world within their designated area to undergo transformation. This enclosed space exerted a profound influence over magical spells. For instance, the energy flows released by Chen Zhi could very likely reverse direction, with spells potentially redirecting back towards him, while water-based incantations might transform into fiery oil, enhancing the flames. In essence, this realm was ill-suited for the application of magic. Chen Zhi's strength was primarily concentrated in his spells. In this unique realm of Phoenix, Chen Zhi's power finds no avenue for expression. The imperial edict held by the corpse ahead remains unattainable. What do you think that copper pillar resembles? Since a while ago, Ji Ying has been embracing her arms, scrutinizing the copper column before her. What does it resemble? Peng Wei, peering through his binoculars, remarked, if I were to describe it. That contraption bears a striking resemblance to the infamous torture device known as the Pao Luo. It is the instrument that binds a living person to be roasted alive. Isn't it said that this device was employed by King Zhou to deal with the common folk? How is it that he found himself ensnared by it? Ji Ying, still with her arms crossed, closely examined the darkened corpse ahead. I believe we must pay greater attention to the details, for they shall reveal much to us. Why is this corpse suspended here? Who has hung it? Have you noticed anything peculiar behind the corpse? Upon hearing Ji Ying's words, Peng Wei promptly lifted the binoculars once more, directing his gaze to the rear of the corpse. Indeed, behind the darkened figure, numerous gleaming objects emerged. Upon closer inspection, they were feathers of the phoenix. This was no ordinary corpse. It was the remains of a half-human, half-phoenix, a failed evolution. Ji Ying's eyes sparkled with the intensity of lightning as she articulated the details before her. We were aware of the Phoenix clan's intentions, their desire for their sovereign to attain the utmost power of their lineage after consuming the heart of bygone. They aspired for resurrection and to descend once more upon the world. For this ambition, they toiled for over 5 millennia. However, I surmise that this plan ultimately faltered. The notion that humans could transform into the form of a phoenix is a foolish dream. Thus, King Zhou did not achieve rebirth, but instead perished in this half-human, half-phoenix state. So that's the case, a failed evolution. Peng Wei adjusted his binoculars to the maximum magnification, intently examining the corpse's back, beginning to comprehend the situation. Indeed, look at those phoenix feathers. They sprouted from his posterior. It appears that this King Zhou aimed to transform into a phoenix, but ended up as a grotesque hybrid. How unfortunate. Yet, failure is merely failure. The man is dead. He deserves a proper burial. Why is he bound to a grand pillar to be burned? This is utterly disgraceful. I recall that the Phoenix Emperor was quite close to King Zhou. Why resort to such treachery at a critical moment? What a twisted psyche. The Phoenix clan has been loyal subjects of the Shang dynasty for generations, even willing to sacrifice their hearts for him. How could they harm their own sovereign? As Ji Ying gazed at the translucent figure of the man amidst the raging flames, she softly remarked, I suspect. Chapter 438, The Realm of the Phoenix Clan, Part 2. I merely offer a conjecture. Ji Ying articulated her thoughts with clarity, albeit in a measured tone. Perhaps, centuries ago, the Phoenix Emperor arrived here, yearning to witness a sovereign who had attained the powers of the Phoenix, reborn through the flames. Yet, the grim reality is that this monarch has long since been reduced to a cold corpse, a failed amalgamation of man and phoenix. This stark truth must have struck the Phoenix Emperor profoundly, shattering the aspirations of their lineage, painstakingly pursued over 5 millennia, thereby inflicting great emotional turmoil upon him. It seems that the Phoenix Emperor is reluctant to confront this reality. Thus, he has bound his master to a copper pillar, subjecting him to relentless flames below. This behavior is a manifestation of his unwillingness to accept the facts. But why is this so? Fat Wei remains somewhat perplexed. He is already dead. What purpose does burning serve? Can flames truly revive him? Indeed, Ji Ying continued, the events surrounding Jiandi have illuminated my understanding. For the Phoenix lineage, fire serves as a potent elixir for rebirth. Thus, the intent of this Phoenix Emperor is not merely to torment Xion's lifeless form, but rather to invoke the flames in hopes of facilitating his phoenix-like resurrection. Alas, such aspirations are tinged with a tragic folly, ultimately unfulfilled. A phoenix ought not to be a creature devoid of reason. Moreover, as we now comprehend, this male phoenix should possess considerable strength. Hence, I surmise, nay, I suspect, that he may have succumbed to madness. Can you truly discern that? Fat Wei inquired, his brow furrowing in confusion as he too observed the man, now rendered transparent by the flames. Has this uncle indeed lost his sanity? Yet, it stands to reason, who would willingly enter such fire to slumber? On the other hand, one cannot presume to understand another's thoughts. We are human. The intricacies of a phoenix's mind elude our grasp, Jiang acknowledged. While I may not comprehend him fully, I do grasp the mindset of those who practice physical cultivation. My tone may be gentle, yet I am resolute, though I am but an ordinary human. The obsessions of martial artists are universal. As I previously stated, one must scrutinize the details closely. Upon concluding her thoughts, Jiang lifted a telescope and gestured toward the distance. Look at the man's back. At her urging, both Fat Wei and Chen Zhi raised their telescopes to peer ahead. It was then they discerned, beyond the flames, a remarkably long blade affixed to the man's back. Although the weapon bore an odd shape, resembling a massive claw, its edges were undeniably sharp and securely attached to his form. That is his habit, Jiang remarked, her gaze fixed on the blade. The manner in which a person sleeps often reflects their nature. This individual places great importance on his weapon, keeping it close even in slumber. This signifies his reverence for martial arts. He is a consummate practitioner of physical cultivation. As practitioners of martial arts, we share a profound realization. Though we may appear taciturn on the surface, our hearts brim with unwavering dedication. If we hold a belief dear, we shall fight for it relentlessly throughout our lives, facing death rather than retreating. Should the lifelong tenets we uphold be shattered, we might find ourselves teetering on the brink of despair. Thus, the authenticity of the Western Qi boundary remains a taboo subject for successive leaders. To broach it is to commit a grave offense. I ponder, if I were this phoenix, inheriting a mandate from my ancestors and executing this command for over 5 millennia, such a decree would have long since transformed into a matter of faith. And should this faith be broken, even if consumed by flames, I would not permit anyone to unveil my truth. Alas, the words spoken by Jiang left Fat Wei utterly astounded. Impressive indeed. One cannot deny the cultural depth of the red-belted warriors. I never anticipated you possessed such insights, conjuring so much in an instant. This is an essential quality for all warriors. Jiang turned to Fat Wei and remarked, as a warrior, mere offensive prowess is insufficient. One must also possess intellect. It is crucial to assess the complete state of the adversary ahead, to fathom their inner thoughts, for only then can victory be achieved. Indeed, Fat Wei nodded vigorously, his head bobbing like a rattledrum. However, the pressing issue remains. Even if we recognize that this uncle has lost his sanity, what can we do? A madman is even more challenging to negotiate with. I doubt he would even spare his daughter's regard. In accordance with the rules of combat, Jiang gazed ahead and declared, those who practice martial arts value fairness. We, who have honed our physical techniques, adhere to the regulations of dueling. For instance, a combatant wielding a weapon should not assault an unarmed opponent, as that would be an unjust victory. Similarly, if one possesses magical abilities, they should refrain from employing such powers against an equally skilled martial artist who lacks such capabilities. Oh my goodness, this is rather profound, Fat Wei stammered, feeling bewildered. After all that you've said, what is your point? I find myself increasingly confused. My intent is quite straightforward, Jiang replied, her gaze fixed upon the roaring flames. In this realm, he will respect the rules. However, if his rules are violated, the consequences are beyond imagination. These rules are not his to dictate. Chen Zhi also regarded the man engulfed in flames and remarked, this is a furnace that can heat up in an instant. My strength is rendered ineffective here. While his power could swiftly claim our lives, this is manifestly unjust. We cannot awaken him. We must seek alternative means to retrieve the imperial edict. Once we have it in hand, we will depart immediately. If combat is necessary, it must wait until we are outside. Do you possess the certainty of victory once we leave? Jiang turned back to Chen Zhi. Upon hearing this inquiry, Chen Zhi hesitated to respond. He wished to articulate something, yet as he gazed into the relentless blaze, he ultimately remained silent. In the ensuing moments, the group began devising a strategy to extract the imperial edict from the corpse's grasp without disturbing the phoenix amidst the flames. The phoenix indeed appeared to be in slumber, its fiery lamp swaying rhythmically every 2 seconds. Flames danced within the fire, yet it remained utterly still. Although the visage was somewhat obscured, its eyes remained firmly shut. Chen Zhi had previously assessed the aura behind this creature. It was completely engulfed by the raging flames, leaving him unable to ascertain its magnitude. Alarmingly, this aura was in a state of utter chaos. Typically, a living being's aura, whether human, animal, or even divine, exhibits a semblance of rationality. This implies that a normal aura comprises numerous structured regions. The more rational the being, the more defined these areas are. However, the aura of this phoenix was entirely disordered, with rationality barely discernible. It seemed that Ji Ying's earlier assertion was indeed correct. This formidable phoenix emperor had perhaps succumbed to madness due to overwhelming stimuli. Thus, confronting such a frenzied yet immensely powerful phoenix without awakening it was undoubtedly the wisest course of action. Chen Zhi swiftly discerned a flaw. As the lamp swayed side to side, a fist-sized aperture materialized on either the left or right of the barrier. This indicated that for those fleeting 2 seconds, a gap existed in the shield. Should one manage to slip through this opening, they could retrieve the Imperial Edict. Under normal circumstances, this task would be exceedingly simple for Chen Zhi. A sticky stream of energy could be dispatched through the gap to ensnare the edict from the corpse's grasp, allowing for its retrieval. However, within this fiery domain, spells were rendered ineffective, and his energy streams could not penetrate. Most critically, their opportunity was singular. Once they entered this blazing circle and touched the charred body, the phoenix would likely awaken. At that point, the temperature would surge rapidly, akin to a microwave being activated. They could not afford a moment's hesitation. They had to flee swiftly, lest they be reduced to cinders. At that moment, Jiang suddenly declared, "Chief, craft a bow for me. I shall shoot down the decree." Upon hearing Jiang's words, both Fat Wei and Chen Zhi were momentarily perplexed. Fat Wei expressed his confusion plainly, his eyes widening as he scrutinized Jiang. "Sister, you cannot be serious. I know you possess talent, but this realm is not one that can be resolved merely by skill. You propose to shoot an arrow? Let us set aside whether you can hit the target. Even if you could shoot with unerring accuracy, arrows travel in straight lines. How could you possibly navigate around that mad phoenix to strike the decree behind it? Can you bend the arrow's path?" "The arrow is indeed capable of curving," Jiang replied, gazing at the massive copper pillar amidst the flames, her voice calm and assured. "You need not worry. I have trained in archery since childhood and can hit my mark every time. Moreover, I can direct the arrow to circumvent the phoenix and strike the copper pillar. However, a dilemma presents itself. My arrow can only be released. A process that is irrevocably unidirectional, yet I cannot summon it back. Do not underestimate the complexity of this matter." As Jiang spoke, her gaze was fixed upon the phoenix engulfed in flames, her brow furrowed in concentration. That phoenix is by no means a mere gift. Once the arrow penetrates his realm, he will instantly become aware and retaliate, a fundamental reflex of a martial adept. We must conceal the arrow and then draw it back silently. Otherwise, should the phoenix become agitated, even with a mere flex of its fingers, the temperature in this mountain will rise precipitously. At that point, the imperial decree may be obliterated and our lives extinguished. Indeed, upon hearing Ji Ying's words, Pang Wei placed his hand upon his chin, nodding sagely. "What then shall we do? I had contemplated whether it might be feasible to tether a rope to the arrow, but it appears utterly impractical. Once it enters, it would be incinerated and inevitably discovered. We must devise a method to infiltrate undetected. Then let us conceal the arrow." Chen Zhi, who had been listening intently to Ji Ying, finally spoke. "A material entity cannot render itself invisible without the power of sorcery. However, the realm ahead does not permit the use of magic. If I were to recklessly employ sorcery, it would only yield counterproductive results. What we require now is a force that transcends witchcraft, yet possesses the ability to obscure objects. It is akin to the doppelganger technique of the cold monkey, unimpeded by any external forces, a natural talent." As Chen Zhi pondered this, he lowered his gaze, seemingly on the verge of a significant decision. Eventually, he raised his eyes to Ji Ying and Pang Wei, stating, "It appears we must enlist the assistance of an old acquaintance. This old friend was once quite unfriendly towards us. I shall summon him shortly, upon his arrival. Do not be alarmed." After uttering these words, Chen Zhi stepped back, crossed his hands, pinched his tiger-esque mouth together, closed his eyes, and silently recited an incantation. Instantly, crimson runes materialized at his tiger's mouth. In a heartbeat, a dense, pitch-black mist enveloped the space, akin to ink being splashed within the atmosphere. Moments later, tendrils of black flames suddenly erupted from the air, filling the atmosphere with a pungent sulfuric odor that rendered the surroundings eerily reminiscent of hell itself. After a brief interval, these black flames coalesced, gradually settling into a corner, forming a shadowy figure. This figure was clad in an oversized robe, a voluminous hood obscuring its face and form. Its body hunched, and its head grotesquely inclined downward. With a fabricated hand, it gently lifted the hood, revealing a pallid visage and an extraordinarily luminous pair of eyes. "Chief Chen, do you seek my assistance?" Upon witnessing this dark figure, Peng Wei and Ji Ying were taken aback. Ji Ying swiftly drew her long blade and retreated several steps, crouching low, her gaze sharp and poised for combat. The individual who has arrived is none other than Mo, the son of Fengdu from times past. The current scene is indeed beyond imagination. The grudges between them and the Dark Division are far too numerous to recount. The organization has seen countless valiant warriors perish at the hands of the Dark Division. And dear friends like Mu He and Sanzi have also met their untimely demise due to their machinations. Peng Wei has lost many relatives to this son of Fengdu. And upon Mo's appearance, his teeth ground together in hatred, wishing to leap forward in fury. However, they are acutely aware of Mo's formidable power. Ji Ying felt every hair on her body stand on end, poised to take action. Yet Chen Zhi gestured for them to remain calm, assuring them, as I mentioned earlier, he is now my ally. I summoned him for assistance. There is no need for alarm. Orange, you cannot be serious. Peng Wei, upon seeing Mo, was gripped by fear. Trembling as he pointed a shaking finger at him, then glanced at Chen Zhi. How could you ally yourself with such a fiend? Have you forgotten what he truly is? Are you under some kind of enchantment? I have noticed something peculiar about you these past few days. I suspect you may be possessed. Even if such beings exist, they cannot possess me. Chen Zhi replied earnestly, locking eyes with Peng Wei. Circumstances can change. We must adapt to the situation. I have already expressed my intention to cooperate with all available forces. I have made a pact with him and forged an alliance. Now, in our time of need, his strength can aid us. What kind of pact? Ji Ying inquired, her eyes glimmering as she scrutinized Chen Zhi. Reveal it so I may discern its authenticity. At this moment, Mo bared his sharp teeth, his demonic visage as terrifying as ever. Chief Chen, it appears you have not mentioned my new acquaintance to them. Allow me to clarify, Mo stated, his large, radiant eyes fixating on Ji Ying. I have made a rather intriguing agreement with the new leader of the Jiang clan. The terms are as follows. We shall seek the true identity of Jiang Li. Should he prove to be irredeemably wicked, our alliance will cease. I would assist the queen of the underworld in annihilating this world, watching as you perish slowly in the fires of hell. However, if he is indeed wronged, I shall relinquish my hatred and distance myself from this world. Regardless of whether it faces destruction in the future, I shall not intercede nor oppose your Western Qi. Is he speaking the truth? Ji Ying scrutinized Chen Zhi's expression intently. Indeed, my lovely warrior. Mo chuckled, directing his gaze at Ji Ying. We have sworn a divine oath regarding this pact. You see, once our vow is uttered, it becomes unbreakable. As he spoke, Mo slowly raised his other hand, revealing it adorned with crimson runes, identical to those on Chen Zhi's. These were the marks of their divine oath. Very well, Mo grinned ominously once more. Until this oath is fulfilled, I remain your ally. What say you? Do you require my assistance? Chapter 440. The Divine Archery. The brief stalemate lasted only a fleeting moment before the atmosphere returned to normalcy. In the current scenario, there was no time to dwell on past grievances. The intentions of Yamo had been made abundantly clear. He was indeed here to assist, albeit with ulterior motives. Nonetheless, given the present circumstances, they truly required the support of this ally. As time progressed, Ji Ying began to prepare to utilize her bow and arrow to shoot down the sacred decree held by the corpse. This was no simple endeavor. Chen Zhi estimated that the box containing the decree was crafted from the finest ores, impervious to ordinary arrows. Fortunately, the divine whip in Chen Zhi's possession surpassed that level. Ideally, it could pierce the surface of the box and ensnare it. Subsequently, as long as Yamo employed his talent to retrieve the arrow, the plan would be accomplished. Ji Ying then sought several vantage points to measure the distance to the copper pillar ahead. This was fundamentally a task fraught with impossibility. The flickering flame revealed the aperture for only 2 seconds at a time, and it was scarcely the size of a fist. Ji Ying needed to accurately shoot the arrow into the invisible opening and, before the arrow approached the Phoenix Emperor, make it curve and strike the sacred decree behind him. This seemingly incredible task was now set to commence. Unable to see the transparent barrier, Jiang was blind to the gaps within the shield. However, Chen Zhi could discern them. He conjured a luminous airflow and formed it into a circle in the air, positioned at the site of the opening. Each time the flame flickered, the aperture would be exposed for 2 seconds. Chen Zhi then summoned the divine whip from his palm, transforming it back into its bow and arrow form at his will. The appearance of this bow and arrow was nothing short of magnificent, shimmering with silver light. Its deep and weighty structure tapering to sharp ends, exuding an ethereal aura as if it were a divine hand reaching into the heavens. Jiang grasped the resplendent bow and arrow, testing her aim at the designated spot. Chen Zhi observed as wisps of white smoke rose from her hand gripping the bow. The divine whip itself possessed a spirit, a proud artifact reluctant to be wielded by mortals. It seared Jiang's skin. Yet, she showed no signs of faltering. She drew the bowstring, and, once she had aligned her aim, nodded to Chen Zhi in affirmation. Upon hearing Jiang was ready, Fat Wei turned to glance at Yamo, lurking in the shadows. Well, it's your turn. What do you plan to do? Are you going to become a rope tied to the arrow, or something else? Fire. We must confront it with fire. Yamo opened his toothy mouth, a wicked smile spreading across his face. But my flames will differ from yours. You shall witness it shortly. However, let me make it clear. Once I extract the arrow, I shall take my leave. Whatever transpires thereafter is your fate. I shall not interfere. Moreover, I do not believe you will survive. What do you mean? Chen Zhi gazed at Yamo with a cold demeanor. You underestimate him, Yamo asserted, pointing with his artificial hand at the man with closed eyes amidst the flames. That mad phoenix is far more formidable than you realize. He is the legitimate son of Bygone, and I am well aware of his father's notorious temper. It is said that in moments of frenzy, his father could peck out the eyes of the divine emperor. Madness is indeed a tradition in their family. Given a choice, I would rather not be his enemy. Upon hearing Yamo's words, Chen Zhi fell into a prolonged silence before nodding gravely. Understood. Once you obtain the imperial edict, you may depart. Do not concern yourself with us. You have not broken your promise. In the ensuing moments, Jiang instructed Chen Zhi and Fat Wei to step back, creating a secluded space. She positioned herself at the center, seeking the optimal angle, drawing the silver bowstring high, aiming the arrow at the corpse upon the bronze pillar. This bow, fashioned from the god-slaying whip, bore considerable weight, rendering it impossible for an ordinary person to wield. Furthermore, the weapon exhibited an air of arrogance. When Jiang grasped it, it resisted her, burning her hands in protest. Yet, Jiang remained steady. After smoothly drawing the bow, she gently guided the arrow's tail past her ear, aligning the gleaming arrowhead with her eyes, and softly closed her eyelids. She began to regulate her breathing, merging the arrow's essence with her own rhythm, allowing each heartbeat to resonate with the weapon. Gradually, the god-slaying whip ceased its resistance, harmonizing with her every breath. Then, amidst her inhalations, the silver arrow was suddenly released with a swift whoosh. All breaths were held in suspense as Chen Zhi fixated on the arrow, watching it soar through the air. The arrow's velocity was astounding, streaking forth like a meteor, effortlessly passing through the transparent opening. Simultaneously, Yamo was engulfed in a surge of black flames, vanishing in an instant. A plume of black smoke followed closely behind the arrow, trailing it like a tether. As the arrow successfully traversed the barrier and approached the Phoenix Emperor, every heart fluttered in trepidation. Chen Zhi himself harbored no absolute certainty regarding this plan. He had never witnessed an arrow capable of turning. Whether Jiang's shot would succeed remained uncertain. Yet one truth was clear. Should they fail, they would all be consumed by the raging flames. Miraculously, the arrow, which had flown straight, indeed curved mid-flight, as if performing a dance, tracing an arc through the air while navigating around the fire. It headed directly toward the bronze pillar, ultimately striking with a resounding impact, piercing the elongated box and embedding itself in the corpse. Splendid. Chen Zhi silently recited a phrase, and in the next instant, the black flames behind the arrow transformed into a formidable force, akin to a black hand, swiftly pulling the box back from the corpse's grasp and returning it at an astonishing speed. If one were to describe that velocity, it would rival even the legendary Ghost Blade. As the black flames traversed the roaring inferno, they vanished without a trace, shrouded in silence. In stark contrast to the consuming flames, these black flames resembled a temperatureless fire of death, completely concealing the arrow and the box, leading them out of the barrier. In this lightning-fast moment, the arrow flew back to Chen Zhi. Upon its return, the arrow, glowing a vivid red from the heat, burst into a cloud of silver dust and vanished. The box containing the imperial edict fell into Chen Zhi's hands. Chapter 441. The divine presence of the Phoenix Emperor. As the edict landed in Chen Zhi's grasp, the black flames instantly dissipated. Yamo had indeed vanished without so much as a farewell, just as he had asserted. Yamo's disappearance served as a harbinger of impending danger, alerting the seasoned warriors. For their sensitivity to peril had long been ingrained into their very nerves. They did not dare to glance back, nor did they check if the man within the flames had opened his eyes. Their immediate response was to dash swiftly along the path they had taken. Fat Wei, meticulous by nature, had scattered glowing powder along their route. This luminescent dust shimmered in the darkness, forming a radiant trail ahead, effectively guiding them. They began to sprint along this glowing path. Their pace was so swift that there was no time for breath. They exchanged no words, running in silence, only catching glimpses of their companions out of the corner of their eyes, ensuring none were lost to the shadows. This frantic sprint lasted nearly 5 minutes. Yet the heat behind them did not intensify. Nevertheless, they did not relent, fully aware that Yamo had not exaggerated. The phoenix engulfed in flames was far more terrifying than they had imagined. They continued to race forward, with Jiang naturally outpacing them. Yet she maintained a careful distance behind Chen Zhi, ready to provide support. Just as they neared the exit, a flash of crimson descended from above, and suddenly, the entire world was engulfed in red. The intensity overwhelmed their cerebral cortex, rendering their vision momentarily void. The rapidity of it all surpassed their cognitive processing. Instantly, everyone halted, shielding their eyes, and once their vision cleared, they looked ahead, only to find their hearts stilled. Before them stood a figure, ablaze in fiery red. The figure before them was engulfed in flames, the dazzling light rendering his facial features and countenance invisible. He appeared as if a being of transparent glass, scorched by the intense heat of the fire. Adorned in a crimson robe, his head bowed, he grasped a flaming lantern in his arms. In this inferno, he resembled a celestial being ablaze, emanating an immense aura that was both overwhelming and awe-inspiring. This boundless, sun-like energy exuded a tremendous force, pressing upon each individual, invoking an instinctive urge to kneel and beseech for mercy. None dared to lift their gaze to behold the true visage of this divine entity. It was none other than the man they had glimpsed amidst the flames, the Phoenix Emperor. Experiencing the Phoenix Emperor up close was profoundly shocking, akin to standing at the edge of a volcanic crater. In the next heartbeat, Chen Zhi witnessed the Phoenix Emperor slowly raising his face, finally revealing his features. Amidst the fierce blaze, Chen Zhi beheld a visage of flawless beauty, complemented by elongated, exquisite eyes. Those eyes were breathtaking in their elegance, resembling the graceful form of a phoenix, truly the most beautiful shape in existence. Within those elongated eyes, Chen Zhi discerned pupils of a brilliant golden hue, swirling with intense flames. These were the eyes of a divine being. Retreat, Jiang instinctively shouted, urging everyone to fall back. Yet, she quickly realized that such a retreat was utterly impossible. The path behind them had transformed, akin to a steel pipe heated to its limit. They watched in disbelief as the earth began to glow red from afar. Before they could fully comprehend, the surroundings became unbearably scorching. Their work attire emitted frantic sounds as the metallic fibers started to melt. It felt as though they were ensnared within a colossal furnace, on the brink of being reduced to ash. Suddenly, the majestic phoenix emitted a sharp cry. Its fiery yellow eyes widened, tilting its head as it fixed its gaze upon Chen Zhi. After a mere second of that penetrating stare, it threw back its neck and let out a thunderous call to the heavens. Caw, caw, caw. The shrillness of its cry transcended the limits of human vocalization, causing the very mountains to tremble. All present felt the ground shake as if the earth itself were fracturing, their minds teetering on the edge of collapse. Chen Zhi felt as though his brain might burst from the sheer intensity of the sound. This noise possessed an extraordinary potency, capable of shattering the nerves of all living beings. At that moment, Chen Zhi comprehended the gravity of Yamo's words. They had severely underestimated the Phoenix Emperor. Warriors of Shiqi, let us confront the Phoenix Emperor. Jiang suddenly knelt on one knee upon the searing ground. The temperature was excruciatingly high, the earth nearly melting beneath them. As she knelt, the fabric of her attire made contact with the ground, emitting a crackling sound as plumes of smoke arose. I am a warrior from Shichi. I have long heard of the Phoenix Emperor's mastery of martial arts and have come to seek enlightenment. However, I must first escort my family leader to safety, which poses some inconvenience. I kindly ask the Phoenix Emperor to await me momentarily. Once I have ensured the leader's safety, I shall return. If the warriors of the West Qi were to be defeated by the Phoenix Emperor and left to his mercy, there would be no grievances. After Jiang uttered these words, she bowed her head and, with hands clasped in reverence, formally declared her challenge. The atmosphere became instantly palpable. Everyone stood in silence, pondering the significance of Jiang's actions. In the realm of humanity, such behavior might seem laughably naive. No one would resort to such delays, nor would anyone allow their adversary to depart for such a reason. Yet, curiously, upon Jiang's declaration, the phoenix ceased its cries. It gradually lowered its neck, its amber eyes glistening as they fixed upon Jiang. Chen Zhi observed with clarity the erratic movement of its three pupils. Sensing the chaos within the phoenix's mind, it was in a frenzied state. Nevertheless, despite this turmoil, the aura emanating from the phoenix began to diminish. The ground grew cooler, the searing heat receding as the surroundings returned to tranquility. Jiang remained kneeling on one leg, silently challenging the Phoenix Emperor without uttering another word. Everyone held their breath, anxiously awaiting the outcome, fearful that the phoenix might suddenly unleash its fury upon Jiang or incinerate them all. Then, unexpectedly, the phoenix slightly bowed its head and acknowledged Jiang with a nod. In an instant, it vanished like an extinguished flame. "Oh no, what are you waiting for? Run!" exclaimed Peng Wei, whose reaction was the swiftest. He forcefully patted Chen Zhi's back and tugged at Jiang, then dashed away. The others quickly followed suit, racing towards the exit. The cave's mouth loomed close as they sprinted and leaped outside onto solid ground. In the distance, they spotted Jiang Li leaning against a rock, craning her neck anxiously in their direction. Upon seeing her, Peng Wei immediately shouted through the wireless, "Sister, don't look back. Keep running forward. If you hesitate, your father will regret it and will be doomed." Chapter 442. Escaping to safety. Peng Wei's voice was thunderous, clear over the wireless. Jiang Li, either gripped by fear or profoundly terrified of the Phoenix Emperor, sprang into action like a marble shot from a slingshot, darting in the opposite direction. The path they had taken had been rendered a straight line by Chen Zhi's power, offering a clear view ahead. Thus, they pressed on without pause, fleeing at remarkable speed. Despite lacking formal combat training, Peng Wei exhibited extraordinary potential in times of peril, running as if a rabbit had been stepped on its tail, even surpassing the trained warriors. Meanwhile, Jiang appeared the least perturbed, trailing behind the group, frequently glancing back, as if something behind her held her unwavering concern. At last, she softly murmured into the void, "There is no need to run so hastily. He will not pursue us. If he truly wished to chase, we would not be able to escape." Although Jiang appeared remarkably composed, her words did not resonate with the group, particularly with Jiang Li, who manifested an exquisite display of fear, pressing forward without a glance back, her arms extending like wings as she began to soar forward at an alarming speed, seemingly desperate to flee from that place. In this frantic dash, they swiftly departed from that peculiar realm. Upon witnessing the shattered barrier, they found its surface cloaked in chaos, resembling a permeable shadow wall. One by one, they leaped through, and the temperature plummeted, their uniforms ceasing their frantic cacophony. They returned once more to the stone chamber of Xian. Upon their return, the harrowing sense of oppression and imminent danger dissipated. The ancient and tranquil aura of the royal city extinguished their fear. It was only then that they regained their composure. For the sensation of being on the brink of death was truly indescribable, especially upon encountering the Phoenix Emperor. The sheer magnitude of such a transcendent being profoundly shook each soul present. To stand in proximity to an ancient deity of such stature rendered humanity feel as insignificant as ants. To claim one was unafraid would be a falsehood. Moreover, that immense aura, akin to raging flames, left Chen Zhi with lingering trepidation, a true embodiment of the fiery essence of the ancient god. While fleeing, Chen Zhi had indeed contemplated the disparity of power between himself and the Phoenix Emperor, estimating the odds of victory. Yet, if given a choice, he would prefer never to confront such an adversary. This must be safe. Upon returning to the stone chamber, Fat Wei gasped for breath and exclaimed loudly. As though he were on the brink of collapse, he had sprinted the lengthy path at an accelerated pace of 800 li, a feat that would exhaust even a horse. Now, as he regained his composure, he could no longer endure. Clutching his heart, he found a stone bench and plopped down, panting heavily. Jiang Li, having been thoroughly terrified, now lay on the ground, her arms curled around herself like small wings, her head nestled within, gasping for air like a frightened bird. Chen Zhi, too, felt his body weaken from the exertion. His legs cramped and his heart raced uncontrollably. He pressed his hand against his chest, seeking a place to sit and striving to regulate his breath, attempting to soothe his racing heart. Among them, Jiang appeared to be the most composed. She approached Chen Zhi and observed him silently as he began to calm. After a span of several minutes, Chen Zhi's complexion improved somewhat, and Jiang smiled. "Leader, let us unveil that divine decree. We must see its contents." "Why the haste?" Chen Zhi responded, perplexed by Jiang's request. "Let us discuss it after we exit. The situation here is unstable. It would be prudent to find a suitable moment outside to examine this crucial decree. Please, let us open it." With a serene smile, Jiang remarked, "Allow me to glimpse the divine emperor's decree, for it was I who shot it down. Thus it is also my merit. After all, the authentic relics of the Fushi clan are not something everyone has the privilege to behold. I yearn to witness it in this lifetime. Otherwise, I fear I may never have another opportunity." Upon hearing Jiang's words, Chen Zhi was immediately engulfed by an unsettling premonition. Yet, he refrained from inquiring further or saying anything more, simply acquiescing to Jiang's request to retrieve the box. The stone box gleamed with a lustrous sheen. Crafted from exceptionally pure materials, featuring a minuscule hole in the center, the result of the arrow's strike. Its structure was remarkably simple, reminiscent of many ancient boxes, with an edge that served as a latch, poised at the opening mechanism. A slight tug would cause the lid to spring open effortlessly. As the lid popped open, a dazzling layer of sand was revealed, captivating the gaze with its brilliance. This sand was, in truth, fragments of gemstones, glowing with an iridescent shimmer that filled the interior of the box. Chen Zhi had encountered such preservation methods in ancient texts. It was a venerable way to safeguard documents. In a time long past, devoid of technology and preservation techniques, important documents and divine scriptures existed, yet were easily susceptible to damage. Thus, a method emerged in antiquity, wherein vital materials were enclosed within a box, filled with shards of gemstones or precious substances, ensuring the documents remained in optimal condition. Legend has it that when the art of fire descended to the mortal realm, it was originally an unexpected scroll that fell from the heavens. This scroll was housed within a box, and upon its opening, it revealed a glimmering green powder. After extracting the scroll, humanity gained the knowledge of fire control, unlocking the ability to consume cooked food. Chen Zhi hesitated to hastily empty the box. He first poured out a portion of the gemstone fragments, gingerly probing inside, where he seemed to feel the presence of a scroll-like object. He placed both hands inside, maintaining balance, and gradually extracted the scroll from within. This scroll was exceedingly ancient, its design differing from contemporary notions of scrolls. It was predominantly snow-white, as if veiled in fine gossamer. The rod of the scroll was crafted from an exceptionally high-purity control stone, radiating a soft luminescence, encircled by a band of pristine white fabric. The material of this cloth was indiscernible, thick and soft, resembling clouds plucked from the heavens and woven into form. Its purity was so immaculate and sacred that it inspired a sense of reverence, almost forbidding one to touch it. As he prepared to unveil the divine emperor's sacred edict, Chen Zhi's hands trembled involuntarily. From the moment he entered the ancient palace, he had sensed this awakening. His true destiny lay before him. Yet, this destiny might reveal a truth he was unprepared to accept. For so long, Chen Zhi had been in pursuit of this truth, yearning for clarity. Regardless of what transpired 5,000 years ago, he sought to unravel the mystery in its entirety. He did not wish to be manipulated throughout his life, living in obscurity. Yet now, with the truth laid bare before him, he found himself gripped by trepidation. He feared that the reality was even more terrifying than he had imagined, that his bloodline was indeed steeped in sin, and that the true visage of Jiang Li was far more deplorable than what he currently understood. Fat Wei and Jiang Li approached him, fully aware of Chen Zhi's intentions and the potential consequences of his actions. The atmosphere was palpably heavy, charged with an immense aura emanating from the divine decree, a tangible testament to the power of its author. It was the genuine artifact of the divine Emperor Fushi. Chen Zhi held his breath as he slowly unfurled the scroll. The moment the fabric unfolded, rows of blood-red characters illuminated the pristine surface. These were ancient divine inscriptions, and upon reading them, Chen Zhi felt as though his mind had exploded. Chapter 443, The Divine Emperor's Edict First. It is essential to describe the form of these characters. Such unique script had graced Chen Zhi's eyes before. In a secret chamber of the Borjigit family in Mongolia, he had once encountered a piece of cloth detailing the lineage of the Borjigit clan. Though it bore but a few strokes, it was evident that it bore a striking resemblance to the characters before him now. This strongly indicated that the cloth he had seen was indeed inscribed by the hand of the divine Emperor Fuxi, given to the matriarch of the Borjigit ancestors to affirm the identity of his descendants. What lay before him was the authentic edict of the divine emperor, with each line of crimson text constituting a genuine command. These words were profoundly sacred, radiating a unique and formidable aura, steeped in the ancient spiritual essence of Huaxia. As Chen Zhi began to read, he was overwhelmed by this powerful presence, experiencing a sensation akin to dizziness. Perhaps due to the potency of the aura, Fat Wei instinctively retreated several steps, eventually distancing himself significantly. Meanwhile, Jiang Li, upon glimpsing the text, immediately knelt, prostrating himself on the ground, unable to meet the words directly. Yet Chen Zhi, holding this decree, commenced his reading. The script was exceedingly archaic. Perhaps this was the truest form of divine writing, containing structures beyond his comprehension. After perusing the text multiple times, he gradually discerned its overarching message. It appeared to be a reply from the then Emperor Xian of the Shang dynasty, who, through Jiang Li and Shen Gongbao, sought aid from the divine emperor. Emperor Xian lamented that the Tianhu clan had brought chaos to the palace, wreaked havoc upon the world, humiliated the sovereign, and cruelly slaughtered the daughter of the sage. The heavens were enraged, and the people were discontented. Most importantly, the Tianhu clan, in their arrogance, dared to show no reverence to the divine emperor. Thus, he beseeched the divine emperor to issue a decree for the extermination of the Tianhu clan, restoring the divine spirits to their rightful order, venerating the divine emperor, and delivering Emperor Xian from his tribulations. In response to this request, the divine emperor bestowed upon them a decree. However, this reply was not solely directed at him. It was a public edict intended for all the divine beings and humanity across the realm. The imperial edict translates to Mandarin as follows. The decree states, if the celestial fox clan brings calamity and slays the virtuous heirs, they shall be sternly admonished. Thereafter, the empress shall take a subordinate position, honoring the human monarch as the supreme authority. Should the celestial fox clan show disrespect to the divine emperor, valuing themselves above all, they shall be chastised with the divine whip, yet their divine status must not be stripped away. The imperial command must be executed forthwith. If the celestial fox clan dares to defy the divine emperor's will, their progeny shall be exterminated, their divine status revoked, and they confined within the realm of Qingqiu. Currently, the divine whip is entrusted to my great-grandson, LD Jiangshang, granting him the authority to command the deities of the realm. Should anyone dare to oppose, their heads shall be severed, replaced by new bloodlines. After my great-grandson Jiangshang receives this divine authority, he must not misuse it for personal gain, show contempt for divine power, usurp dominion over the world, or assist humanity in seizing control. After my eternal slumber, should Jiangshang dare to wield the divine whip for self-aggrandizement, he would be transgressing against the heavenly order, making him a target for both gods and mortals alike. At that time, the god of the underworld may succeed me, unleashing the fires of the netherworld to consume the mortal realm, thus returning all to the underworld. Should humanity dare to resist, I shall command the beast general Ao Hen to lead an army to annihilate the human royalty and nobility. Henceforth, humanity shall abandon language, with no distinction of nobility nor adherence to marriage rites, reduced to mere beasts. On that day, should the god of the underworld no longer dwell among the living, and lacking a legitimate heir, my descendants shall ascend as the divine emperor. If the direct line is extinguished, the collateral branches may continue, following this order. Thus decreed. The blood-red text concludes here. Following this, there exists a peculiar blank space, marked by a vivid crimson handprint, seemingly inked in fresh blood, as if just stamped. Upon glancing at the handprint, Chen Zhi's heart raced, a unique sensation coursing through his veins. He recognized it as Jiang Zi's handprint, left during his solemn vow to the divine emperor. As Chen Zhi softly recited the text, the air instantaneously became thick with silence, all present rendered mute. Subsequently, the ground began to tremble violently, and wisps of gas surged forth from below. Chen Zhi felt his blood boil, the power of the divine contract igniting within him. The divine generals bound by the contract now sought his permission to emerge. Chen Zhi bit his finger, slashing his arm to invoke the summoning spell, shattering the constraints upon the divine generals. Consequently, clouds of white mist erupted from the ground, with Wu Jia, Hu Na, and Han Hu springing forth. Suddenly, dark clouds gathered overhead, and the sea god transformed into a small black dragon, coiling amidst the mist. Ultimately, it morphed into an ancient figure, long-haired and bearded, clad in a black robe, silently observing from the corner. Master, Wu Jia was the first to voice, his excitement palpable, almost resembling a wail. He knelt fervently, banging his head against the ground until his helmeted head was stained with blood, exclaiming, "Born of humble servitude, my ancestors were virtuous. I was never worthy to stand before you. Yet heaven has favored me, granting me a master as noble as you. Even if I were to be shattered into pieces, I would have no regrets. I am still unable to believe, as if I have misheard the divine proclamation of the emperor. On that day, should the divine monarch no longer dwell among the living and have no legitimate heir, my offspring may ascend to the throne. If the inner lineage is extinguished, the outer lineage may succeed in accordance with this order. According to this decree, it appears that the bloodline of the divine monarch has long since waned, and the king of Fengdu has no legitimate heirs, as you stand as the last of the divine monarch's lineage. Does that not make you the successor of the Fushi clan? Thus, your current status is..." Silence. The sea god, who had remained in the shadows, suddenly bellowed, "Who are you to utter the name of the divine monarch? Such words are beyond your station. Speak with caution, young one." Upon hearing the sea god's thunderous reprimand, Wu Jia dared not utter another word. He curled up like a ball, frozen in place. At that moment, the sea god unexpectedly bowed deeply and prostrated on the ground, performing the most ancient of divine rites, humbling himself to the earth. "Master, we have discerned the divine will you just beheld. I am overwhelmed with joy, yet dare not speak further, nor entertain reckless thoughts. However, if it is true, we are infinitely fortunate. How could there be benevolence under the throne of the divine monarch? Though we are of lowly origin, we are reborn henceforth. The position of the divine monarch is the apex of all beings, revered by sun and moon, exalted by the cosmos. Master, what use have you for this mortal realm? Abandon it. Ascend to your rightful place." Chapter 444. The God's Council. As the sea god's words fell, Jiang Li crawled eagerly towards the ground, her emotions overwhelming, colorful feathers appearing upon her neck and cheeks. She clutched Chen Zhi's leg, her voice thick with emotion. "Master, what the sea god has just said is indeed true. I still feel as though I am dreaming, unable to accept the reality of the divine decree. Yet, it is the sacred will of the divine monarch, the supreme authority of heaven and earth, and it is your summons. With this command, none in the realms would dare disobey. You are the legitimate heir to the divine monarch. You now possess an identity of unparalleled nobility. Your feet ought not tread upon the mortal world. I am humble, yet I am fortunate to serve at your side, willing to devote my life to you. I urge you to forsake this world of humanity. They are not of your kin, and their nature is narrow, selfish, and hypocritical. They are quick to resort to violence at the slightest disagreement. What merit is there in them? Abandon Shichi. Master, do not listen to their insincere flattery. Ascend to the throne of the divine monarch and revive the entire divine lineage. This is your true destiny." Upon finishing her words, Jiang Li climbed up Chen Zhi's leg, her eyes shimmering with tears, filled with adoration akin to gazing upon the sun. "The position of the divine monarch. It is a dream I would not dare to imagine. Look at the divine generals under your command, Wu Jia, Han Hu, and the sea god. Most possess the blood of beast men. Even if they have been elevated to new deities, their humble origins cannot be concealed, and the blood they bear will always draw attention. Should you ascend as the divine monarch, we shall all be the foremost among the righteous gods, and who would dare question us? Even their offspring are divine beings, as if they have undergone a transformation. My lord, henceforth, allow this servant to attend to you, to bear children for you, and give birth to divine heirs. This resplendence is all for you." Upon the conclusion of Jiang Li's words, All the divine generals knelt, overwhelmed with excitement, some even weeping tears of joy. Chen Zhi understood that deities are unlike mortals. Their lifespans are exceedingly long, thus they place great importance on their status. The title of Divine Emperor truly has the power to alter everything for them. In Chen Zhi's mind, this was a notion he had never even dared to contemplate. To claim that he was not tempted by such a sacred position would indeed be disingenuous. Yet the reality before him was astonishingly delightful. Should Chen Zhi ascend to the throne as Divine Emperor, the world that would follow would undoubtedly transform into an entirely new chapter. His heart raced violently, and he felt an overwhelming surge of emotion, his lips trembling as he struggled to articulate his thoughts. Suddenly, he sensed another gaze upon him, a gaze distinctly human. Chen Zhi immediately raised his head to seek out Pang Wei and Jiang. Pang Wei had, from the onset, distanced himself considerably, seemingly intent on maintaining a separation from all the divine offspring present. Upon hearing Jiandi's proclamation, he retreated even further. For reasons unknown, Chen Zhi felt as though Pang Wei had ventured an unfathomable distance away to a place beyond his reach. At that moment, Pang Wei's features became indistinct, his visage fading from clarity. Jiang appeared even more peculiar. Having heard the divine edict, the words of the divine generals, and Jiandi's plea, she said nothing. Instead, she wore a faint smile and took slow steps backward. When Chen Zhi noticed her, he realized she had returned to the chaotic boundary. Beyond that wall lay the space where the Phoenix Emperor resided. What are you doing? Chen Zhi's heart ached, and he cast a wary glance at Jiang. Congratulations. I know you are remarkable. I just never anticipated you would be this extraordinary. Jiang smiled softly, continuing her retreat. I ask you, what is your intention? Answer me. Chen Zhi raised his voice, his gaze piercing as he regarded Jiang with stern intensity. What do you intend to do there? Are you truly contemplating a return? Come here to my side. No. Jiang gently shook her head, and in that moment, a solitary crystalline tear slipped from the corner of her eye. Yet, it was only a single tear. She quickly resumed her smile, her exquisite face radiating beauty akin to a splendid flower blooming for the last time before withering. I must return. The battle promised by the warrior must be fulfilled, or I shall not be worthy of being human. I may not emerge again. Unexpectedly, you remain as distant as ever. Do not. As Jiang spoke, tears streamed down her face once more, resembling flowers weeping in the rain, the peony blushing in shame. Do not forget me. Farewell. After uttering these words, her figure flickered and, with a whoosh, vanished from sight. Don't go. Chen Zhi's fury ignited in an instant, unleashing torrents of electric energy that surged forward, attempting to bring Jiang back. Curiously, however, when those energies collided with the barrier, they rebounded with a series of loud thuds. Observing this, Fat Wei rushed forward, colliding his head forcefully against the barrier in an attempt to breach it. Yet, he was repelled, blood gushing from his head as if he had struck a solid wall. It seemed the barrier was impenetrable. Jiang departed without any prior indication, as steadfast as her character, embarking alone to fulfill her promise to the Phoenix Emperor. This action abruptly awakened Chen Zhi to a harsh reality. Let us not speak of this matter for now. He bellowed at the kneeling deities, then waved his hand, reciting the incantation to summon. Let all depart for now. Without my command, do not mention this to anyone, and do not discuss it in private. Upon finishing his decree, he angrily waved his hand, and clouds of smoke erupted, causing all the deities to disperse except for Jiandi. For reasons unknown, Fat Wei's features suddenly became clear again at that moment. He gazed at Chen Zhi, tentatively parting his lips as if to voice a question, yet hesitated. What is it? What do you wish to say? Chen Zhi called out to Fat Wei. Oh no, nothing. Fat Wei's eyes sparkled as he looked at Chen Zhi, as if his pupils were shrouded in something. I just suddenly feel a bit distant from you, as if I cannot reach you. Do not speak nonsense. Chen Zhi's forehead was etched with prominent veins, his eyes reddened with anger. Stop overthinking. We must devise a way to enter and rescue Jiang. All right. Yes. Fat Wei, upon witnessing Chen Zhi's demeanor, appeared elated. He then furrowed his brow, looking seriously at the wall. I say, Jiang is too stubborn. She could have just run away, but instead, she goes back to fulfill her promise. It is utterly foolish to challenge the Phoenix Emperor alone. We must think of a way to break down this wall. You will never enter. Suddenly, a mass of black flames materialized from thin air. Following this, Yamo's pale visage emerged from the flames. His body, as insubstantial as black smoke, floated down gracefully. I told you, you underestimate that phoenix. Chapter 445. The Devil's Provocation. Mo descended from the sky like a formless black flame, landing lightly on the ground. The flames swiftly enveloped him, gradually revealing his limbs and body, fully manifesting his form before Chen Zhi's eyes. At that moment, Mo appeared more tangible than ever before. I have truly heard something quite intriguing, clan leader Chen. The voice of Mo resonated with a haunting cadence, seemingly mocking. Yet, inexplicably, Chen Zhi discerned an undercurrent of sorrow within that voice, akin to a soul clinging to a frail hope, only to witness its ultimate shattering. Forgive me, but I find myself devoid of any desire to pay homage to the new divine emperor, for I harbor no lingering affection for this world. However, I recently overheard something rather intriguing, matters pertaining to our sacred oath. The imperial edict illuminates that, at the time, the illustrious Fuxi had no intention of allowing Jiang Li to aid humanity. The divine scepter and the authority to bestow divinity were merely lent to him. Yet he betrayed this trust, seizing power for himself. Thus, Jiang Li has transgressed against the celestial order, deceiving both the divine emperor and the denizens of the world. It is no wonder he harbors such fear of my father, offering my mother as a tribute to the nether realm. Her existence was tragically brief, tormented in the underworld, ultimately giving birth to me, her cursed progeny. All of this was in service to the deceit of Jiangshang and GFA. It is little wonder he so fears the Aohen clan, whose descendants have been systematically exterminated throughout history, all under the banner of their obsessive vendetta. Now, can one still claim Jiang Zi's innocence? Can one deny his collusion with Ji Chang of that era in their quest for dominion? There exists no justification left to defend him. Chen Zhi listened silently to Mo's words, his lips trembling as he struggled to articulate a response, yet found himself speechless. Mo spoke the truth. No rationale could be summoned to absolve Jiang Li of his transgressions. He is but a petty man, lusting for power, conspiring with the illegitimate GFA, manipulating the foolish GFA to deceive the divine emperor, ultimately coercing him to consume the flesh of his own legitimate son, only to frame the nine-tailed fox and King Zhou. Everything is laid bare, devoid of any grounds for rebuttal, compounded by all subsequent actions. Jiang Li is devoid of any redeeming quality. At that moment, the previously silent Pang Wei suddenly interjected, "Hey, Mo, do mind your words. How can you still call yourself the new lord of the underworld while indulging in slander? And who exactly are you disparaging? Even those of us lacking in culture know not to speak ill of others in their presence, nor to cast aspersions on their ancestors. For death renders all material concerns void. Jiang Li is no more, so why dwell on his past misdeeds? If you have the audacity, go complain to the King of Hell." Realizing that addressing the offspring of the underworld might be inappropriate, he wiped his face and continued, "In any case, the past is no concern of ours, so refrain from dragging us into it. Even if Jiang Li owes you, we owe you nothing. If you find yourself with idle time, return to your infernal flames and amuse yourself at home. Should you feel benevolent, do us the favor of opening this wall. Our dear Ji Ingmei is currently engaged in a one-on-one duel with the Phoenix. We have no time to waste with your idle chatter. Do not harbor such delusions." Mo turned back to glance at Fat Wei, his large eyes darting about. The Phoenix has long since lost its sanity, yet it remains fully aware. It can grant you passage, knowing that the warrior from West Qi will undoubtedly return to fulfill his promise. Now that it has achieved its goal, it shall not allow any of you to enter. Do you not comprehend the nature of fire? The barrier forged by flames can only be undone by fire itself. Even the most powerful explosives wielded by humanity would fail to breach this shield. But you, Chief Chen, Mo continued, turning once more to Chen Zhi, revealing a mouth full of sharp teeth. Do you recall the vow we made? In front of these humans, I refrained from uttering our final oath. What did you proclaim back then? You would not cling to matters of bloodline, but instead follow your heart, unrestrained by hollow titles, only acting in accordance with what you deemed right. And now, with Jiang Zi's malevolence surpassing even that of my Fengdu spirits, what will you do? Will you continue to aid West Qi? Do you think I am already dead? Fat Wei interjected, desperately seeking to assert his presence. Mo, I knew you harbored no good intentions. You've come here to sow discord. Let me make it clear. Do not attempt to exploit this moment to drive a wedge between us and West Qi. Though our relations with West Qi have soured, it does not mean we are prepared to wallow in your schemes. Moreover, given our bond with West Qi, Reconciliation may be just around the corner. After all, the current leader of West Qi is a sworn brother to our Orange. Is that something you can manipulate? Do you know? All the dark-clad individuals from West Qi have shared drinks, meals, and idle talk with me, even during their baths. Perhaps it was too noisy. For Emo did not turn back to glance at Fatway again. Instead, he merely traced a gentle arc in the air with his finger, and in an instant, Fatway's mouth seemed to be stitched shut, rendering him utterly speechless. Yet he continued to flail about, desperate to influence Chen Zhi's thoughts. In truth, Chen Zhi now found himself in a state of inexplicable dizziness. Perhaps it was due to the divine decree, but his mind was clouded, and the nerves in his brain began to throb painfully once more. Mo's words echoed in his mind, each syllable igniting a fervent response. Consequently, he began to undergo subtle transformations. He could not articulate these changes, but if he were to describe them, they would be a shift in perspective. In the past, he always approached matters through a human worldview, weighing issues against human morals. Now he suddenly felt compelled to evolve, to adopt a perspective that transcended humanity, even to look down upon humans from the pinnacle of the biological hierarchy. In the present moment, everything within the realm of humanity, the once familiar faces and those individuals who once held great significance, has suddenly become rather nebulous and alienated in his heart. The essence of all things no longer seems to carry the weight it once did. Chapter 446, The Incitement of the Demon, Part 2. Chen Zhi's mind was engulfed in turmoil, a sensation akin to an impending mental fracture. As much of his spirit and will slipped beyond his control. It was uncertain when this transformation began, but Chen Zhi felt his resolve had waned. He no longer clung to the notion of what was truly important. He ceased to insist that certain individuals must endure, and in turn, he no longer maintained that the human world was essential for existence. Unbeknownst to him, Emo had completely morphed into a wisp of smoke, drawing near to Chen Zhi. With a ghastly pallor that loomed closely, Chen Zhi seemed to have shed his earlier defenses against him. This son of Fengdu occasionally whispered in his ear, at times as if he were to merge with him. It appeared he had discerned the shifts within Chen Zhi's heart. Cease your thoughts. Embark upon the path you are truly meant to tread. The divine sovereign and the underworld are of the highest celestial lineage. We are the descendants of the three ancient gods, inseparable. You are now the rightful heir, bearing the edict of the divine sovereign. Any force that obstructs you contravenes the heavenly order. If you so desire, I am willing to lend you my support. Abandon humanity. Let us emerge together, annihilating those races that scurry like ants and joining forces with the queen of the underworld to reconstruct our divine lineage. This is our world. Why converse with mere beasts? But they are not beasts. Chen Zhi's voice was faint yet resolute, seemingly the last remnant of his conviction, his ultimate boundary. Who is not a beast? Humanity? Why not? Is it because they have shared bonds with you? In an instant, Emo transformed back into smoke, then swiftly reformed beside Chen Zhi's other ear. Whom do you truly cherish? Those warriors who have befriended you? Your father? Your friends in the mortal realm? Shiqi? Bao Ping? What makes Bao Ping so special? Mo's mouth widened into a sinister grin, revealing sharp teeth. You overestimate him. He is merely a human destined to live a few decades. In the blink of an eye, he shall turn to dust, a fleeting wisp before us. Moreover, do you believe he genuinely cares for your well-being? Do you remember how he treated you outside Phoenix City? He severed all ties with you. He cast you out from Shiqi. The moment interests diverge, he would not hesitate to eliminate you. Such is humanity. Indeed, humanity is truly untrustworthy. A sudden voice echoed within Chen Zhi's mind. This voice was familiar, yet had not graced his ears in quite some time. It was reminiscent of the voice he had heard at the Bai-Shi-Tomb in Wuhou Valley, a voice more divine in nature. At this moment, a voice began to gradually steer his thoughts, seemingly permeating his very worldview. Emo was right. The span of human life is exceedingly brief, fleeting like the ephemeral existence of grass and trees, often concluding within mere decades. Most individuals do not even reach a century, and some are taken from this world after only a few years. Given such a transient existence, why cling so tenaciously to life, pursuing power with fervor? It is akin to a grasshopper, destined to live but a single autumn, vainly aspiring to dominate the world. How absurd! Yet, they are not grasshoppers. I, too, possess a portion of humanity, Chen Zhi silently contended, striving to resist that insidious voice. Then forsake humanity, abandon this human facade, the voice persisted. What is there to cherish in humanity? hypocritical and cunning, filled with deceit, yet astonishingly fragile. Do you recall how they treated you? Your own father deceived your mother, trading bloodline and power, ultimately seeking to ascend to divinity. And those vile, superficial humans, do you remember them? When you were at your lowest, they mocked you, reveling in your misfortune, devoid of any kindness. Humanity is steeped in hypocrisy. Their current friendliness towards you is rooted not in affection, but in your strength. The same goes for Shichi. Do you remember how Bao Ping once made promises to you? And now? Upon invoking Bao Ping and Shichi, Chen Zhi's heart convulsed uncontrollably, a pain long suppressed now surging forth. It was a unique wound, akin to betrayal from something once held in utmost trust. A dagger plunged into his heart. Yet, do you recall how Bao Ping vowed to you? That you would never betray each other, sharing life and death together. And now? Humanity is inherently duplicitous. They only shift with the tides of fortune, forgetting their oaths. No, Shichi is different, Chen Zhi suddenly exclaimed, as if reminding that voice within him not to trespass upon his final bastion. Shichi is different, Bao Ping is different. They are not mere beasts, they are human. They possess principles. They are distinct. What makes them different? Mo, who had been inciting him from the sidelines, suddenly widened his eyes, as if blood had surged to the corners. Do you not realize that Bao Ping now seeks to kill you? Impossible. Chen Zhi reacted swiftly. As if he had never entertained such a notion, Bao Ping would never harm me. Even if he harbors hatred towards me, even if he speaks of killing me, he would never truly lay a hand upon me. If he truly wished for my demise, he would not have returned the artifact to me. That was the past. Things have changed. Mo leaned closer to Chen Zhi, whispering softly, do you not find it strange? Back in Phoenix Valley, he betrayed you at the slightest provocation, granting you no opportunity for explanation. Is he truly such an irrational person? You have harbored doubts, have you not? In truth, he was aware of the divine mandate's existence and its contents long before. Thus, he fears you, fears your quest for knowledge. For he dreads that you might ascend as the divine emperor and usurp his position. Ultimately, it is all for his power. And now, Bao Ping is aware of your presence here. Therefore, he has come as well. This time, his intent is to sever your head. Absolutely not. Chen Zhi's eyes, cast downward, reveal the pulsing veins on his forehead, each throb a testament to his agitation. Do not utter such words. This is unequivocally impossible. Bao Ping would never kill me. Then behold the truth. After Mo spoke, he suddenly floated before Chen Zhi, his hands clasped before his chest, and traced a circular black ring in the air. Instantly, the circle transformed into a three-dimensional form, resembling a crystal ball, within which a vivid image materialized. The depiction was strikingly lifelike, every detail crystal clear. Inside, it was shrouded in darkness, yet upon closer inspection, it revealed the very path they had traversed. A contingent of men was hastily advancing towards the ancient royal palace. Chen Zhi distinctly recognized an individual at the forefront, surrounded and shielded by many, none other than Bao Ping. Behind him marched a procession of warriors from the Shichi, their expressions grave, each wielding a long blade, nimbly navigating over rocks. Upon witnessing the garb of these warriors, Chen Zhi's heart plummeted. It felt as if a bucket of icy water had been poured over his once fervent spirit, leaving him in excruciating pain. For he observed that all the warriors were clad in white mourning garments. Chen Zhi understood the customs of Shichi. Their warriors revered black and abhorred white, rarely donning mourning attire. Even in the event of the old chieftain's demise, only pure black would be worn for the funeral. Yet there exists one scenario wherein white mourning attire would be worn, a situation that had not transpired for 5 millennia, namely when the descendants of the Jiang family rebelled against the ruling clan. When the Ji clan leader issues the highest command to execute the Jiang clan patriarch. Chapter 447. Divine Transformation. Upon witnessing this scene, Chen Zhi's first instinct was to doubt his own eyesight, then to question the authenticity of the image, suspecting it to be an illusion crafted by Mo. However, as a practitioner of sorcery himself, he could discern the distinction between fabricated and genuine images. In an instant, all the blood and energy surged within him, his head throbbing with bulging veins. He swiftly channeled his energy, applying it to his eyes, and scrutinized the view ahead once more. The heart-wrenching spectacle was indeed real, an undeniable truth. At the forefront of the procession stood Asuo and Gui Dao, their expressions resolute, their faces betraying an uncontainable murderous intent. Gui Dao's eyes were bloodshot, his eyelids turned inside out, indicative of the tremendous resolve he had mustered. The warriors trailing behind bore steadfast expressions. Chen Zhi understood them. They were prepared to slay the most significant figure in Shiqi's history. What do you think? I have not deceived you, have I? Mo whispered softly in Chen Zhi's ear. You, too, are adept in sorcery and know I speak no falsehood. This is your bond with humanity. This is the attachment you cannot sever. You regard Bao Ping as a companion. Consider those warriors as your brothers in life and death. Yet ultimately, what do they perceive you as? Human beings are indeed wretched creatures. They incessantly proclaim virtues of benevolence and righteousness. Yet their actions are often more ferocious than those of demons. Their words never align with their deeds. Bao Ping professes a bond of life and death, vowing unwavering loyalty. Yet dare to challenge their throne? Dare to threaten their power? In an instant, they would seek your demise. How tragic, Chen Zhi, that I share blood with you. And yet you place your trust in these ephemeral and shameless beings. How foolish you are. Much like my mother, who, while enduring torment in the underworld, clung to the hope that Jiang Li would come to rescue her. And what became of her? After giving birth to me, her limbs were cruelly shattered by my father. Her eyes gouged out, her body severed and discarded back to the mortal realm. Did Jiang Shang feel remorse? Did GFA feel guilt? No. They persist in reveling upon their thrones, indulging in merriment while wielding authority over the world. It is we who have sacrificed. Chen Zhi, you have been deceived just as my mother was. Awaken from this delusion. As Yama spoke, his entire being was engulfed in a rising fury, the black flames spreading throughout the space. His eyes glowed crimson, an unbounded rage fully consuming Chen Zhi. Divine rule governs the heavens. The celestial path remains untainted. Chen Zhi, you are the heir of the divine emperor. Take up your god-striking whip and join me in vanquishing these hypocritical, treacherous ants. Let us avenge the indignities they have wrought upon us. We, the scions of the divine, should not squander our passions. In that moment, a surge of hot blood erupted from his heart, rushing into Chen Zhi's mind, forcefully seizing his reason. He became utterly unhinged. An unknown force within him ignited a fervor, and he instinctively raised his head towards the heavens and roared. The sound that escaped him was not merely his own. It resonated like that of a colossal beast. Liars. They are all liars. Chen Zhi's sanity crumbled entirely. You have all deceived me, all betrayed me. I never once contemplated rebelling against Shiqi. I vowed to protect you with my life. Yet now, you seek to kill me. Why must you slay me? Why deceive me? Why betray me? Chen Zhi's anguished roar reverberated throughout the space, causing the very heavens to tremble and the earth to quake. This stone chamber, already confined, seemed on the verge of collapse amidst the upheaval. At that moment, Chen Zhi felt a force surge forth from his forehead, a release of all past emotions, all attachments, all dependencies. The sentiments of humanity appeared to sever their ties with him entirely. When he next beheld the world, his eyes glowed a mesmerizing shade of violet, luminous and captivating, as if two celestial bodies illuminated the surrounding darkness. His hands began to morph, elongated nails fracturing forth from his fingertips. His body and visage underwent a tremendous transformation, a mist rising around him. He suddenly sensed that by shedding this human guise, he would emerge from his cocoon, transcending into a new form of existence. What emotions, what promises, are but illusions? In Chen Zhi's mind, this thought raced alongside a voice echoing within him. Those despicable beings, as insignificant as ants, devoid of compassion, let them be utterly annihilated. With a fierce determination, Chen Zhi abruptly turned around, only to realize that his body had inexplicably grown larger. He found himself, akin to a wild beast, gripping the ground with both hands, his back arching high. A tremendous power surged forth from within, an unfathomable strength that he could unleash at will, capable of propelling him away from this place in an instant, obliterating the dust pearl entirely. Then, like a bomb, he could return to the ground, filled with an overwhelming hatred, reducing everyone in Shiqi to mere ashes. Yet, in that moment, his mind briefly faltered, and he glimpsed a vision from his memory. The sky was a deep blue, adorned with drifting white snow, a scene of exquisite beauty, as a woman's silhouette approached along the grand path. This was Chen Zhi's recollection of Qin Yiyang in her final moments. At that time, Qin Yiyang had extracted her heart and offered it to Bao Ping, before succumbing in the snow. Now, standing in this place was Chen Zhi. The same white snow, the same flurry of flakes. However, the woman walking towards him was not Qin Yiyang, but Jiang. Ji Ying approached Chen Zhi, her aristocratic features appearing even more radiant against the backdrop of the snow. She smiled warmly at him, then placed her hand over her heart, her crimson lips uttering the haunting question, "Will you forget me?" After speaking, her hand suddenly sprouted nails, plunging into her own chest, extracting her beating heart with a sickening grace and presenting it to Chen Zhi. Chapter 448. This gruesome scene quelled the uncontrollable flames of rage within Chen Zhi significantly, especially upon seeing Ji Ying's face. The humanity he was on the brink of severing surged back within him. Indeed, emotions are something that one finds difficult to relinquish. Ji Ying's visage evoked countless memories from his past, touching the softest corners of his heart. Not only Ji Ying, but also Gui Dao, Fat Wei, Bao Ping, and old Jin Do. Everything from the past began to unfold before Chen Zhi like a film. Those warm feelings, that genuine trust, had repeatedly rescued him from perilous situations. These were real and indelible. Yet the betrayal remained a stark reality, igniting a searing pain within Chen Zhi's heart, a torment he could not control. The intense desire for vengeance continued to crash within him, pressing against his forehead, ready to erupt at any moment. Suddenly, a series of brief ringing sounds yanked Chen Zhi's consciousness back to reality, causing his rapidly changing body to begin to cool. He recognized that sound all too well. It was the notification from the app used by his father to contact him, calling out his name. The ringing persisted, echoing repeatedly. For reasons unknown, Chen Yang exhibited an unwavering determination this time, even activating the emergency voice summon feature. This was a function they had previously agreed upon, to be employed only in the most critical situations. In this instance, Chen Zhi had no choice but to answer. Otherwise, his father's life might be at stake. Perhaps it was the bond of blood that stirred within him, for Chen Zhi's eyes gradually lost their crimson hue, and his body began to return to normalcy. It seemed that this last vestige of human lineage had temporarily restored his humanity. He gently pressed the wireless switch, activating the application and connecting to his father's call. However, upon speaking, he realized that due to the recent changes in his body, his voice had transformed. "Dad, can it wait a bit? I have matters to attend to." "No, it cannot." Chen Yang's voice was resolute. "There is something I must tell you immediately. We cannot afford to delay." "I know what you wish to say," Chen Zhi replied gravely through the wireless device. "I have always been aware of your ambitions, and I know your desires. Perhaps today, those desires shall come to fruition." "That is not what I intend to discuss." Chen Yang's tone grew urgent, as if he were already aware of the circumstances unfolding on this end. His voice softened, nearing a plea. "Xiaozhi, I need to share something of great importance with you. It concerns your mother. Will you allow me to finish?" Upon hearing the mention of his mother, Chen Zhi fell silent once more. At that moment, he felt an overwhelming fatigue, the tumultuous blood coursing through him like an unquenchable flame. The current situation left him little inclination to absorb excessive information. Yet, the mention of his mother was a different matter. At any time, Chen Zhi would carve out a moment for her. "Then speak quickly," he urged through the device. At that juncture, he heard Chen Yang begin to recount matters pertaining to his mother. "Son, I believe I have discerned the prophecy. I also surmise what you are currently engaged in. You may find it hard to believe, but I truly have figured it out. During the previous moments, I felt an exhilarating rush, believing my son had attained everything. Through our bloodline, I too would inherit all: immortal flesh, supreme power, and boundless strength. I might even become a god." The elation was overwhelming, driving me to the brink of madness. However, an hour later, I suddenly felt an emptiness engulf me. Perhaps this is what is known in psychology as the loss effect. When one desires to achieve a goal fervently, upon its sudden realization, one may experience a profound sense of hollowness. Yet, it is precisely during such moments that the mind is most lucid. In that brief interval, I recalled many things about your mother, details I had previously overlooked. "Enough, Dad. I truly cannot bear to hear this right now." Chen Zhi found it impossible to entertain his father's reminiscences at such a crucial juncture. However, this time Chen Yang was remarkably insistent. "Isn't your divine lineage a final commitment? You promised to let me speak uninterrupted, so please allow me to continue. Back then, your mother appeared so innocent and naive. Meanwhile, my thoughts were consumed with how to deceive him and how to acquire his bloodline. I always believed I could effortlessly anticipate her thoughts and manipulate her actions, thinking myself quite clever. Yet, in retrospect, I realize how foolish I truly was. Your mother, however, was not as she seemed at that time. Chen Zhi silently listened to his father's words, feeling a pang of sorrow in his heart, and chose not to interrupt, allowing him to continue. At that inopportune moment, Chen Yang began to recount his romantic experiences from his youth. In those days, I was indeed a favored child of fortune, the brightest star in school, admired by both teachers and classmates alike. The research projects I undertook were daunting even for my instructors, while your mother was merely an ordinary student. She gazed at me with such adoration, her gentle eyes never uttering a word beyond the necessary, which instilled in me a peculiar sense of accomplishment. Yet, I was unable to truly see her. We would dine together in the cafeteria, study in the library, and watch films side by side. I would weave clever little lies, oblivious to the subtleties that surrounded me. Reflecting on those details now, I suspect your mother was aware of my intentions from the very beginning, yet she never exposed me. Now that she is gone, I can only revisit her in my memories, only to discover that she was truly beautiful, not merely in a superficial sense, but a beauty that radiated from within. I recall her knitting sweaters for me, the way her hand rested on my neck, the warmth of her smile, each moment a radiant sunbeam. I often think that had I taken our relationship seriously, our story would have unfolded quite differently. Therefore, my past mistakes were, in essence, a form of selective error. Let us postpone this discussion for another time, Chen Zhi interjected, having lost interest in hearing his father's love story under the current circumstances. Yet, at that moment, his father uttered the most significant statement. Son, you still do not grasp my meaning. I have shared all this to convey one fundamental truth. We live in this world independently, perceiving no entangling forces around us. Thus, we believe ourselves to be free, thinking that all our decisions stem from our own volition. But do you truly believe that these feelings of freedom represent your innermost choices? At this pivotal moment, Chen Zhi finally began to comprehend what his father was attempting to convey. These seemingly unrelated words are, in fact, gradually narrating a singular tale, one that holds profound significance for Chen Zhi's choices at this moment. Chen Yang's voice continues to resonate on the other end, speaking of a biologist named Hygard from London, who once formulated hypotheses concerning the theory of life's manipulation, which he referred to as the invisible fate. I once regarded notions of destiny with skepticism, dismissing them as the ramblings of the ineffectual. Similarly, I once deemed Hygard's theories mere scraps of useless paper. Yet now, I find myself perusing these theoretical materials and experimental reports with increasing belief in their assertions. He posits that our so-called free will is, in fact, an illusion. Every facet of our emotional spectrum, our loves and hates, our joys and sorrows, are orchestrated by an unseen hand. The decisions we make from childhood to adulthood are, in essence, the products of psychological suggestion. In other words, our true selves have long been manipulated by some external force. Reflecting on this notion now, it resonates with undeniable truth. The choices we make throughout our lives hinge predominantly on two factors. First, our genetic inheritance. Second, our environmental context. Neither of these elements is within our control. For instance, I have long adhered to your grandfather's words, which have shaped my foundational consciousness. Subsequently, my living and educational environments have been governed by him. And who then governs your grandfather? Tracing back, it could be his ancestors or perhaps the adversaries you mentioned. In the end, what are these influences? Are they truly alive, sentient beings? They are not. When all matters align, we discern that it is not the consciousness of an individual or a collective that we are confronting. Lately, I have been ruminating on this matter. Perhaps this is what we term fate, or as you refer to it, the way of heaven. Unlike you, I possess no divine lineage, and thus I remain unaware of divine powers and sorcery. What I do hold is the knowledge of human science. Consequently, I tend to articulate all connections within this world through the lens of mathematics and physics. At such moments, I perceive that the intrinsic cohesion of all things in existence adheres to specific rules. These rules govern every aspect of our lives. Your current anger may not be genuine anger. Your present hatred may not be authentic hatred. It is quite possible that these emotions are merely the outcomes of that invisible force's manipulation. As Chen Zhi silently absorbed his father's words, many thoughts began to crystallize in his mind. His father continued, stating, I once believed that humanity is vastly inferior to divine beings. Our lives are fleeting, frail, hypocritical, and timid, irresistibly led astray by desire. Yet now, I find merit in humanity. We possess the capacity for compassion and the willingness to sacrifice for love. Most importantly, At the critical moment, humanity will rectify its mistakes. My son, all I wish to convey is that whatever decisions you make, they must stem genuinely from your heart. Do not be swayed by insinuations or manipulated, not even by the divine will. Chen Zhi listened silently to these words, remaining in contemplation for what felt like a lifetime. In that moment, the tempest of hatred within him had dissipated. Instead, he seemed to perceive the intricate web of connections surrounding him. Father, do you know? Chen Zhi whispered softly. You have been muddled your entire life, yet at last, you have come to an understanding. He then ended the communication and began to organize his thoughts. No longer was he impulsive. Many of his ideas began to take shape. He had indeed been betrayed. Yet the intricacies of the situation remained unclear, and there was no immediate need for vengeance. Moreover, there were more pressing matters at hand. Chen Zhi was abruptly drawn back to reality. He recalled everything that had transpired. Jiang had stepped into the barrier at the final moment. She was confronting the Phoenix Emperor alone, seemingly to face her demise. The foremost priority now was to rescue Jiang. Hurry and save her, fatty. Upon returning to reality, Chen Zhi's first instinct was to turn and seek out Pang Wei. From earlier, Pang Wei had been calling out to him. But Chen Zhi had been unable to hear clearly. After his mouth was sealed by Yamo, Pang Wei realized his words were futile. Nevertheless, he persevered, attempting to chisel through the wall, hoping to find a hole in the adjacent stone wall to gain entry. Yet, such a feat was utterly impossible. At that moment, Yamo appeared before Chen Zhi, having noticed that Chen Zhi had regained his composure. Cloaked in black flames, Yamo's enormous eyes fixated intently on Chen Zhi. What is the matter? Have you changed your mind again? You still cannot relinquish humanity as frailty. How pathetic. Chen Zhi, you embody humanity too closely, entangled in love and hate. Debts of gratitude and vengeance unfulfilled. Why not slay those who betrayed you? Rip open their bellies and feast upon their eyes. Chen Zhi, you are too much like a human, too weak. Humans are not weak. Chen Zhi suddenly raised his right hand, and a vortex of controlling energy spiraled forth from his palm. His hand took on a vibrant blue hue, and as he reached into the air, he astonishingly grasped Yamo by the throat. Chen Zhi leaned in closer this time, his face approaching Yamo's eyes. At that moment, a faint purple luminescence emanated from Chen Zhi's gaze, a peculiar radiance that instilled fear in Yamo. Yamo, open the wall. I must rescue those inside. I cannot open it. I have told you, the Phoenix's barrier cannot be breached by anyone. Yamo, in a state of bewilderment, had not anticipated Chen Zhi would seize him so effortlessly, as if he were gazing upon an unfamiliar stranger. You can do it. Chen Zhi's grip tightened significantly, nearly capable of snapping Yamo's neck, his eyes exuding immense pressure. I comprehend the nature of magic. The flames of the Phoenix possess a vulnerability. Most frightened by your lifeless black flames. Now, open the wall for me. I shall assist you from behind. Yamo listened silently to Chen Zhi's words, visibly enraged. Yet, his enormous eyes transformed into a deep crimson, and blood dripped from the totem on his forehead, his sharp teeth clicking ominously. But why should I help you save the people of Shiqi? I harbor hatred for Shiqi. I shall never forget this enmity. You are utterly unaware of what you truly despise, Chen Zhi retorted, locking his gaze onto Yamo with overwhelming force. Have you ever considered that perhaps you have never possessed a clear answer? For millennia, you have lived in obscurity, your hatred equally vague. I offer you a chance to discern what you truly loathe. Now, open the wall for me, and I promise to provide you with an answer thereafter. Chapter 450. The most unwanted scene at times. The thought processes of divine beings can indeed be quite unfathomable. They swiftly grasp the realities before them, discerning the truth behind words, and then arrive at their decisions. Much like Yamo, who, after Chen Zhi's request, gazed at him intently in the darkness for an extended period. Eventually, the blood-red emotions faded from his face, which gradually paled amidst the black flames. Subsequently, Yamo's form transformed into swirling black fire, vanishing from Chen Zhi's grasp. In the next moment, the environment within the stone chamber shifted dramatically. The black flames ignited throughout every corner, casting an eerie atmosphere. This was indeed a peculiar fire, devoid of life or warmth, merely manifesting its shape while exuding an aura reminiscent of the chilling presence of Fengdu Ghost City. As if the death-laden river of oblivion had engulfed everything here. The black flames thickened, consuming every inch of the stone chamber, battering against the barrier ahead. The once impenetrable barrier began to exhibit visible changes. A strange sensation permeated the air, as if the material within the barrier was gradually being corroded by the black flames. Its hardened surface softening. At this juncture, Chen Zhi removed his mask, biting into his fingertip and using his blood to inscribe a massive crimson circle upon the barrier. It was an intricately designed shape, rooted in fierce incantations, blended with wind and thunder spells, augmented with numerous destructive enchantments. Chen Zhi meticulously wove these potent spells into the core of the circle, akin to encoding a numerical sequence. Then, placing one hand upon the barrier, he closed his eyes and began to silently chant the incantation. Soon, the formidable destructive spell began to manifest its effects. These actions were remarkably powerful, akin to resilient strands of metal, tightly gripping the barrier and forcefully tearing it apart. The sound of the incantation resonated clearly, a creaking echo of its might. Ultimately, under the combined influence of the spell and the black flames, fine cracks began to emerge on the barrier. These fissures were so slender that they were even thinner than a hair, nearly imperceptible to the naked eye. However, upon perceiving these minute lines, the black flames surged in eagerly, akin to bees drawn to honey, burrowing into the cracks with fervor. The black flames were exquisite, penetrating like water into parched soil. The barrier, once impervious, could no longer maintain its formidable strength under the onslaught of the black flames. The incantation's power persisted, and soon, the entire barrier began to emit wisps of white smoke, the black flames swirling chaotically within, enlarging the fissures with each moment. Finally, with a resounding tear, the barrier shattered completely, disintegrating into wisps of smoke and revealing a gaping portal to that world once more. As the phoenix's barrier dissipated, the black flames swiftly coalesced, revealing the ghastly visage of Yamo in the air. Chen Zhi, remember your promise. If you survive, come find me, Yamo declared before transforming into a mass of black flames, vanishing in an instant. On the other side of the wall, the fiery world reemerged, waves of scorching heat surging forth, even more intense than before. Now, that realm was infused with the essence of death, mingled with the scent of blood amidst the sweltering heat. Hurry in and save Jiang. Chen Zhi leaped forward, swiftly creating a sticky barrier bubble to encase himself. Fat Wei, already well acquainted with Chen Zhi's bubble, immediately grasped his intent and leaped into the barrier bubble as well. Chen Zhi then chanted a spell, using the rebound force of the sticky airflow to launch the bubble into the air at great speed. Once the bubble soared upward, Jiang Li followed suit, spreading her arms to transform them into wings, soaring high above, her claws tightly gripping the bubble as they flew forward. Their velocity was astonishing, and as they navigated through the dark chaos, the surroundings below became increasingly clear. Soon, they beheld the glowing crimson path reappearing in their line of sight. Ahead, a small hill had already melted its icy surface, reigniting into flames, resembling a massive piece of glowing iron. Before that burning hill, they spotted a small dark dot, conspicuously standing out against the red ground. Upon sighting this dark spot, an ominous premonition surged within Chen Zhi, and the fervor in his blood rushed to his head. He commanded Jiang Li to release the barrier bubble, allowing it to descend near the small dark dot. The bubble was highly elastic, bouncing twice upon hitting the ground before settling steadily on the surface. Chen Zhi and Pang Wei emerged from the barrier, advancing towards that ominous dark spot. On the ground, the figure had become startlingly distinct. It was the scene Chen Zhi dreaded most, the body of Jiang. In that moment, his heart felt as though it had been seared by a branding iron, an intense pain nearly causing him to collapse. He had never anticipated that confronting this moment would inflict such excruciating anguish, one that nearly suffocated him. He rushed forward, but upon witnessing Jiang's condition, he was utterly shattered. He had never imagined that this battle would conclude so swiftly, with such a devastating outcome. Jiang's body bore numerous gaping wounds, deep and penetrating, some perilously located. The weapon that inflicted this devastation resembled enormous claws, leaving her body in a state of utter disarray. Her work attire was torn, crimson blood seeping through the fabric, evaporating in the sweltering air. Her face, chest, shoulder blades, legs, and abdomen were all marred by extensive bloodstains. Jiang's eyes were tightly shut, her complexion ashen. She had already lost all signs of life. Yet, his hand remained tightly grasped around his long knife, refusing to release it until the very end. In that fleeting moment, Chen Zhi's heart ceased entirely, seemingly deprived of the ability to breathe. He knelt before Ji Ying's lifeless form, yearning to lift her, but his hands felt devoid of strength, unable to grasp anything. Orange, you cannot fall. Upon witnessing Chen Zhi's condition, Pang Wei immediately sensed that something was amiss. He hurriedly grasped Chen Zhi's shoulders, gasping, Orange, quickly catch your breath. You cannot succumb. Amidst the tumultuous sway of the corpulent beast, a torrent of crimson erupted from Chen Zhi's lips, splattering upon the lifeless form of Ji Ying. Subsequently, an overwhelming aura of malevolence surged forth from his heart. He yearned not for sorrow, nor for tears, and he had no desire to cast even a single glance at Ji Ying's remains. His gaze remained steadfastly fixed upon the burning hillock before him. A singular thought consumed him, to rend the phoenix within that conflagration into a myriad of fragments. The flames danced around the small mountain, yet his resolve was unwavering. He called forth the spirit of battle, beckoning the Phoenix Emperor to emerge. Let me see what you are truly made of. Chen Zhi faced the small hill, now ablaze in crimson hues, and shouted aloud. He rose from the ground, choosing to avert his gaze from the blood-soaked corpse of Ji Ying beneath him. At this moment, one could argue that he was in a state of evasion, yet it mattered little. He had no desire to behold Ji Ying's visage, for a mere glance would inevitably conjure a flood of memories that would plunge him into profound sorrow. He harbored no desire to weep, nor to succumb to sorrow, and he refused to lose himself entirely for the sake of that woman. In this moment, his singular focus was to tear that proud phoenix to shreds. Chen Zhi bit down on the tip of his tongue, causing blood to surge forth, as the energy and incantations within him spiraled upward, consuming his entire being. The power within him boiled over. The divine whip could no longer be contained, bursting forth from the palm of Chen Zhi's hand, silver dust swirling through the air, swiftly transforming into a silver whip that danced aloft. The divine whip retained its ferocious demeanor, swirling menacingly over the smoldering hill. As Chen Zhi raised his hand, it instantly obeyed his will, returning to the center of his palm. Wind and thunder. Come. Chen Zhi placed his fingers to his lips, silently reciting the tempestuous incantation, infusing it into the divine whip. This incantation was exceedingly sharp. When manifested as a tangible weapon, it had the power to cleave mountains asunder. Wind and thunder, sever. With a sweeping motion of his right hand, the wrathful divine whip shot forth like a bolt of lightning, vertically slicing toward the hill. Crack! The earth trembled violently as Chen Zhi's whip struck down, splitting the erupting volcano in two beneath the whip's fierce edge. In an instant, rocks and debris flew in all directions, the entire hill rending apart under the immense force. Chen Zhi's eyes glowed a deep crimson once more as he summoned a barrier, gradually lifting himself into the air. At the moment the hill erupted, large boulders were propelled outward, revealing a massive, blood-red stone at the center of the ruins, ablaze with roaring flames. This was undoubtedly the location of the Phoenix Emperor. Without granting him a moment's respite, Chen Zhi called forth, Tiger. He dipped his finger in the blood from his tongue and swiftly inscribed the summoning sigil for the tiger upon his left arm. Tiger, shatter it. As Chen Zhi invoked his summoning spell, a vast fissure appeared in the ground. A cloud of white smoke enveloped the area, and with a thunderous roar, the tiger leapt forth from the mist. The tiger, now fully prepared for battle, sprinted forward upon landing, rending its own human skin away in a ferocious display. In an instant, it transformed into a creature as tall as a mountain, its arms robust, and its fists resembling two small mountains combined, striking fiercely against the blazing red stone. Boom! A deafening sound erupted as the red stone shattered under the tiger's assault. The tiger did not cease. With relentless might, it continued to pound down, each blow echoing like thunder, shattering the very heavens and earth. The ground beneath it cracked, trembling with each strike. Ultimately, the fiery red boulders were ground to dust beneath its might. Only then did the tiger rise to its towering stature, stepping back to survey the devastation, where only a scarlet wasteland and flickering flames remained. At this moment, Chen Zhi floated in the air, his eyes shining like two violet lanterns amidst the darkness. He gazed intently at the desolation below, where an eerie tranquility enveloped the ruins, as if everything had been utterly shattered. Come forth. Chen Zhi's voice, chilling and laden with authority, resonated in the air. I know you are not dead. Cease your game of hide and seek. Let us see if you can pluck out my eyes, just as your father did. No sooner had Chen Zhi's words faded than the rubble stirred. and with a sudden whoosh, a blazing inferno erupted from beneath, soaring skyward like a fireball. The velocity of the flames was astonishing, akin to a cannonball shot from below, detonating in midair. In an instant, a kaleidoscope of colors burst forth, illuminating the heavens as if a magnificent firework display had taken place. Then, an immense phoenix, resplendent with its vividly colored plumage, emerged against the darkened sky. The grandeur of this phoenix was beyond the capacity of earthly language to describe. Throughout history, countless souls have endeavored to articulate the beauty of the phoenix, often infused with envy and admiration, declaring it the most exquisite creature in existence. Yet, the true phoenix is a beauty that defies description. Chen Zhi had previously witnessed the phoenix transformed by Jiang Li, which was indeed breathtaking. However, in comparison to the majestic Phoenix Emperor, Jiang Li appeared rather dim. In the avian realm, the male is invariably more radiant than the female. The splendor of this Phoenix Emperor was akin to the sun at its zenith. Its brilliance was so intense that even the fiercest sunlight would retreat in its presence. Beneath the dazzling glow, Chen Zhi instinctively shielded his eyes, peering at the phoenix through the corners of his vision. The male phoenix, indeed, had succumbed to madness. Upon ascending to the sky, it unleashed a cacophony of frenzied cries and relentless flapping. The sound was far from the soft cooing of a phoenix. It was a jarring stimulation to the mind, evoking a visceral response. After the frenzied Phoenix Emperor had vented its wrath, it lowered its neck and opened its sharp beak to the world around. With a thunderous roar, flames erupted from its mouth, coalescing into a sea of fire. A scorching wave swept across the land, as magma surged forth from the earth's fissures, igniting the entire realm. The phoenix's fiery might was overwhelming, and the tiger below could no longer withstand the onslaught. It curled its massive form into a hill and, with a puff of smoke, vanished using its earth-evading technique. In the wake of its disappearance, a shadow emerged, soaring into the sky like a comet. This shadow possessed immense explosive force, ascending with unstoppable velocity above the phoenix. Then, it executed a somersault and descended, revealing a furry monkey face. With arms extended downward, it swiftly wielded its weapon, which, animated by the flames, transformed into a blazing staff. I am the son of the victorious fighting Buddha, the newly appointed guardian beast of the sealed domain, the cold monkey. With a resounding cry, the fiery figure of Han who summoned his name in the skies, brandishing a flame-imbued staff aimed squarely at the majestic phoenix's head. Today, I challenge the Phoenix Emperor, he declared, and in that instant, he began to transform. His mouth gaped wide, revealing a set of sharp fangs, and in a heartbeat, his visage underwent a complete metamorphosis. Indeed, he spoke the truth. He was the son of the victorious Buddha of battle, a divine being of beastly descent. Born of fierce flames, he was a formidable entity. Once a harbinger of death, a creature that thrived on chaos and carnage, destined to embody the essence of a warrior deity. Surrounded by raging infernos, Han who remained unfazed. The flames only fueled his exhilaration. As the fire seared his orange fur, his form stood resolute amidst the blaze. When the flames finally receded, the beast god of battle revealed his divine countenance. His body, as dark as obsidian, glimmered like polished onyx, reminiscent of black diamonds. 3 eyes sparkled with an eerie luminescence. And on his forehead, a unique totem emerged, radiating a fiery crimson glow akin to a ruby embedded in his charred physique. His arms, chest, and thighs emanated a vibrant spiritual radiance, merging with the fiery aura that enveloped the sky, as if a celestial being had graced the earth. A howl erupted from Han who, now transformed, as he pounded his chest with fervor, resembling a frenzied gorilla. With each strike, his aura expanded outward, a torrent of flame-infused energy. His body, ablaze with uncontrollable rage and fervent bloodlust, unleashed a thunderous roar. The once murderous beast from the deserts of the West unveiled his innate warrior spirit. Suddenly, Han who descended from the heavens, his staff and form engulfed in fierce flames, generating a tremendous force capable of shattering the sun itself. As he neared the phoenix, his weapon elongated infinitely, striking with a fiery crack that surged toward the creature's head. The resplendent phoenix merely sidestepped, its colorful wings colliding with the blazing staff, sending a cascade of iridescent feathers fluttering through the air in a dazzling display. Feeling a sense of humiliation, Han who vanished in an instant, only to reappear in an array of clones surrounding the phoenix. A testament to the Western monkey people's innate ability to create duplicates. Each clone wielded a long staff, leaping onto the phoenix's back, targeting its vital spots with relentless strikes. The force of this assault was immense. The massive phoenix staggered under the impact, blood splattering, and vibrant feathers soaring, as its colossal form began to tumble earthward. At that moment, a sudden thunderclap reverberated through the sky, unleashing a torrential downpour. Accompanied by a crack of lightning, a colossal black dragon spiraled down from the heavens. Bearing its fangs and claws, its massive jaws agape. With a powerful flick of its serpentine body, it ensnared the phoenix, wrapping it tightly like a constrictor. Ha ha ha. I am the newly appointed sea god under the Jiang clan. I am mad enough to dare challenge the Phoenix Emperor. The black dragon of Wushan cackled maniacally, tightening its grip around the phoenix, before opening its enormous maw. In that instant, its head became encased in ice, its eyes transformed into a hue reminiscent of frost. With a thunderous roar, an infinite expanse of underground ice seas erupted from its mouth, cascading onto the phoenix's form. The fiery realm that had enveloped them was extinguished in an instant, leaving the magnificent phoenix encased in ice, resembling a delicate ice sculpture. Seizing this opportunity, the cold monkey immediately withdrew its doppelganger and leaped atop the frozen head of the phoenix, brandishing a staff high in the air. Once encased in ice, the body becomes exceedingly brittle. A mere strike could shatter it into fragments. At this juncture, it appeared that the outcome of the battle was already determined. Yet, Chen Zhi, who observed from the sidelines, felt an unsettling sensation. For reasons unknown, he sensed something amiss. Gazing upon the phoenix's aura, he discerned its emotions. The phoenix, in that moment, exhibited neither fear nor panic, not due to insanity, but because it held an unwavering belief in its own invincibility. Are you a descendant of Jiangshang? Suddenly, a man's voice echoed in Chen Zhi's ear. The man spoke the divine language with an ease that resembled that of a native tongue. His voice, soft yet penetrating, seemed capable of penetrating Chen Zhi's mind. Instantly, Chen Zhi's heart raced. He recognized the man beside him. He had contemplated the notion that deities could possess numerous avatars, including the Phoenix Emperor. However, he had never anticipated that one could approach him so effortlessly. Currently enveloped in a protective barrier crafted from fierce spells, his strongest defense, Chen Zhi understood that if the Phoenix Emperor could breach his sanctum, it signified one crucial truth. He was now vulnerable to harm. Just as this realization dawned upon him, a hand suddenly rested upon his shoulder. It was a man's hand, broad and heavy, radiating an intense heat imbued with unfathomable power. The grip held him firmly in place, preventing him from turning back. At that moment, the voice resonated once more. You are impressive. Yet, you are not Fushi. To defeat me, your human form is inadequate. You require a divine guise. As the man's words echoed, the dynamics of the battle shifted instantaneously. The once encased phoenix erupted into vibrant hues of crimson. Just as the cold monkey's staff was about to descend, the entire phoenix ignited in an explosive blaze. The roaring flames bore a resemblance to the sun itself, transforming the world into a brilliant tapestry of red. Chen Zhi witnessed the phoenix suddenly unfurling its magnificent wings, extending its claws amidst the flames. With astonishing speed, it seized the dragon god and forcefully yanked. In an instant, a large patch of scales from the dragon god's hindquarters was torn away, blood erupted, and icy water splattered. The phoenix then turned its head, and a tremendous flame erupted from its crown. This flame was not red, but a true cerulean hue. It opened its sharp beak and directed the fiery breath towards the face of the cold monkey. Struck by this cerulean flame, the cold monkey was propelled far away. Upon landing, its body, resembling charred coal, emitted cerulean white smoke, as if severely scorched. Chapter 453, Divine Battle, 2. Is this the true power of the ancient gods? Chen Zhi felt his spirits plummet as he gazed ahead. Recalling Bai Qian's words, a deity is a deity. To be born a god is to be invincible. At that moment, he heard the voice of the man beside him once more. These children are truly amusing. They believe that upon being granted a divine title, they can alter their lowly origins and ascend to godhood. How laughable. True deities cannot be confined by mere titles. That ridiculous decree of Jiangshang is filled with nothing but pretenders. As the Phoenix Emperor spoke, a potent force began to seep from his palm, pressing down upon Chen Zhi's shoulder. Turn your head. Let me see if you resemble that deceitful Jiangshang. To be honest, I wish to consume you. Once the Phoenix Emperor's voice echoed, Chen Zhi felt an overwhelming power twisting his face. He sensed that the Phoenix Emperor beside him was a searing flame. A mere glance could scorch his eyes. Just then, a brilliant gust of wind rushed forth, swiftly sweeping past Chen Zhi. The Phoenix Emperor, who had been conversing with him, was unexpectedly carried away by this force. It was Jiang Li, who had soared up at the critical moment, lifting her father high into the air. As Chen Zhi looked forward again, he saw that Jiang Li had fully transformed into her phoenix form, her body shimmering beneath the flames, claws gripping the Phoenix Emperor. The Phoenix Emperor remained in the guise of a man engulfed in flames, his entire being burning crimson, yet his expression was remarkably calm. He fixed his bright yellow eyes intently on Chen Zhi, tilting his head as if regarding a long-desired morsel. Chen Zhi's first realization was that Jiang Li was in grave danger. Everything that had transpired was sufficient to confirm the Phoenix Emperor's strength. This entity was far too powerful, strong to the point of being undetectable. Moreover, his heart was genuinely twisted and deranged. He harbored no illusions that this frenzied phoenix would show mercy to Jiang Li, his daughter whom he had never met before. Yet, Jiang Li appeared to be even more attuned to the impending peril. After seizing the Phoenix Emperor aloft, he lingered not a moment longer. His claws immediately relinquished their grip, sending the Phoenix Emperor plummeting downward, before he let out a roar and ascended into the sky, vanishing amidst the fiery abyss. As the Phoenix Emperor descended through the air, a sudden flash revealed the cold monkey bursting forth from the flames, brandishing a staff and exposing his razor-sharp fangs. His body, resembling charred coal, was ablaze with furious flames, akin to a bomb poised to detonate. "The Phoenix Emperor is gravely mistaken," echoed the monkey's voice, resonating with thunderous clarity amidst the inferno, as if he feared his declaration would go unheard. Each word a booming proclamation, "I am a deity." With a resounding crash, the cold monkey, renowned as the mightiest warrior under Chen Zhi, swung his staff downwards, unleashing a force akin to a volcanic eruption. Lava surged forth, and the sea of flames was reborn. His coal-like form shot towards the Phoenix Emperor like a thunderous fireball, striking the phoenix's head with such force that it drove the creature into the earth before it had even touched the ground. This transpired so swiftly that none could fully comprehend it. All that remained was a vast fissure in the ground, the phoenix's form ensnared within. Meanwhile, the sea god, a seasoned deity, had swiftly diminished in size to conserve his strength after his earlier misfortune. Observing the cold monkey's success, he immediately tumbled through the air. Suddenly, a torrential downpour of icy rain cascaded from the heavens, the waters sourced from the subterranean icy sea, ultimately transforming into colossal hailstones that pelted the ground, sealing the fissure with unyielding frost, imprisoning the phoenix within. At that moment, the divine whip returned. Chen Zhi raised the divine whip high, silently invoking the great incantation of the god-slaying spell. "Come forth, arrogant creature, let us see who shall prevail." With those words, he struck the whip against the ice-encased region. Theoretically, all the ice should shatter, and the Phoenix Emperor ought to be obliterated in the process. Yet in that instant, the encased area blazed crimson. In the blink of an eye, the ice melted away beneath the fierce flames, and the ground trembled as the fissure rapidly fractured. The immense phoenix erupted from the depths, reappearing in a frenzy, thrashing its colossal form, twisting bizarrely, and soaring into the sky. It traced a graceful arc before letting out a monstrous cry and lunging fiercely at Chen Zhi. Chen Zhi felt a searing wave of heat rushing towards his forehead. He immediately unleashed every fiery incantation he had prepared, intertwining the wind and thunder spells to brace for the phoenix's onslaught. In this clash, the outcome remained uncertain. At this critical juncture, a sudden, resounding cry of the phoenix pierced the air as Jiang Li emerged from the fiery sea, darting straight for the Phoenix Emperor. In stark contrast to the Emperor's immense form, Jiang Li appeared as a mere sparrow. Perhaps spurred by Chen Zhi's peril, Jiang Li cast aside her previous caution. With an unexpected surge of courage, she attempted to grasp the phoenix's left wing, seeking to divert its trajectory. "Oh no," Chen Zhi inwardly lamented, sensing the impending disaster. In the very next moment, the Phoenix Emperor suddenly turned his head, shifting direction with astonishing speed. Jiang Li barely had time to react before he seized her by the neck. At that instant, a dreadful occurrence unfolded. Indeed, this male phoenix had succumbed to madness. Chen Zhi could not ascertain whether he recognized Jiang Li as his daughter, yet one truth remained irrefutable. He displayed no hesitation when confronting his own kin. Once Jiang Li was captured, The Phoenix Emperor merely executed a gentle downward tug, and her two exquisite wings were wrenched from her body. Colorful feathers scattered, blood sprayed forth. And the scene was a horrific amalgamation of fire and blood, utterly indescribable. Yet, before anyone could comprehend the gravity of the situation, the most terrifying act transpired. This male phoenix, with a vicious peck, pierced Jiang Li's abdomen. The sharp beak slid downwards, instantly rupturing her belly and spilling forth her intestines and viscera. Jiang Li let out a mournful cry, then fell silent. The Phoenix Emperor did not release her. Rather, he ascended with her to a massive rock, enveloping her within his immense wings, burying her deep inside. In that moment, Chen Zhi came to a horrifying realization. This Phoenix Emperor intended to consume his daughter alive. Chapter 454, Divine Battle, Part 3. He had completely lost his sanity. Chen Zhi finally grasped the extent of the madness that had overtaken this male phoenix. Deities are a race defined by stark love and hatred, deeply rooted in their beliefs. Yet there are certain boundaries they dare not transgress. This includes the heinous sin of defiance against the heavens. Even the once revered nine-tailed fox fell from grace due to being falsely accused of such a transgression. Within the realm of deities, a legitimate heir is considered a true descendant, while a bastard is merely regarded as a servant. Thus, the status of the legitimate heir is sacred. To devour one's own legitimate child is to consume one's own flesh and blood, an act so egregious that even the heavens would not tolerate it. Such a violation of familial bonds, such a loss of moral integrity, is unfathomable. Yet, this phoenix dared to commit such a bloody act before the eyes of all. It was a blatant affront to the natural order. Han Hu, hurry. Do not allow him to. Chen Zhi silently commanded amidst the bloodshed, transmitting his boundless emotions to Han Hu. The situation was painfully evident. Jiang Li was utterly powerless before the Phoenix Emperor. Moreover, her form was so diminutive that the Phoenix Emperor could effortlessly consume her whole with a single bite. Given the considerable distance and the fleeting nature of time, neither Chen Zhi nor the Dragon God could arrive in time. However, Han Hu was positioned closest to the Phoenix Emperor, faced with the dire circumstances. Han Hu charged forward without hesitation. You heartless creature, do you even know shame? As he rebuked the Phoenix Emperor, his eyes blazed with fury. His obsidian form surged forth like a meteor, swiftly reaching the left wing of the phoenix, where he then multiplied into several clones. Bang, bang, bang. Countless powerful strikes rained down upon the phoenix's wing, each blow infused with immense force. Had it been any ordinary creature, it would have been obliterated into a pulp by now. At that moment, the might of the Phoenix Emperor was fully unveiled. Provoked by the sudden onslaught, the phoenix erupted in fury, akin to a disturbed creature at its meal. Emerging from the feathers was a colossal head, its gaze fierce and savage. With a piercing cry, the Phoenix Emperor let out a shrill call directed at the cold monkey, the resonance of which was overwhelming, leaving the cold monkey with no avenue for escape. The weapon in its grasp was bent and twisted by the force of the sound, instantly dissipating into a cloud of white smoke, transforming into a small monkey that tumbled across the ground. The cold monkey, stunned by the impact, bled from its mouth and nostrils, collapsing in agony upon the earth. Writhing in pain, the Phoenix Emperor, stretching its neck, sought to consume the cold monkey whole. Yet, the newly appointed beast god of battle did not yield in weakness. Amidst the excruciating pain, he sprang from the ground with the agility of a meteor. Though bereft of a weapon, he still possessed sharp fangs and powerful arms. He lunged forward, wrapping his arms tightly around the phoenix's neck, blood spraying from his mouth as he shouted in defiance, "If you wish to devour me, come forth. Let us see who resembles a beast more." With that, the cold monkey, long devoid of such primal ferocity, unleashed his inner beast. Despite his typically tranquil demeanor post-ascension, in moments of madness, he remained formidable. The phoenix let out a shriek as the monkey's bite sank into its neck, veins bulging and blood gushing forth. Damnable monkey. The Phoenix Emperor, now clearly incensed by the cold monkey's audacity, unfurled its colossal wings, vigorously shaking its neck as it prepared to confront this challenger. The air around the phoenix crackled with intensity, waves of scorching flames erupting from its form, as vibrant feathers glowed with a cerulean inferno, intent on incinerating the cold monkey clinging to its neck. Yet, the cold monkey held on tenaciously, blood flowing profusely. You wretched creature, lowly beast. The phoenix, unable to maintain its vast form, felt its aura fade, reverting to its human form, its massive claws retracting from the unconscious Jiang Li. In that critical moment, a plume of white smoke erupted from the ground. Clad in full armor, Wu Jia dashed forth, swiftly seizing the unconscious Jiang Li and propelled himself into the air, aiming to escape via ground evasion before the Phoenix Emperor could react. A mere 2 or 3 seconds would suffice for Wu Jia to transport Jiang Li underground and secure her safety. However, the Phoenix Emperor was still the Phoenix Emperor. This ancient deity was not easily trifled with. Madness did not equate to a lack of cunning. Realizing the ruse before him, the Phoenix's amber eyes blinked once, then extended a finger, pointing towards Wu Jia. In an instant, Wu Jia, cradling Jiang Li, seemed frozen in place, unable to move an inch. The nature of the force was unknown, as was the spell that had ensnared him. Yet, everything transpired with alarming swiftness. The Phoenix Emperor then advanced toward Wu Jia and Jiang Li. Step by step, those amber eyes glinted with boundless fury, radiating an immense aura of intimidation. This overwhelming force rendered Wu Jia motionless, his heart seemingly suspended in time. If this state persisted, even without any harm befalling Wu Jia, he would succumb to death due to his heart's cessation. You, the defiant and cursed creature, dare to seek me out. I fear you not. At this moment, Han Hu, bloodied and battered, boldly provoked, advancing one step closer. He surged through the fierce flames, embracing the body of the Phoenix Emperor and sinking his teeth into the shoulder once more. However, this time, the Phoenix Emperor refused to grant him any opportunity for success. In an instant, the yellow-eyed man extended a hand, and with that singular motion, he seized Han Hu by the neck, his thumb pressing against his jaw, gently pulling downwards. With a resounding crack, Han Hu's jaw was forcefully dislocated, blood gushing forth in an instant. Then, with a mere flick of his wrist, the Phoenix Emperor hurled Han Hu away, leaving him a pitiful sight upon the ground. Yet, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. He had underestimated Han Hu. Just as the Phoenix Emperor cast him aside, he realized that what he had thrown away was merely a decoy. Meanwhile, the true Han Hu silently appeared beside him. Like a beast determined to claim its prey, Han Hu's mouth gaped wide, his hands transforming into lethal claws. Stealthily, he seized the Phoenix Emperor's right shoulder, and with a powerful tug, a horrific tearing sound echoed as the entire right side of the Phoenix Emperor, along with his arm, was wrenched away. The Phoenix Emperor had lost a significant portion of his being. After his successful strike, Han Hu leaped away with the Phoenix's severed arm in his grasp, voraciously devouring it. Raising his bloodied face, he flashed a provocative grin. Noble Phoenix Emperor, you have been consumed by this humble beast. Chapter 455. The shift of battle if one were to assess the human physiological state. Losing a substantial portion of one's body, like 13, without swift measures for hemostasis and medical intervention would lead to imminent death. For the loss of vital organs halts the body's metabolism and function. Thus, theoretically, Han Hu's strike was fatal. Yet, the Phoenix Emperor, who had lost nearly half of himself, did not falter. In truth, the frightful wound did not instill a sense of danger nor pain. His brow remained unknitted. He merely turned slowly, fixing his captivating gaze upon Han Hu. Those yellow, three-eyed pupils shone brilliantly in the dark, akin to the purest of golden orbs. Indeed, the Phoenix Emperor regarded Han Hu with a gentle smile. In that moment, flames erupted from his eyes and brow. You are unlike those who prance and pose. I know your father. He is quite remarkable. What did you just say your name is? Han Hu. I've remembered it. After the Phoenix Emperor uttered these words, he disregarded Han Hu entirely. Instead, he gently lifted his left arm and forcefully pressed on the wound on his shoulder. In an instant, a formidable blaze erupted from his body. The intensity of the flames was overwhelming and searing, causing everyone to avert their eyes, unwilling to behold its ferocity. Yet, this flame exuded a remarkably unique power, reminiscent of the ancient seals left by the Phoenix clan. Enormous crimson markings began to manifest upon the ground, altering the nature of all spells within this domain. The might of Chen Zhi and the power of the dragon god proved ineffective here, even transforming into weapons that could harm allies. When the inferno subsided, a new Phoenix Emperor emerged, standing at the center of the vast arena. This was the essence of the Phoenix's rebirth. The Phoenix Emperor that appeared now was indistinguishable from before, his body whole and unblemished, devoid of any scars. The wound inflicted by Han Hu, wrought with peril, healed instantaneously amidst the flames, rendering the battle utterly inequitable. Presently, the Phoenix Emperor seemed to have lost interest in Han Hu, his attention now fixated on his own daughter, Jiang Li. What is that? So much like me, truly beautiful. The Phoenix Emperor's voice suddenly took on a frenzied pitch. Though his words were draped in divine scripture, his tone was bizarrely unsettling. His three eyes whirled chaotically, akin to uncontrollable yellow fireballs, and upon gazing at his visage, one would behold a maddened deity. What is that? Truly beautiful. It must be delectable. The flawless countenance of the Phoenix Emperor twisted grotesquely at that moment, his nose, eyes, and mouth contorted, merging into a horrifying amalgamation. He approached the nearly lifeless Jiang Li with a frenzied gait, his face becoming increasingly terrifying, instilling dread in all who dared to look. Wu Jia stood protectively beside Jiang Li, yet his strength was but a mere drop in the ocean against the Phoenix Emperor's overwhelming presence, rendering him powerless even to draw breath. At that moment, faced with Jiang Li, drenched in her own blood, the Phoenix Emperor seemed unable to rein in his ravenous appetite. The man with yellow eyes abruptly transformed. In an instant, the colossal form of the phoenix reappeared, roaring forth, and before anyone could react, it lunged at Jiang Li, its sharp beak gaping wide. His intentions were unmistakable. He truly aimed to devour his own daughter, with no one capable of halting him. Han Hu, who had already sustained grievous wounds, clutched his injury, gritting his teeth, preparing to charge once more. However, this time, the Phoenix Emperor was ready. All spells were rendered useless, leaving only physical prowess as a means of attack. As Han Hu surged forward again, the outcome was all too apparent. In the next heartbeat, this newly anointed deity, Han Hu, might very well meet his end at the hands of the Phoenix Emperor. The immense phoenix soared forth, its razor-sharp claws poised to seize Jiang Li. At this critical juncture, a sudden flash of chilling light swept through, severing the searing flames. This radiance, distinct from divine brilliance, emanated from the swift arc of a blade, inflicting purely physical harm, a manifestation of human strength. Subsequently, an astonishing scene unfolded. One of the Phoenix Emperor's sharp claws was severed by the blade's light, falling to the ground. Then, a figure wielding a long knife gracefully descended beside the Phoenix Emperor. He raised the knife horizontally, aligning it with the Emperor's glistening eyes, and softly uttered, "Come chase me," before vanishing in an instant. Upon seeing that familiar face, Chen Zhi was momentarily stirred. It was the ghost blade. This action undoubtedly infuriated the frenzied phoenix. The avian creature's wild nature erupted as it furiously flapped its massive wings, lunging towards the ghost blade, with surrounding magical forces converging to obliterate him. At that moment, the unparalleled speed of humanity was unveiled. At the pinnacle of speed-oriented physical techniques, one's form becomes indistinct, rendering the concept of time vague and the body elusive. The ghost blade had merely feigned an escape. In the next instant, he appeared in the opposite sky. He raised his long knife, aiming at the phoenix's shoulder blade, and with a swift downward stroke, he targeted the creature's right wing. The blade carved through the massive wing with a resounding slash. Instantly, colorful feathers cascaded, and blood splattered as a significant portion of the enormous wing was severed. The Phoenix Emperor let out a long, anguished cry before turning to seize the ghost blade with its beak. However, the ghost blade had already departed the scene. Only the long knife remained lodged in the wing. The ghost blade then swiftly repositioned himself, moving almost as if he were incorporeal, his figure racing with unimaginable speed. In mere moments, he evaded the phoenix's control zone. Reappearing beside Chen Zhi, now weaponless, the ghost blade extended his hand to Chen Zhi, demanding, "Give me the Shiranui." Quickly, in a flash, Chen Zhi unfastened his work uniform and reached for his waist. He understood that the ghost blade was requesting the blue short dagger, Shiranui, which had been a parting gift when they bid farewell. Chen Zhi swiftly retrieved the dagger and utilized the adhesive airflow to propel it into the air, offering it to the ghost blade. The ghost blade promptly grasped the blue dagger in his mouth and vanished in an instant. The next second, all witnesses beheld the zenith of speed techniques. The ghost blade, renowned for his swiftness, merely flickered in the air and then instantaneously appeared before the Phoenix Emperor. At that moment, he was perilously close to the phoenix's head. He removed the dagger from his mouth and, without mercy, thrust it forward. With a sharp sound, a flash of blue light erupted. The enormous phoenix was suddenly splattered with blood. This magnificent creature had its left eye pierced by the weapon of a warrior from the West Qi. Chapter 456, Divine Retribution. After the ghostly blade had blinded the Phoenix Emperor, it did not linger, vanishing in an instant. Less than a mere second elapsed. Such velocity could elude even the divine beings. Yet, upon losing its eye, the Phoenix Emperor was consumed by rage and anguish, wailing in despair as it frantically swung its head in search of vengeance. However, the enemy had vanished from sight. At this moment, Han Hu and his companions, Jiang Li and Wu Jia, took their leave, leaving behind only the colossal, maddened phoenix in the area. When the Phoenix Emperor lifted its head once more, it found the world had transformed drastically. Beneath its feet, a unique protective barrier had formed, encasing it in a transparent crimson sphere. Outside, the realm was entirely dominated by Chen Zhi. The darkened sky was already enveloped by the barrier, with violent winds and thunderous spells unleashing fiery tongues, crackling and flashing across the heavens. Chen Zhi floated above like a deity, holding a transparent orb pulsating with lightning, within which thunder roared. It was the mightiest of thunderous spells, divine retribution. Phoenix Emperor, come forth. Let us engage in battle, Chen Zhi declared, raising the electrified orb towards the head of the Phoenix Emperor. Have you not always harbored deep hatred? With DXIN's demise, your life's ambitions have crumbled. Your lineage has faced extinction, all for naught. Are you enraged? Do you despise? Why hide behind the protection of your ancestors? Dare you confront me in battle? Have you glimpsed the divine mandate? I am to be the next divine sovereign, and if you are indeed a descendant of the ancient gods, do not cower. Step forth and fight me to the death. You are not a sovereign. The massive phoenix remained unfazed by Chen Zhi's provocations. Within the embrace of the crimson spell, it buzzed with a voice rich in magnetism, exuding tremendous power. The intact eye was ablaze with fire, proclaiming, you possess no divine skin. You are but a mere illegitimate child, unworthy of challenging me. You are fit only to be my prey. Go forth and perish alongside your ignoble bloodline. After speaking, the Phoenix Emperor ascended swiftly, its colossal wings unfurling once more, crimson and azure flames erupting from its body. In a fiery flourish, its wings rejuvenated, regaining their formidable strength. The ghostly blade tumbled from its wing, spiraling through the air before embedding itself in the ground. Yet the phoenix showed no inclination to escape the confines of the crimson spell. On the contrary, the red enchantment around it surged with vigor. For this unique phoenix spell could distort any magic, including the thunderous incantations. The phoenix's intent was clear. It was prepared to counteract Chen Zhi's divine retribution with its distinctive anti-magic prowess. This posed a significant challenge for Chen Zhi, who was adept in sorcery, as the ancient power unique to the phoenix rendered his spells ineffectual, compelling him to alter the material of the surrounding world instead. Then, all the might was concentrated upon the crimson sphere, employing immense pressure to shatter it, simultaneously crushing the phoenix within. However, this method was exceedingly perilous. It was Chen Zhi's inaugural use of heavenly punishment, and its effects were utterly unpredictable, much like the principle of an atomic bomb. When the molecules of disparate substances intrude upon one another's domains, nuclear fission or fusion reactions may ensue, unleashing a tremendous explosion. The resulting detonation would be extraordinarily fierce. At that moment, not only Chen Zhi and the phoenix would be at risk, but the entire world, all its inhabitants, and even the majestic royal palace would be reduced to mere dust. Yet, no alternative courses of action remained. Come now. Chen Zhi silently closed his eyes and began to chant the incantation, instantly transforming the very fabric of the sky. The cosmos descended into chaos, as fierce winds and thunder reverberated all around. In this realm, the distinctions of heaven and earth dissolved. All was governed by lightning, and two fierce forces clashed violently, the air resonating with the ominous sounds of tearing fabric. Sparks erupted in the atmosphere, and the world teetered on the brink of ignition. At this moment, the most terrifying collision was imminent. Following this impact, the phoenix might be obliterated, and Chen Zhi could meet his demise as well. The worst-case scenario would see the entire world explode, with no survivors. Suddenly, a multitude of gleaming metallic threads shot up from below. These threads, crafted from pure control stones, resembled sparkling silver needles, all piercing into the phoenix's body. Subsequently, a command resonated from below, generating an immense force that firmly ensnared the soaring phoenix. Chen Zhi immediately glanced downward, where numerous shadowy figures emerged. At the center of these figures stood Asa, with his right arm raised. Asa bellowed orders to the assembled warriors. Pull. In an instant, Thousands of warriors tugged on the metallic threads as if maneuvering a colossal kite, straining with all their might to restrain the magnificent phoenix. Caught off guard, the phoenix's immense form was drawn by the controlling threads, causing its grand wings to sag and descend. With a resounding crash, its colossal body struck the ground, sending plumes of white smoke and debris into the air, landing amidst the warriors. At that moment, the warriors cleared a path, and from within emerged a figure. His eyes were gray, and as he gazed upon the great phoenix, he slightly bowed and proclaimed, "I am Bao Ping, the leader of Shiqi. I have just heard from my warriors that there was an agreement with the Phoenix Emperor. The warriors of Shiqi are willing to engage in battle with you, staking our lives upon it. Should we be defeated, we submit to your judgment. Should we triumph, we ask only your discretion." Ultimately, she was defeated. Is this true? The immense phoenix had been listening to Bao Ping's words, refraining from attacking the surrounding warriors. It evidently comprehended the message, and with a mighty flap of its wings, its form transformed. It erupted into a blaze, soaring into the sky before descending to the ground, re-emerging in the shape of a man. Indeed, with his crystalline yellow eyes, the Phoenix Emperor gazed intently at Bao Ping, replying in clear human language, "In battle, I did not employ any sorcery. That warrior fell to my physical prowess." Bao Ping, filled with admiration, responded earnestly, "I have long heard that the divine offspring uphold their promises, never to be broken for any reason. We of the West Qi, though mere brutes, cherish our honor and remain steadfast to it until death. Today, I have brought some companions who are skilled in martial arts. If it pleases the Phoenix Emperor, may I humbly request a rematch with my West Qi?" Chapter 457. The Battle of Gods and Men. Upon hearing Bao Ping's words, the Phoenix Emperor paused momentarily, then slowly approached him, emanating an intense and searing heat. Flames erupted from his form, twisting into serpentine shapes that danced provocatively before Bao Ping's face. The fire cast a crimson glow upon Bao Ping, the scorching heat sizzling against his skin. A mere step closer would turn him to ashes. Yet, Bao Ping exhibited no signs of pain, nor did he shy away from the inferno. With a smile upon his face, he calmly regarded the Phoenix Emperor, awaiting his response. This unyielding demeanor intrigued the Phoenix Emperor, who stared with his golden eyes, seemingly lost in thought. At that moment, the ghost blade leapt back from a distance, landing beside Bao Ping, brandishing the unknown fire sword to safeguard his leader. The Phoenix Emperor, upon recognizing the warrior who had just blinded him, felt a surge of rage, flames igniting in his eyes as he pointed a finger at the ghost blade. "Is it him? He is swift. I wish to test my skills against him." "No." Bao Ping maintained his gaze on the Phoenix Emperor. "He is but a child. His earlier bravado was a moment of folly. Please do not hold it against him. Since the Phoenix Emperor has graciously acknowledged us, we must seek a worthy opponent. Otherwise, we are unworthy of testing our blades against you." As Bao Ping spoke, he turned and called gently, "Asuo, come here." The warriors parted to create a path, and Asuo emerged from the ranks. His presence was heavy with foreboding. A long sword gifted to him by Jiang before his demise strapped to his back. Asuo was clearly prepared, bound in bandages that concealed his visage. Yet an aura of resolute acceptance of death radiated from him. "Asuo," Bao Ping smiled, his expression casual, as if engaged in a simple conversation. "You are the most mature among us. You shall represent the West Qi. It is our honor to accompany the Phoenix Emperor in this trial. You must not overstep your bounds. Should you lose, as per our previous agreement, you shall take your own life before the Phoenix Emperor. It is not a matter of great consequence. Your life is but a fleeting moment, akin to ephemeral vegetation. Consider it a jest with the Phoenix Emperor. But should fortune favor you in victory," Bao Ping's gaze shifted slightly, locking onto the Phoenix Emperor's intensely burning eyes. "Ah!" Suddenly, the Phoenix Emperor erupted into laughter, as if he had heard the most ludicrous joke in the world. Once his mirth subsided, he fixed his gaze upon Bao Ping, his voice tinged with madness. "You truly are an intriguing young lord. Fear not, I shall not betray you humans. Should I indeed be defeated, I will take my own life right here. Once a vow is made, it is unbreakable. Ha ha ha, you humans are truly fascinating beings. A mere few decades of existence, and yet you find it so amusing. You thought that by injuring my eye while I was unprepared, you could secure victory over me. Ah ha ha." The Phoenix Emperor laughed once more, his manic laughter instilling a sense of dread. As the flames enveloping him began to dwindle, all traces of his magical power receded, and his hair, body, and eyes gradually cooled, resembling those of a mere mortal. At that moment, everyone clearly observed that when this deranged phoenix shed its magic, it revealed a startling clarity. The majestic phoenix bore a striking resemblance to his father. The face of this magnificent creature was pure, exuding a delicate beauty, with fair skin, refined features, and long, perfect phoenix eyes. In human aesthetic standards, he could be considered a handsome man, yet those eyes brimmed with profound confidence. This confidence stemmed not only from strength, but also from an indomitable attitude toward death. A single glance revealed that this being had long ceased to concern himself with the duration of his existence in this world. "Please," the Phoenix Emperor politely uttered in human language, before gently lowering the weapon from his back. At that moment, Chen Zhi realized that it was indeed a large claw, specifically that of a phoenix. The claw was elongated, resembling a single talon, reinforced with metal around it, sharpened at the front, and radiating an extraordinary brilliance, hinting at its lethal sharpness. In essence, it was a long blade crafted from phoenix claws. The Phoenix Emperor held this claw blade respectfully in his hand, offering a salute to Aso with ancient courtesy. "Among all humans, I hold the people of Shichi in the highest regard. For many years, I have remembered the names of numerous Shichi warriors. They are steadfast and unparalleled among humankind. I have encountered that female warrior. I believe her name is Jiang, excellent. This long blade was bestowed upon me by my father, forged from his own claw, and I do not easily part with it. I am willing to duel with you using it." Upon hearing the Phoenix Emperor's words, Aso was overwhelmed with emotion, trembling uncontrollably. This was the utmost homage to a warrior. Irrespective of race or social standing, all beings are equal in the face of martial prowess. The confrontation of martial skills is exceedingly brutal, wagering one's life, should one fall short. There can be no resentment, only acceptance of defeat. At that moment, everyone witnessed the red barrier of the Phoenix Emperor crack open a fissure, just wide enough for one person to pass through. Aso unsheathed the long blade from his back, weighed it in his hands, and stepped forward. As Asuwa passed by Baoping, the latter suddenly placed a hand on Asuwa's shoulder, and in that moment, the weighty atmosphere rendered all the people of Shichi silent. "Brother, do not bring shame upon us," Baoping urged. "When the time comes to set forth, do not hesitate. We shall swiftly accompany you." "Indeed," Asuwa replied without a moment's doubt, as if he had long since reconciled himself to the harsh realities of life and death. Thus, armed with a black long knife, he stepped into the crimson barrier, standing alongside the Phoenix Emperor. The red barrier quickly sealed, trapping them within and rendering any interference in their duel impossible. This was a confrontation of the highest caliber of martial prowess. In truth, all the people of Shichi, including Chen Zhi, eagerly anticipated this spectacle. It transcended life and death, victory and defeat. It was a true test of supreme martial arts, igniting fervor in the hearts of all present. The stakes were high, for failure would subject everyone to the purifying flames. Yet now, this life-and-death duel was about to commence. Since the death of the Ghost Blade's father, Chen Zhi had never doubted Asuwa's strength. However, divinity is, after all, divine, and even though Asuwa's martial skills had reached their zenith, could mere mortal strength truly hope to overcome an ancient being who had thrived for millennia and revered martial arts? In the very next moment, the stark reality unfolded. Asuwa charged forward without reservation. From a martial arts perspective, initiating the attack is indeed a sound strategy, but it depends entirely on the opponent. Against an ordinary adversary, seizing the first strike is advantageous. Yet, facing a being like the Phoenix Emperor, a master of martial arts, such recklessness seemed foolhardy. As Asuwa's long knife remained sheathed, he engaged the Phoenix Emperor directly, launching a flurry of rapid attacks. Each strike was swift, precise, and adhered to the fundamentals of martial techniques. Devoid of any flamboyance or acrobatics, even his stance was impeccably grounded. The Phoenix Emperor, too, met Asuwa's onslaught with remarkable composure. He appeared to find amusement in this lack of challenge, seemingly in no hurry to achieve victory. Perhaps due to his prolonged solitude, he welcomed each fundamental attack with interest, akin to indulging in a playful game of strikes, treating this human as a mere plaything for his amusement. Meanwhile, Chen Zhi hurriedly descended from the sky, searching fervently around him. While he harbored an interest in the duel between Asuwa and the Phoenix Emperor, a more pressing matter demanded his attention. That matter was Jiang. Baoping had just communicated clearly, and Chen Zhi had heard a warrior speak of the Phoenix Emperor. That warrior was likely Jiang, which meant she might still be alive. It was possible that she had awakened during that brief interval and shared information about the Phoenix Emperor with Baoping. She was not dead. This was undoubtedly a momentous revelation. Chen Zhi dared not dwell on this overwhelming hope, fearing that such a grand possibility might dissipate into nothingness. After falling to the ground, Chen Zhi swiftly searched for Pang Wei's shadow. At last, he discovered Pang Wei behind a large rock, surrounded by numerous warriors from the West Qi, who were diligently protecting their ranks. It was evident that Pang Wei was attentively watching over Jiang, having removed his mask, and was incessantly wiping the sweat from his brow. Jiang was covered in blood, yet Chen Zhi could clearly see her body adorned with bandages, all glimmering with the essence of spiritual medicine. A surge of elation washed over Chen Zhi. He understood that a corpse required no such bandaging. Only a living being could undergo such urgent care. This meant that Jiang still exhibited signs of life. Chen Zhi hurriedly approached, and the warriors, feeling somewhat awkward, instinctively parted to create a path for him. He reached Pang Wei's side and crouched down to assess Jiang's condition. Her face remained pale, her teeth clenched tightly. Yet there was a considerable amount of dark blood at the corners of her mouth, indicating she had recently expelled a great deal of foul blood, and her lips bore a hint of color. "How is it? Has she awakened?" Chen Zhi inquired hastily upon arriving. "Indeed, she just regained consciousness. It is truly a miracle," Pang Wei replied, continuously tending to Jiang's face with a damp cloth. "Just moments ago, with the thunder and lightning above, you nearly caused her to faint again. Why didn't you mention it earlier?" Chen Zhi, exasperated, felt an urge to grab Pang Wei by the collar. "You dare to reproach me?" Pang Wei retorted, his face contorting with frustration. "I was shouting for you down here, yet you were oblivious to my calls. Your eyes were wild and frantic as you flaunted yourself in the sky, with thunder and lightning all around. What has happened to you now? Once you transformed, you seemed deaf to my voice, as if I had been muted by some unseen force. You truly are an ungrateful wretch. Enough of this banter. How did she awaken?" Chen Zhi pressed on, his face alight with excitement as he gazed at Jiang. "I previously sensed her aura. She had completely lost her vitality. How could she return from the brink?" "Return from the brink, my foot." Pang Wei shot back, still fuming at Chen Zhi. "Do you think our sister Jiang is so easily extinguished? The title of Red Belt Warrior carries its own aura. Just moments ago, a Su mentioned that she, sensing impending doom, bit down on her tongue to preserve her breath, awaiting rescue. This is a common method of survival among the warriors of West Qi. If too much time passes, it would indeed be dire, but with timely intervention, one can be revived. They administered medicine to her and sealed her meridians. Her life is now safeguarded. A Su stated that as long as we win this battle, we must swiftly escort her away, and she will be fine." At this moment, Chen Zhi's mind finally processed the information. He swiftly rose to observe the battlefield ahead. Within the Crimson Barrier, the aura of battle surged. And Su was still locked in combat with the Phoenix Emperor. Yet he remained unhurried, each step and every strike executed with meticulous precision, as if he were demonstrating the epitome of martial arts instruction. Meanwhile, the Phoenix Emperor was growing increasingly impatient. "How can you be so certain he will prevail?" Chen Zhi quietly inquired of Pang Wei, observing the apparent disadvantage in the battle ahead. "Do you believe that Phoenix is easily dealt with? Even relying solely on physical skills, it could effortlessly take the lives of us all." "Indeed, it is not easily vanquished. That goes without saying," Pang Wei replied, his focus entirely on tending to Jiang, diligently fanning her after wiping her down with a towel. "I confess I do not comprehend martial arts." Yet, when Jiang first awakened, her initial words were that the Phoenix had a flaw. She and Aso conversed for quite some time about it. Poor Jiang, enduring pain and perspiring profusely, spoke before fainting, and then Aso, as if wielding a magic wand, declared that he would surely win. "Rest assured, while I cannot make promises elsewhere, in terms of combat, we of the West Qi have never feared anyone. Be it a mere Phoenix, or even the Jade Emperor, we could bring them to their knees." "Is there truly a flaw in the Phoenix?" Chen Zhi pondered over this statement, his gaze falling upon Jiang's pallid face on the ground, filled with a profound sense of admiration. This woman perpetually surprised him. She was, without a doubt, the most formidable warrior of West Qi, consistently making the best choices regardless of the circumstances. Even in the face of inevitable defeat, she would not return empty-handed. As the two conversed, the dynamics of the battle shifted. Aso's demeanor remained remarkably stable, Yet the phoenix grew increasingly agitated, eventually becoming tightly restrained by Aso. Having seen a fan-made short film, it was truly remarkable. We now live in an era dominated by social media, and short videos represent the future trend. Everyone should consider filming their own short movies. Using the mysterious god tomb as a script to capture some thrilling scenes from my book, thus increasing followers for your personal media and nurturing your own stardom. I can provide authorization to enhance your popularity. Students, freelancers, and small studios should all consider this opportunity. Those interested may contact me for permission. However, please refrain from reaching out without a clear purpose. Thank you. Welcome to Join the Burning Sky Army Rookie Camp. Group chat number 535-422-468. The peacock therein is me. Chapter 459. Step formation. What flaw could a phoenix possibly possess? Chen Zhi mused, observing the intensifying battle ahead. Peng Wei, preoccupied with fanning Jiang and pouring water, joyously responded to Chen Zhi's words. I am uncertain of the specifics. I only caught a word or two from Jiang, who remarked that the phoenix is flawless, possessing immense strength and incredible speed. A mere touch from it could shatter bones and rupture tendons, making it seemingly insurmountable. However, it does have one weakness: its pride. Born strong, it has never systematically studied martial arts. Then he proceeded to utter a plethora of technical jargon, which I found utterly incomprehensible. In essence, he implied that his foundational skills were rather lacking. In such circumstances, it is all too easy to stumble into a pitfall. Ensnared by their traps, what they referred to as a formation. Upon hearing this familiar term, Chen Zhi instantly grasped Aso's intentions. In that fleeting moment, he discerned the phoenix's vulnerabilities. The formation is a fundamental tactical maneuver understood by all warriors. Yet this particular approach possesses an unusual quality, functioning as a formation in a certain sense. However, this formation is devoid of any magical elements, composed entirely of physical techniques and energy cultivation. Every martial artist is aware that the initial stage of training involves mastering the foundational horse stance. The sturdier the stance, the greater the potential for future development. Yet, this is merely the conventional method for novices in martial arts. In truth, it barely scratches the surface of ancient physical techniques. The most primordial manifestation of the horse stance is a formation known as the step formation. Chen Zhi had observed its application during his training with the warriors of Shiqi. The basic shape of the formation is elliptical, with internal distances precisely calibrated to an individual's leg and arm lengths. This means one can stabilize a person entirely within this elliptical space for practicing punches and kicks, thereby honing the precision and power of each technique. This concept bears resemblance to the later principles of Wing Chun. As the step formation ascends to a certain level of energy, it crystallizes into a fixed concept. In other words, one can delineate an area, compelling an opponent to engage within that confines. When one can completely immobilize an adversary within this domain, external factors such as strength, speed, and weaponry become irrelevant. All physical techniques are distilled to their most fundamental essence, which is the most basic form of striking. At this juncture, Chen Zhi suddenly realized something significant and promptly turned his gaze towards Aso's feet. He then recognized that Aso had been circling around methodically, step by step. Every punch and kick was orchestrated within an elliptical pattern, his movements deliberate as he maintained a fixed point while circling around the Phoenix Emperor. Thus, every attack, though seemingly futile, was actually a strategic setup, laying the groundwork for a decisive strike. Chen Zhi never doubted Aso's capabilities. His survival in the treacherous realm of Fengdu Ghost City was testament to his formidable skills and indomitable will. Aso was also a demigod warrior. Chen Zhi had previously witnessed him unleash dark runes upon the ground, creating a web-like structure on the surface, which he adeptly utilized to ensnare the ghost blade. However, now, the use of spells was no longer viable. Chen Zhi had never witnessed Aso's prowess in pure physical techniques. The phoenix's condition was deteriorating, displaying signs of impatience. Chen Zhi even observed the wild, chaotic movement of his eyes, revealing a visage filled with murderous intent, a sight most grotesque and ferocious. This indicated that he had lost interest in Aso and sought to eliminate him. This battle was on the brink of conclusion. As Chen Zhi contemplated, he began to silently recite an incantation, swiftly shaking his hand to extract the barrier bubble that he had concealed within himself. Since the onset of the confrontation, he had retained this bubble, preparing for a strategic retreat. He did not disperse the incantations in the sky. On the contrary, he tightened the fierce spells above. Every current of the fierce incantation was infused with the power of the wind and thunder spell. At Chen Zhi's command, the bolts of lightning, spitting electrical serpents, would descend from the heavens. Chen Zhi had abandoned any idealistic perspective on the situation. The battle between Osso and the Phoenix Emperor was undoubtedly stirring, with onlookers eagerly anticipating Osso's victory. Yet, while harboring hopeful aspirations, one must also prepare for the worst. It was evident that the Phoenix Emperor was a deity well-versed in physical techniques, implying that he shared a profound dedication and belief in martial prowess akin to that of the people of Shiqi. Over the millennia, he had tirelessly honed his skills, and the extent of his physical mastery was unimaginable. From a logical standpoint, Osso appeared destined for defeat. The Shiqi people placed immense value on reputation. Should Osso falter, he would inevitably adhere to the terms of their agreement and take his own life within the barrier. At that juncture, it would fall upon Chen Zhi to continue the battle, confronting the frenzied phoenix with his spells in a life-and-death struggle to protect all those on the ground. The question of whether Shiqi and Chen Zhi would be adversaries or allies had become secondary. The battle was nearing its climax, with the two combatants accelerating in their movements. The impatience of the phoenix was glaringly evident. He unleashed relentless attacks, striving to capture Osso. However, he soon realized that his range was becoming increasingly constricted, and Osso was no longer a target he could easily seize. Moreover, Osso's long blade appeared unexpectedly elongated, cumbersome, and not easily wielded. Subsequently, Osso began to reveal his true speed, swiftly darting around the Phoenix Emperor like a streak of light. In the blink of an eye, he became almost invisible. The Phoenix Emperor suddenly found himself in a passive position, unwittingly ensnared in a complete state of control. His body felt as though it were shackled. With every motion he attempted, Osso would promptly interrupt his subsequent action, step by step, continuing this relentless pattern. Ultimately, the Phoenix could no longer execute a complete movement nor deliver a formidable attack. In this state of helplessness, the Phoenix Emperor became increasingly frantic, making several desperate attempts to draw his long blade, all to no avail. It was akin to being rendered limbless, a most excruciating ordeal. In a final act of brute force, he summoned his immense power, seeking to shatter Osso's shoulder blade, causing the very ground beneath him to crack. At that moment, an unexpected event unfolded. Osso suddenly placed a hand upon his face, tearing through the bandages that adorned it, and blood erupted from his translucent skin. In that instant, boundless energy surged within Osso's being, a force possessed solely by the most elite practitioners of physical cultivation. Chen Zhi had previously witnessed this form of qi cultivation in the bodies of Gui Dao and Jiying, yet now, what Osso unleashed was magnitudes more potent than theirs. The radiant qi enveloped Osso entirely, illuminating the traces beneath his feet. Chen Zhi discerned the flickering spiritual light beneath Osso, manifesting as an elliptical formation, an intricate stepping array. Chapter 460. A single strike suffices. In that fleeting moment, a breathtaking display of martial prowess unfolded. Osso wielded no weapon. He stood firm within the ellipse, positioned directly before the phoenix. His knees bent, one hand poised in a fist beneath his ribs, while the other executed a fundamental palm strike aimed at the phoenix's right shoulder. The motion was remarkably precise, steady, and parallel, as his palm connected with the phoenix's chest. In an instant, the phoenix appeared dazed, as though its very soul had been dislodged. All present beheld a translucent essence emanating from within the phoenix's form, seemingly expelled by the force of the strike. Chen Zhi recalled Jiying mentioning that the human body encompasses numerous elements, some visible and others in an imperceptible, translucent state. Superstitiously, these were referred to as the 7 souls and 8 spirits. However, in the realm of true martial arts, a precise and lethal strike could dislodge a layer of this transparent substance, rendering the human form seemingly ethereal. Warriors often term this phenomenon striking the soul, akin to displacing one's spirit. This notion is merely conceptual. Fundamentally, it involves the separation of a unique essence from the body. Such an attack, if executed with accuracy, requires but a singular instance to be effective. The phoenix, momentarily bewildered by the blow, took a considerable time to regain its composure. Upon doing so, it became acutely aware of the affront to its immense pride. Enraged, the phoenix's immediate reaction was to retaliate against Osso. Yet, to its dismay, Osso had vanished. During the phoenix's moment of confusion, The crimson barrier shattered, and Aso leaped away from the circle, his feet no longer touching the ground. Witnessing Aso's sudden exit from the confines, the phoenix erupted in fury, its eyes ablaze with wrath as it reached for its longsword, intent on reducing Aso to fragments. And then, a monumental moment in human martial arts transpired. The proud and formidable phoenix found itself immobilized. Onlookers beheld its body betray its command, its knees buckled, and it crumpled as if its very structure had disintegrated. Ultimately, it managed to unsheath its longsword, plunging it into the ground to prop itself up, narrowly avoiding a complete collapse. This humiliating tableau persisted for nearly 5 seconds before the phoenix's dislodged essence gradually returned. When it lifted its gaze once more, the aura behind it erupted with fervor. The phoenix, consumed by rage, unleashed an unfettered torrent of magical energy, vibrant feathers sprouting forth, and its eyes transforming to a fierce hue of crimson and yellow. His eyes were fixed intently on Aso, as if he could pounce and tear him apart at any moment. The Phoenix Emperor relented, and at that moment, Bao Ping swiftly stepped forward, positioning himself protectively in front of Aso. He then turned his face, seething with rage, as if reproaching Aso. "You, a person of no significant skill, resorting to trivial tricks unworthy of the stage. The Phoenix Emperor merely granted you a chance, and you seized it for a fleeting advantage. Now that you've gained something, why do you not retreat?" "Yes," Aso replied with utmost respect, bowing deeply before stepping back into the ranks of the warriors. Once inside, his hand immediately gripped the hilt of his sword, his body slightly bent, eyes fixated on the Phoenix Emperor ahead, awaiting his response. At that moment, the air around them became taut, as if even the wind carried an aura of tension. All eyes were on the Phoenix Emperor, breaths held, poised for action. Everyone had witnessed what had transpired. No matter how casually Bao Ping downplayed it, the truth remained. The Phoenix Emperor had lost. In terms of physical prowess, he had been outmaneuvered, utterly defeated. Yet this did not diminish his strength. He remained the formidable being capable of consuming all, casting everyone into oblivion. Would such a powerful creature truly adhere to a promise and take its own life due to a momentary misstep? This notion is implausible within the realm of human morality. The Phoenix Emperor's eyes began to shift in hue, turning a brilliant gold, his 3 irises swirling with fervor. The atmosphere around him grew increasingly heated, flames roaring to life, and his feathers became ever more luxuriant. Even his face, nose, and neck sprouted vibrant plumage, which trembled wildly in the air, the shafts soaked in blood, as he seethed with an anger potent enough to incinerate the very heavens. Tension mounted among the onlookers. The warriors rapidly converged, encircling Bao Ping and forming a defensive formation. They all understood that, in the face of magic, humanity was woefully fragile, easily reduced to ash by a mere inferno. The divine progeny valued their promises. A deity who violated their word possessed no dignity, a disgrace so profound that their descendants could not hold their heads high. Such a transgression was akin to the heinous crime of consuming one's own kin. Yet this phoenix had gone mad, having just contemplated consuming its own flesh and blood daughter. No one could predict whether this deranged creature would ultimately maintain its boundaries. Or perhaps the instinct for survival is an intrinsic trait of all beings. The notion of keeping one's word is but a grandiloquent expression, utterly impotent in the face of life and death. Within the moral framework of humanity, this is patently absurd. At that moment, Chen Zhi leapt swiftly into the air, palms pressed together, silently reciting incantations as the barrier he conjured began to expand dramatically. The skies darkened once more, swirling with ominous clouds, unleashing bolts of lightning and tongues of fire. He keenly observed the unfolding situation, ready to take to the skies at a moment's notice, prepared to confront the phoenix in a battle to the death. However, the phoenix did not immediately ascend to the heavens and unleash flames upon them as anticipated. His demeanor was peculiar. He knelt on the ground, one hand gripping a long sword, his amber eyes fixed upon the earth, as if engaged in profound contemplation or perhaps an agonizing choice. It seemed that madness had not entirely clouded his reason, for he truly hesitated before the ultimate principle. At that moment, a sudden blaze plummeted from the sky, exploding upon impact like a small bomb, revealing Jiang Li within. The phoenix possesses formidable regenerative abilities, and in that brief interval, Jiang Li had completely restored her former self. She was now perilously close to the Phoenix Emperor, and in a fit of urgency, she lunged forward, collapsing to her knees before her father. Then, overwhelmed with grief, she wept inconsolably, her cries echoing with despair, instilling fear in those who heard her. "Father, I am the offspring of you and the Xian bird. I am your legitimate child. Father, my lineage is noble, tied to the Phoenix clan and Nuwa since time immemorial, a true ancient deity, unwavering in our oaths. Do not be confused, Father. You must not commit such a disgraceful act. You must not falter. Father, you have lost. Quickly, end your own life." Chapter 461. The Fall of the Phoenix. Jiang Li's voice was a heart-wrenching lament, sending chills down the spines of those present. At that moment, she exhibited no fear of death, her agitation palpable as she clawed at her own face and tore at her feathers, yearning to take the Phoenix Emperor's place in death rather than endure such humiliation. In her fervor, she crawled into the Emperor's fiery circle, tugging at his wings, wailing for him to swiftly take his own life, imploring him not to show even a hint of hesitation, lest it invite speculation. In the face of such a spectacle, all humans were left in shock, including the traditionally resilient warriors of the West Qi, who were equally astounded. The divine race held their oaths in the highest regard. This was common knowledge among the West Qi people. Yet, understanding this concept abstractly was one thing, and witnessing the profound reverence this noble race had for their promises was another matter entirely. To breach an oath was not merely to lose one's life. It was a true disgrace, an unexplainable humiliation. Chen Zhi had perused ancient texts that elucidated the significance of oaths. An oath, in essence, delineates that which is immutable. Even in the face of death, one must not contravene it. The words uttered must be upheld. If one's spoken word carries no weight, then one is unworthy of possessing spirit and dignity, akin to cattle, destined solely to be consumed. The nobility of the divine beings lies partly in their lineage and partly in their status. They consider being suspected of breaking their vows a profound shame. Thus, the mere doubt of their fidelity to their oaths is enough to inflict upon them a great and ignoble disgrace. Even the most exalted ancient deities, once this fundamental line is crossed, find themselves stripped of all dignity, along with their progeny. In the face of Jiang Li's frantic pleas, the majestic phoenix remained unmoved, gazing at her with indifference, saying nothing. Ultimately, it seemed she had resigned herself to despair. In a frenzied state, she struck her own face and gnawed at her flesh, as if unable to bear the weight of such humiliation, seeking to obliterate her very existence. The visage of madness appeared exceedingly terrifying. Amidst Jiang Li's anguished wails, the phoenix's sanity seemed to return in a fleeting moment. His eyes, no longer darting erratically, drooped as they fell upon his biological daughter. "What is your name?" The Phoenix Emperor's voice reverberated, shaking the very ground beneath him, as if to proclaim his might to the world and reveal his boundless power to all. "I am Jiang Li," she cried, her face smeared with blood, feathers cascading around her, sobbing pitifully. "My mother is the Xian bird. Do you remember her?" The Phoenix Emperor gazed down at Jiang Li's bloodied visage, seemingly lost in a slow recollection, yet he offered no reply to her inquiry. His yellow eyes hung low for a considerable time before his form gradually transformed, reverting to that of a human. He gently placed his hand upon Jiang Li's head, and in that moment, he appeared merely as an ordinary man. "I see why you are so beautiful. You are indeed my child. Truly exquisite," he declared. "Jiang Li, remember, you are my sole descendant." Suddenly, the Phoenix Emperor withdrew, drawing his long blade and casting it into the sky. The magnificent weapon traced an elegant arc, radiating an extraordinary brilliance, a sight of unparalleled beauty. Finally, the Phoenix Emperor landed at a distance, a smirk gracing his lips. "You are indeed fortunate. Yet you stand no chance against me." No sooner had he spoken than the blade descended from the heavens, plunging directly into the Phoenix Emperor's heart, rendering him instantly lifeless. This great phoenix, in that brief instant, lost his life. His body remained propped against the ground, resembling an unwavering sculpture. Within moments, his form began to petrify rapidly, akin to the deceased great phoenixes, as he gradually transformed into stone. Ultimately, he shattered from the center, turning to dust. A fierce wind swept through, scattering the remnants into the air. In an instant, this magnificent phoenix vanished without a trace. "Father." Upon the Phoenix Emperor's demise, Jiang Li fell to her knees, wailing uncontrollably. Lost in despair, the cries of the phoenix were painfully piercing, causing all to cover their ears and hesitate to approach. Yet, under Bao Ping's command, All the warriors of the West Qi sheathed their swords, placing their hands over their hearts, kneeling from a distance to pay homage to the great phoenix. Once the tumult subsided, the warriors set about to restore order. Pang Wei assisted others in escorting Jiang to safety. Before departing, he offered a few words of advice to Chen Zhi. First, he urged against engaging in conflict with Bao Ping, suggesting that disputes among brothers should be resolved amicably. Secondly, he expressed his bewilderment, confessing that he could never comprehend why the phoenix was so resolute, ultimately choosing self-destruction. In Pang Wei's words, had he been in that situation, he would not have perished, but instead would have infuriated the mortals around him, asserting, "After all, I can breathe fire. You mortals are powerless against me." Life belongs to oneself, while one's visage is subject to the opinions of others. Let them speak as they will, and perhaps they might even feel shame for their words. The fervent pleas of Jiang Li, urging her father to take his own life, are beyond comprehension until his last breath. This, it seems, illustrates the chasm that separates mortals from the divine. Yet, in the aftermath of all that transpired, Bao Ping and Chen Zhi found themselves seated together. The atmosphere was sweltering, yet their faces remained cool and composed. Silence enveloped them as they observed the bustling crowd ahead, neither daring to break the quietude. Clad in work attire, they found themselves unable to smoke, and the warriors, upon witnessing their leaders in such solemnity, refrained from intruding. Eventually, it was Bao Ping who shattered the silence, inquiring, "Have you discovered anything here?" At the mention of this question, Chen Zhi lifted his gaze to Bao Ping, for the first time perceiving the myriad secrets concealed within those gray eyes. Perhaps they had been hidden for an eternity, and Chen Zhi had never once questioned them. "You know what lies here, do you not? That is why you sought to prevent me," Chen Zhi asserted. Upon hearing his words, a flicker of acknowledgement crossed Bao Ping's gray eyes, and he nodded gently, "Indeed. So, what is your purpose in coming here?" Chen Zhi continued, his countenance darkening. "You wear mourning attire. Are you here to take my life?" At this, Bao Ping's head suddenly bowed, his gray eyes dimming further. In due course, he raised his gaze once more, fixing a serious stare upon Chen Zhi, and nodded again, "Yes." Chapter 462. A private discourse. After uttering this statement, Bao Ping fell into silence once more. However, this time, his expression was laden with discomfort, a stark contrast to his usual demeanor. The surrounding warriors mirrored his unease, their faces betraying the same unsettling emotions. The white mourning attire they donned spoke volumes of their grim purpose, rendering further explanation unnecessary. Bao Ping cleared his throat awkwardly, seemingly attempting to alleviate the tension, yet words eluded him. This was the first occasion Chen Zhi had witnessed Bao Ping in such a state of disarray. Bao Ping was a man of poise. For an extended period, whether faced with life or death, he had never wavered in his convictions. Even in the face of error, he accepted the consequences with grace. Yet this time, he was genuinely flustered. It felt as though he had committed an unspeakable act, desperately wishing to conceal it, only to be discovered in the end. Let us speak of the decree. Chen Zhi sidestepped the most awkward inquiry and began, "When did you learn of its existence? How much do you know?" "It was revealed to me by my adoptive father before his passing," Bao Ping replied, his eyes cast downwards. "Every leader of the Western Qi has been aware of that decree's existence. We know each word within it, for millennia ago. Jiang Li recited the entire decree and imparted it to the Ji clan royalty. At that time, both Jiang Li and King Wu contemplated its destruction. Thus, the search for the descendants of bygone proved futile. Eventually, Jiang Li bestowed upon the Ji clan a mystical disc that confined the Jiang family's sorcery. He proclaimed that this edict was akin to a death warrant, destined to incite discord between the Jiang lineage and the Western Qi. For no soul could resist such temptation, nor would any divine offspring decline the opportunity to ascend the throne of the divine emperor. By granting this limiting artifact to the Ji, his intention was to thwart any potential rebellion from his progeny in the future. Had none from the Jiang family ever questioned this matter? Chen Zhi inquired, gazing intently at Bao Ping. "Not a soul," Bao Ping replied, shaking his head gently, "including your great-uncle and his forebears. For millennia, every patriarch of the Jiang clan has harbored no doubt regarding this issue. All leaders of Western Qi have swallowed this secret, standing by the Jiang family through thick and thin, sharing both glory and disgrace, fighting side by side for a lifetime, yet never uttering a word. It was only at the brink of death that they confided in their successors." Upon hearing such candid revelations, Chen Zhi found himself momentarily speechless. Suddenly, he comprehended Bao Ping's peculiar demeanor and the rationale behind his previous fervor. The prior extremism and the present actions were, in fact, quite logical. And what of now? Chen Zhi asked, his eyes alight with intensity. You have no longer any limiting artifacts against me, and I am aware of everything. Do you intend to kill me? Do you believe you can succeed? A chuckle escaped Bao Ping, which swiftly escalated into uncontrollable laughter. Indeed, your reasoning holds merit. Yet I must make the attempt regardless of the outcome. The pressing question is, how do you feel? Now that you possess this knowledge, will you still stand with humanity? At this juncture, Bao Ping lifted his gaze, a peculiar sorrow reflecting in his gray eyes. Chen Zhi, what do you wish to hear from me? Do you desire my assurance of trust? That I believe you will never betray me? That you would forsake the throne of the divine emperor for the sake of us mere mortals? Forfeit the chance at eternal life? We are no longer children. I comprehend the contents of that edict and what it signifies in your realm. But what are we, really? In the face of those gods who have lived for thousands of years, our fleeting lifespan is utterly insignificant. We are like ants upon the ground. Should they take delight, a mere step would erase us. Would you abandon such a promising future for beings like us? If I were in your position, I would not possess such nobility. I speak the truth. Chen Zhi regarded Bao Ping with calmness, nodding in agreement. You speak the truth. I am indeed not as noble as you suggest. As you mentioned, this temptation is one that none can refuse. In fact, I find myself reluctant to decline it. The issue, however, is that you cannot kill me at present. What shall we do? Do you still harbor hope for me? Certainly. As Bao Ping spoke, his tone was imbued with sincerity, and he seemed somewhat embarrassed. Avoiding direct eye contact and instead casting his gaze downward. Perhaps this is merely my immature imagination. I envision that, akin to the revered Jiang Li, you too will, upon uncovering all truths, steadfastly stand by humanity. Yet, this is merely my wishful thinking, a rather unrealistic sentiment. At this juncture, Bao Ping appeared to recall something. Offering a self-deprecating smile, my adoptive father once conveyed to me that the scions of the Jiang family are not to be trifled with. They cannot be swayed by grandiloquent words. Should this secret come to light to the Jiang clan, their reaction would be vehement. The West Qi would face ruin, and humanity would also be obliterated. Thus, that artifact must not be entrusted to you. It must remain firmly in my possession. He chuckled at this thought, and Chen Zhi joined in his laughter. The earlier awkward atmosphere seemed to dissipate in an instant. At this moment, Bao Ping instinctively reached for a cigarette, but recalling their surroundings, he refrained. He then clasped his hands together and continued, Chen Zhi, I am unlike you. I am a quintessential human being. Like all warriors of West Qi, we possess no other identity, no lineage or divine power to shield us. Thus we must exert every effort to survive. We often hear those divine scions deem humanity as insignificant and ignorant. Yet allow me to share my perspective on humanity. What is a person? In my eyes, humanity is a confluence of divinity and animality. Unlike the divine, humans embody unimaginable virtues as well as unspeakable vices. At times, we may be hypocritical, or even timid and cowardly. Yet, there are moments when we exhibit unwavering resolve, steadfast beyond even the gods themselves. This is the essence of humanity. Humans are complex. Life is fleeting, yet we are far from worthless, and we ought not to be reduced to mere sustenance. Therefore, we should not underestimate ourselves. Chen Zhi, regardless of the choices you ultimately make, I assure you that I will remain steadfast in my current position, just as my adoptive father did. Just as the leaders of West Qi throughout the ages have done, I will stand resolutely before the world of humanity. For the preservation of this realm, I am willing to die 1,000 times, 10,000 times, until I am utterly shattered. Should the heavenly path obstruct me, I shall obliterate it. Should gods or demons impede my way, I shall vanquish them. If your intent is to destroy this world, then we shall become adversaries. Please remember the original domain of this book's premiere. Chapter 463. A Private Conversation, Part 2. Chen Zhi silently absorbed Bao Ping's words, and in truth, the busy warriors around them were also quietly listening, though they did not display their attentiveness. The warriors are no fools. Their sensitivity and perceptiveness set them apart. And following the tumult at Phoenix Valley, they have come to understand the events that have transpired during this period. They are aware of what Chen Zhi is questioning, and the rumors surrounding the illusory barrier have long been circulating, too well known to be concealed. However, Bao Ping's current demeanor does not diminish their faith in Shiqi. Rather, it serves to unite them further. As Baoping just articulated, at the core of it all, they are unequivocally human, with no alternative stance in this matter. Chen Zhi, in contrast, possesses a different perspective, elevated by another layer of identity. Yet, should he truly adopt that standpoint, the human position would become irrevocably inaccessible to him. Is the barrier real? Upon uttering this phrase, Chen Zhi observed the warriors momentarily freeze in place. Subsequently, as though they had heard nothing, they resumed their tasks. The warriors' ears are exceedingly acute. Even the faintest sound from Chen Zhi could not evade their notice. It is real. Or rather, I must believe it to be so. Baoping murmured softly, instinctively reaching for his cigarette, only to ultimately abandon the notion once more. What I can share is that my adoptive father once insisted we must believe in this barrier and never doubt it. Otherwise, we would betray those who sacrificed through the ages. Regarding the past war, our understanding is rather limited, yet I am aware that countless lives were lost. These lives were comprised of both humans and non-humans. This human realm is constructed upon their blood. Hence, I am not in a position to advocate for abandonment. Should this barrier be breached, the human world may indeed face annihilation, and at such a juncture, I would not even possess the right to self-terminate. Have you ever considered that this so-called barrier might merely be a fabrication of Jiang Li? Chen Zhi's voice was barely above a whisper. Yet those nearby still caught his words. His gaze remained fixed on Baoping, sincere to the point of eliminating any doubt. You know, Jiang Li is not as noble as you presume. He has woven more than one lie, and this individual would stop at nothing to achieve his own ends. Are you aware of the tale of Ji Chong? I witnessed him force Ji Chong to consume his own son. The scene was utterly horrific. Upon reaching this point, Chen Zhi recounted everything he had discovered here, everything he had seen, heard, and surmised, to Baoping. Baoping listened in silence, his brow furrowing tighter, his expression growing increasingly grim, yet ultimately, he raised a hand, gesturing for him to cease. No more. I grasp your intent. You wish to convey the sins Jiang Li has committed, to cast doubt on his character. You argue that this world is founded upon malevolence. But children discern right from wrong. Adults are more concerned with gains and losses. These are matters of the past. What significance does the character of a man from millennia ago hold in our present context? But it is of immense importance to me. Chen Zhi spoke earnestly, gazing sincerely at Baoping, hoping he could comprehend his thoughts. It is of great significance to me, and to Yamo as well. We cannot live in obscurity. Otherwise, what is the purpose of my sacrifice? I once vowed to Yamo that I would help him uncover the truth. I must understand the intentions behind Jiang Li's actions. Upon hearing Yamo's name, Baoping's brow furrowed slightly, yet he refrained from speaking and continued with Chen Zhi's discourse. Jiang Shang's motives are rather straightforward. Even though his actions are undeniably wicked, they are all in pursuit of elevating human authority, which is quite understandable. You are attributing too much selflessness to him. Chen Zhi coldly chuckled and shook his head. We cannot perceive this solely from our perspective. Rather, we must consider it from his vantage point at the time. If I were Jiang Shang, in a position of great power, belonging to the upper echelon, what would my purpose be in undertaking all these actions? It is essential to note that this was not an easy endeavor. He had to pay a considerable price for everything he did. He betrayed his own race, harmed his friends and family, defied orthodoxy, and faced the constant peril of death. Having paid such a heavy price to ultimately seize control of the realm, would he willingly relinquish the throne he had acquired? Why then did he serve as a minister to GFA? This matter perplexes me. At times, you truly overthink things, Baoping remarked, seemingly indifferent to Chen Zhi's queries. The thoughts of a person from millennia ago are unfathomable, unless one were to inquire directly with him. And where is he now? Who knows where to find him? What did you say? Chen Zhi's heart suddenly raced. He had just received a profoundly significant piece of information that nearly overwhelmed him. Jiang Li, he is not dead? Baoping immediately recognized his slip of the tongue, his gray eyes nervously darting towards Chen Zhi before he sealed his lips, offering no response. Yet Chen Zhi, in a surge of excitement, grasped Baoping's arm. The leader must not speak falsehoods. Do not keep me in the dark any longer. What you just said was, I do not know where Jiang Li is now. A person who has been dead for thousands of years should not be described in such a manner. If one were to describe him, it ought to be where he lies buried. Therefore, deep down, you believe he is still alive, do you not? Baoping, we are brothers. Do not allow me to live a life shrouded in uncertainty. Quickly tell me, where is he? After a lengthy silence, Bao Ping finally shook his head gently. You, in the past, were somewhat simpler. Now you are truly difficult to deal with. This is quite troublesome. After a moment of silence, as if having made a resolute decision, he lifted his gaze to meet Chen Zhi's. You are right. Jiang Li should still be alive in this world. Chapter 464, Private Conversation, 3. At present, I cannot ascertain whether he is alive or dead. Bao Ping gazed at Chen Zhi, responding to his inquiries. All that I know has been relayed to me by my adoptive father, while his knowledge comes from the previous leader. Traditionally, an elder leader, on the brink of death, imparts certain instructions or leaves behind a letter or offers counsel face-to-face to the newcomer. One must understand that the language of several millennia ago differs vastly from our current vernacular, with distinct modes of expression. The oral traditions that have been passed down are often difficult to comprehend. The information that has reached me has undergone many generations, leaving its accuracy in doubt. In summary, the version conveyed to me by my adoptive father is as follows. After the death of King Wu, a new ruler ascended the throne, and peace reigned across the land. Jiang Li subsequently resigned from his position as prime minister and publicly declared his own demise. However, the leaders of Shiqi were well aware that he had not truly perished. Rather, he had retreated to a secluded place. Where's this place? Chen Zhi pressed eagerly. I am not certain. Bao Ping chuckled, glancing at Chen Zhi. When the new ruler took power and sought to retain the prime minister, Jiang Li addressed the current monarch, saying, From this day forth, the realm is yours to govern. Humanity possesses its own vulnerabilities, and in the future, conflicts may persist. The descendants of the Jiang family, who are friendly to you, will help maintain this barrier. Otherwise, the world shall fracture. I have past associations with an individual, and now that I am advanced in age, I must pay him a visit, lest he harbor resentment towards me. I single-handedly established Shiqi, and should trouble arise in the future, I shall certainly assist. If you wish to find me, simply stir the feather, and I shall come. Stir the feather? Chen Zhi echoed the last phrase. What feather? Presumably, it is a rather ordinary feather, Bao Ping remarked, adjusting the cuffs of his work attire. I have never seen the feather myself. It has always been preserved in the secret chamber of Shiqi, locked away in a box. It is said to be an unremarkable feather, devoid of anything extraordinary. Then why, during times of crisis throughout Shiqi's history, has it not been utilized? Chen Zhi asked urgently, recalling the numerous crises Shiqi had faced, including the repeated sieges of the royal city, a veritable chronicle of blood and tears. Given such circumstances, why was Jiang Li not summoned for assistance earlier? Of course, it was used, Bao Ping replied with a resigned smile. Yet it proved ineffective. According to my adoptive father, Shiqi has encountered countless perils throughout the ages, with many instances nearly leading to its downfall. For a long time, successive leaders of Shiqi have stirred that feather, hoping Jiangshang would descend from the heavens to rescue us. Ultimately, they discovered it was of no use whatsoever. The sorcerers within the organization even attempted to invoke spells upon the feather, hoping for a different outcome, only to find that the feather bore no magical properties, merely a simple object. The only distinction being that it would never wither or decay. However, summoning Jiang Li with it was utterly impossible. Thus, over time, all leaders came to realize that the feather was entirely ineffectual. Thus, it was locked away as a memento, never to be attended to again. So that is how it is. Chen Zhi fell into silence after his words, pondering the peculiar nature of Jiang Li's decision to leave behind a seemingly meaningless feather as a token. Was it a prank? Unlikely, as that would be exceedingly trivial. What could it signify? Was he unable to arrive for some other reason? Had an accident befallen him? Indeed. Bao Ping nodded and remarked, from the very beginning, I suspect there was an issue in the transmission of information. Perhaps Jiang Li did not intend to convey this meaning, leading to a misunderstanding by the sovereign of that time. Or maybe he harbored a hopeful fantasy, believing he would one day return. Yet, what if he went somewhere and encountered unforeseen circumstances that delayed him or even led to his untimely demise, preventing his return? Where could he have gone? What misfortune did he encounter? Chen Zhi murmured, contemplating the entire matter from start to finish. Bao Ping was correct. Tracing events from thousands of years ago is indeed a formidable challenge. The language, grammar, and worldview of that era differ vastly from our own, rendering many aspects inscrutable. Perhaps the feather was merely a misunderstanding. It could very well be that, as Bao Ping suggested, Jiang Li went to a particular place and met someone. only to face an unforeseen incident that ultimately barred his return to his beloved Shichi, perhaps even leading to his death far from home. Yet, let us not indulge in fanciful conjectures. At this moment, Bao Ping continued, now, thousands of years have passed. Regardless of the outcome, we shall never see Jiang Li again. We all know that even divine beings have limited lifespans. It is exceedingly rare for any to have survived to this day. Jiang Shang, the divine lord, has long ascended to paradise. As for that feather, whether genuine or not, let us regard it merely as a lingering thought. Beyond that, there is no need for further speculation. No. Chen Zhi vigorously shook his head. He felt an elusive aspect of this matter had been overlooked. An unsettling sensation he could not articulate. It was as though something lay before him, yet remained obscured from his view. Now, we must turn our attention to present affairs. Bao Ping's expression grew grave as he stated this. Chen Zhi, you comprehend my intent. I can bestow upon you that sacred ring. You should grasp my thoughts. I have never truly contemplated harming you. However, circumstances have changed. My blade must now align with my stance. I am not a noble person, yet I must steadfastly uphold this position. You cannot fathom the difficulties I face. Now, you must make a choice. Will you continue to stand with us, or forsake us to ascend to your divine status? As Bao Ping spoke, his dark eyes grew profoundly shadowed. I will not coerce you, nor will I bind you with any moral constraints. Regardless of your choice, I shall not blame you. However, should you opt to inherit the divine position, it is likely that one of us may perish. Let us set this matter aside for now. After Chen Zhi finished speaking, he rose from the ground and said, I am currently unable to provide you with an answer. Even if I were to respond impulsively, it would be a falsehood. I must comprehend the purpose behind Jiang Li's actions at that time. Until I clarify this matter, my mind remains in disarray. It is imperative to understand this issue. However, you will never receive the answer. Bao Ping remarked, gazing at Chen Zhi. Not necessarily. Chen Zhi smiled gently. If all else fails, I shall inquire directly with him. Chapter 465. Feathers. The situation has finally reached a conclusion. Since returning from Shandong, Chen Zhi has remained in the Hall of Destiny. Meanwhile, Fat Wei and his companions have attended to subsequent affairs. Following this incident, they have temporarily reconciled with the organization, and Fat Wei has naturally returned to the ranks of the black-clad ones. According to Fat Wei, the subsequent events were exceedingly amusing. They indeed transported the body of Kong Qinghan, and upon witnessing that pitiful yet terrifying corpse, the Kong family wept bitterly, deciding to inter him in the ancestral grave, marking his tombstone with his original name. Furthermore, the elder Mr. Kong sought to leverage his connections to invite renowned scholars and literati of the current generation to conduct a memorial service, providing Kong Qinghan with a fitting farewell. The invitees primarily included descendants of Kong Qinghan's friends during his lifetime, as well as contemporary sages and eminent scholars. However, in the dead of night, the elder Mr. Kong experienced a harrowing nightmare, wherein Kong Qinghan, holding his own 2 eyeballs, demanded repayment. He expressed his unwillingness to rest in the ancestral grave and his disdain for encountering those unscrupulous characters again. He argued that if they truly cared for him, they should abandon the Kong surname altogether, allowing him to rest in peace. Otherwise, he would ensure that the elder Mr. Kong would never find tranquility again. The elder Mr. Kong was so frightened that he fell gravely ill. Ultimately, through maternal instinct, he had Kong Qinghan interred in the ancestral grave, cold and desolate, with no one aware of it. As for the professor with gold-rimmed glasses, the 5th uncle of the Kong family, he proved to be a genuine buffoon. After a prolonged period, Shichi discovered that this was where he had leaked information, since he had exchanged a few words with Fat Wei on the plane. He posted on social media, capturing Fat Wei in a candid shot, calling him the most uncultured person he had ever encountered, ridiculing his appearance and lack of sophistication. This video gained popularity on Douyin for a time before it was discovered by the organization. They dispatched personnel to apprehend him, and after a few threats, he promptly confessed. This led to the incident where individuals from Shichi infiltrated the Kong family's well to rendezvous with Chen Zhi and his companions. Nevertheless, such individuals are typically adept at sensing the prevailing winds. Upon recognizing Fat Wei's background during his visit for follow-up matters, this fellow immediately became obsequious, ingratiating himself as a representative of the Kong family, aiding in various arrangements, and transforming into a paragon among sycophants. With the passing of the Phoenix Emperor, the title of Phoenix Emperor has, in theory, been extinguished. The Phoenix clan no longer possesses a true male phoenix, leaving their hopes pinned on the next generation. However, Jiang Li is a direct descendant of the Phoenix Emperor, who affirmed her before his demise. Thus, the Phoenix clan now regards Jiang Li as their highest deity. Jiang Li was engulfed in profound sorrow, determined to provide her father with a grand burial, constructing a divine tomb in the contemporary world. However, her father had already been reduced to ashes, leaving behind only a phoenix-clawed dagger. Thus, she utilized this dagger to create a burial mound, choosing the location of the dust pearl as the site for interment, undertaking extensive construction efforts. This was no simple task, for the location was situated in a sweltering environment, inaccessible to humans, only allowing free passage for fire element demigods. Chen Zhi issued an edict, instructing Wu Jia to relay it to the fire element demigods across the realm. Upon receiving the decree, all fire element demigods were compelled to enter the dust pearl and assist Jiang Li in the construction of the divine tomb, irrespective of the costs, with the primary aim of achieving magnificence. On the other hand, Bao Ping conveyed his sentiments as well. This matter was beyond human intervention, nonetheless. A substantial sum was allocated from the Bao family to procure all necessary materials, aiding in the construction of the Phoenix Emperor's divine tomb. As a final expression of respect from the West Qi towards the Phoenix Emperor, this phoenix, until its last moment, remained steadfast to its oath, a testament to the divine's ultimate principle, deserving of reverence. Reflecting upon this, one wonders how different the outcome might have been had it broken its vow. Once all was concluded, the West Qi resumed its endeavors on the Changbai Mountain project. The undeniable truth loomed ahead. The 3-year pact within the Changbai Mountain was nearing its expiration. At that moment, the safety of all and the very existence of this world hung in the balance, shrouded in uncertainty. The people of West Qi were engrossed in their preparations, amidst this tense atmosphere, observing ordinary individuals traversing the roads, blissfully unaware of the impending danger, continuing their lives with an enviable calmness. During this period, the correspondence between Chen Zhi and Bao Ping dwindled. Everyone was acutely aware that Bao Ping was patiently awaiting Chen Zhi's response regarding his stance. In this span of time, Bao Ping had sent a box via the ghost blade, entirely crafted from metal, gilded on the exterior, an artifact from ages past. The ghost blade informed Chen Zhi that Bao Ping had personally retrieved this box, within which lay a feather left by Jiang Li, inviting Chen Zhi to open it for himself. The metallic box was tightly secured, its edges reminiscent of a zipper, adorned with serrated teeth, fashioned with an old-style combination lock. Chen Zhi captured images of the box and sent them to his father, also detailing the intricacies of the serrated mechanism. Shortly thereafter, the combination was deciphered. Upon unlocking the box, it began to emit a series of crisp, melodious sounds, characteristic of intricate mechanisms, pleasing to the ear. Finally, with a resounding pop, the lid flew open, revealing a glimmering mass that dazzled the eyes. Upon closer inspection, it became evident that the box indeed contained a large gray feather, seemingly plucked from a sizable creature, akin to a goose or other large avian species. Its hue was a radiant gray, shimmering beautifully. Yet, as Bao Ping had mentioned, it was merely an exceptionally large, ordinary feather, the singular peculiarity being that, despite the passage of time, it exhibited no signs of damage or deterioration. What could this object possibly be? Chen Zhi contemplated silently, grasping the feather and letting it glimmer in the air. Under the sunlight, this feather appeared truly crystalline and exquisite, with each delicate filament remarkably beautiful. Yet, Chen Zhi could assert with complete certainty that there was not a trace of any enchantment upon it. In his mind, among all known creatures, none possessed such a feather. If it did exist, it would belong to some long-extinct avian or large beast. As he could not untangle the mystery for the moment, Chen Zhi decided to store the feather away and patiently await the passage of time. The 3-year period was drawing near, and preparations in the West Qi were bustling. Similarly, the time for the next divination was approaching, a matter Chen Zhi had long contemplated. Speculation held no value. To attain an accurate answer, the most straightforward approach was to consult the oracle. This time, he intended to inquire about the truth of all matters from the mouth of the deity on Changbai Mountain. Reflecting upon it, the events of 5,000 years ago unfolded in a manner that defied logic. What, indeed, was the enigmatic Jiang Li orchestrating? Chapter 466. The dignity of the great deity. As autumn arrived, the weather seemed to cool significantly. Perhaps it was due to the previous battle with the phoenix. But Wu Jia appeared to have suffered from considerable heat. Upon returning, he incessantly lamented about having suffered a heat stroke, claiming that the flames of the phoenix had scorched his insides, exuding heat daily. Thus, he perpetually placed a bag of ice upon his head, meandering about the courtyard in a state of discontent. Chen Zhi, understanding his plight, refrained from assigning him any tasks. As night fell, Chen Zhi and the others retired to sleep, leaving Wu Jia alone in the courtyard. Recently, Wu Jia had enjoyed a measure of prestige. His suit of armor was genuine fine craftsmanship, adorned with pure gold embellishments. Chen Zhi had also conferred upon him the banner of the Jiang clan, which he carried with a semblance of dignity, proudly displayed above his head to signify the authority of the Jiang family. He rested the bag of ice on his forehead for a considerable time, yet he felt the internal heat still surging forth, causing him great anxiety. Thus, he clapped his hands, summoning Hu, the divine general, with a beckoning call. Upon his arrival, Hu shook the earth from his head, maintaining his usual simple-minded demeanor. He had recently returned from his hometown, where he had been recuperating from his injuries. Hu was the least expressive among the divine generals. Yet he had sustained the gravest wounds during the battle. The phoenix's flames had concentrated upon him, resulting in severe burns. When he returned, his flesh had been nearly cooked. Now, he was slathered in a special ointment concocted by his mother and donned a new skin, standing there looking somewhat unrecognizable. Come, Hu, you have endured much. Wu Jia called out, I have some freshly picked tea leaves. Come, let us savor them, without sharing with anyone else. Wu Jia and Hu had always shared a close bond. He poured a bowl of tea and presented it before him. The tiger has always possessed an insatiable appetite. It drinks whenever it encounters water and consumes meat without hesitation. Instead of delicately pouring tea, it gulped down an entire pot of tea. At this moment, Wu Jia, with a sly expression, leaned in and whispered into the tiger's ear. Tell me, dear tiger, can you discern the current situation? What situation? The tiger replied, appearing somewhat bewildered by Wu Jia's words. Are you referring to the impending battle against the mistress of Fengdu that our master is planning? We have known about that for ages. Wu Jia shook his head, adopting an air of mystery. Those are trivial matters for us to discuss. What I am referring to is the power dynamics, the hierarchy, do you understand? Can you not see the changing tides? My position as the leader is no longer secure. I was the first to pledge allegiance to our master, and they all stood behind me, too intimidated to speak. I was the chief, and you were my second, while that little girl, Jiang Li, was merely a supporting character. But now, they have all ascended to divine status, and our hierarchy is destined to shift. As for Han Hu, I shall refrain from speaking about him. The spirit stone was bequeathed to him by his father, and he entered as a legitimate deity, often exhibiting respect, so I do not envy him. And that little girl, Jiang Li, has astonishingly transformed into a phoenix, truly a bewildering twist of fate. There exists a saying among humans that a sparrow can become a phoenix. But how is it that a mysterious bird has transformed in such a manner? Truly, the heavens have lost their sight. She was already favored by our master, but now that she has become a phoenix, she barely deigns to acknowledge me. I risked my life to save her this time. Yet did she even utter a word of thanks? She often regards others with disdain, her chin raised high. A naive creature unaccustomed to the world. I chose not to hold her recent loss against her. But that accursed black dragon from Wushan, what was he to begin with? Merely a giant serpent that could never become a dragon, essentially just a long worm of considerable age, who, upon receiving the master's favor, transformed into a dragon god. His arrogance is staggering. He is yet to come and pay his respects to me, completely disregarding my presence. I fear my current position is utterly untenable. You need not dwell on these matters. Wu Jia reassured. I am certain they still hold you in respect. As the tiger munched on the biscuits, it replied, you should not be overly concerned about these things. Our master has stated that all beings are equal. We are all on the same plane. If we consider our origins, my mother was a beast as well. Han Hu is the same, as is the dragon god of Wushan. We are all alike. Perhaps it is your dull-wittedness that clouds your understanding. Wu Jia was nearly exasperated enough to circle those words for the tiger to see. What equality among beings. That is merely their lofty rhetoric. The three of them are now deities of rightful position. When the master ascends to the rank of divine emperor, they will be exalted as supreme gods, holding a status akin to that of the ancient deities. The lesser gods will surely look up to them. What will we amount to then? Currently, I am merely a demigod of beastly lineage, and my master has stated that my modest capabilities will not elevate my status in the future. Therefore, we must remain united. We must seize the moment to suppress their arrogance. In their presence, you shall speak in accordance with me, ensuring they do not perceive any disparity in rank. Otherwise, my standing will diminish, and consequently, your position will vanish as well. Do you understand? Yes, yes. The tiger, with a vague semblance of comprehension, nodded his massive head. Very well, it is sufficient that you comprehend. Now, come quickly and sit beside me. Upon concluding his statement, Wu Jia adjusted his attire and exaggeratedly adorned himself with the banner of the Jiang clan. That rascal Han who has been occupied with constructing the divine tomb and has only just returned. I sense a growing arrogance in him, as he increasingly disregards my authority. I have summoned him to carry out certain tasks, and you shall lend me your support. The tiger nodded again, still munching on biscuits, seemingly oblivious to whether he understood or not. At that moment, Wu Jia recited a few incantations, clapped his hands, and summoned the other divine generals using their methods. After a while, indeed, a wisp of azure smoke emerged from the ground, and Han Hu surfaced. Do you require my assistance? Han Hu asked, somewhat bewildered as he emerged. He regarded Wu Jia's flamboyant attire with amusement, though he refrained from laughing aloud. It's nothing of great consequence. My senior brother wishes for you to undertake a few tasks. Wu Jia sat solemnly upon his seat, fully embracing the facade of authority. You see, I have always been closest to our master, and there are matters of which you are unaware. The master has instructed me to seek out demigods adept at traversing the mountains, for they may prove invaluable in the future. I have been exceedingly busy of late, and the master, concerned for my well-being under the sweltering heat, has advised me to take some rest. It is only natural. A deity of my caliber should not be burdened with trivial tasks. You must learn to manage such matters gradually, so you shall handle this in my stead. Han Hu, listening to Wu Jia's commands, pondered briefly before twirling the beads in his hand and obediently replied, Very well, I shall attend to it right away. Wait. Hearing Han Hu's readiness, Wu Jia felt quite pleased. It would be challenging for you to go alone. Request the assistance of that newly arrived dragon god. Since his return, he has yet to pay his respects to me, and it is time he contributes. At this, Han Hu hesitated slightly, then glanced at Wu Jia, revealing an awkward smile. Brother, allow me to offer you a piece of advice. It is best to seek my assistance for any tasks, but I strongly advise against provoking that black dragon. What? Are you suggesting I cannot command him? Wu Jia appeared incensed, defiantly shaking his head as he leapt down. Regardless, I am indeed the foremost deity among the ranks. A position that signifies order. Much like the chief warrior of the West Qi, my commands must be heeded. I shall summon the black dragon forth and confront him directly, questioning whether he dares to disregard me after attaining his divine status. If that is the case, I shall impart a proper lesson upon him. After the game of Wu Jia, I clapped my hands, wishing to call upon the dragon deity. At that very moment, powerful claws suddenly grasped my shoulders, forcefully returning me to my seat. Subsequently, an aged voice resonated in my ear, asking, Little pangolin, are you calling for me? That night, the courtyard of the Fate Hall unexpectedly filled with frigid waters. Wu Jia completely alleviated the heat within that day, and from then on, I never suffered from heat stroke again. Time commenced to tighten, and the atmosphere grew increasingly tense. Eventually, even in the normal world, one could sense the flavor of that tension, along with the unique scent of smoke from the underworld. During this period, Chen Zhi received scant news from West Qi. Although occasionally the Ghost Blade would arrive to relay information regarding Changbai Mountain, the majority of discussions revolved around Ji Ying's injuries. Ji Ying was gravely wounded, barely escaping with her life. The Ghost Blade disclosed that nearly all of her vital organs had been pierced, leaving the shaman astounded when she was brought back. In human medical terms, she would have been considered a corpse. However, magic often transcends the realm of science. Following an all-out rescue effort from the organization, she managed to evade the perilous phase. It was indeed a stroke of extraordinary luck. Yet it did not imply her return to normalcy. Reports indicated that Ji Ying remained in a coma, suffering from significant hemorrhaging daily, with blood even seeping from her ears and eyes. Such severe trauma is not easily healed, and if mishandled, it may result in lasting repercussions, greatly affecting her future. Ji Ying cannot return for the time being. Nonetheless, life must persist, and their mission must continue. Chen Zhi refrained from proactively contacting Bao Ping. as the lack of a definitive answer rendered their communication somewhat awkward. Meanwhile, Pang Wei had been busy traversing the world with the men in black. It is said that the project at Changbai Mountain has entered its final stages. Many areas at the foot of Changbai Mountain have been fortified with layers of defense. High-density metal plates have been arranged to transform the interior into a self-contained world. The local populace, including those residing at the mountain's base, must relocate. This is no trivial matter. It necessitates extensive coordination of relationships and the delegation of authority. Such cumbersome tasks have kept Yi Qiu, along with Pang Wei and Ning Bin, occupied as they sought documents and submitted applications, fully engrossed in their endeavors. A multitude of individuals busied themselves with their respective duties, leaving Chen Zhi in solitude. In this tranquil period, he was afforded ample time for independent contemplation. During this time, he primarily cohabited with Ding Ning, spending his days immersed in the questions that occupied his mind. Occasionally, he would take out a gray feather to examine, hoping to extract some insight from it. Yet each endeavor ultimately ended in disappointment. Of course, he had also sent a photograph of the feather to his father. Yet even his omniscient father found himself at a loss. It was indeed a feather belonging to an unknown creature. His father conjectured that it likely belonged to an extinct, colossal bird from ancient times. The biosphere of that era was markedly different from today's, which is quite natural. However, asserting that this feather possessed any summoning capabilities seemed implausible, and it certainly fell beyond Chun Yang's realm of expertise. During this time, Chen Zhi endeavored to apply the role-switching method his father had suggested, famously known as psychological mirroring. He envisioned himself as Jiang Li, pondering how he would act under similar circumstances and what his objectives might be. Yet, this psychological mirroring technique proved ineffective. No matter how Chen Zhi cast himself as Jiang Li, he could not fathom his intentions. From Chen Zhi's perspective, many of Jiang Zi's later actions appeared contradictory, almost as if he were suffering from a form of mental disarray. Occasionally, Pang Wei would return, and upon witnessing Chen Zhi's turmoil, he would invariably chuckle. Pang Wei's remarks were always blunt. When I mention oranges, I'm not talking about you. I simply disdain those of you who are well-educated, endlessly mulling over trivial matters. You complicate the simplest of issues. What purpose could Jiang the old immortal possibly have? Isn't it plainly evident? Since time immemorial, heroes have either bowed to beauty or to power. Your ancestor was no different. He sought to ascend to the throne, which ultimately boils down to a quest for power. That is entirely misguided. Chen Zhi vehemently disagreed with this notion. I have been contemplating this matter, and I initially believed he sought dominion over the world. However, upon reevaluating my thoughts, I realized that Jiang Li held a position of immense stature at that time. His noble status was already elevated, complemented by his innate talent for controlling spirit stones. Who could possibly usurp such a position, even if he harbored concerns about his future? His relationship with Shen Gongbao was exceptionally strong, ensuring a boundless future ahead. Why resort to such extremes? Do you still not grasp this? Pang Wei chuckled, lighting a cigarette. Look at history. Those who betray are often chancellors or royal kin. This is the essence of human greed, insatiable like a serpent swallowing an elephant. Wealth and glory are never enough, and being second to none is still insufficient. Why not seize control entirely? Jiang Li, no matter how exalted, was still subjugated by ancient gods and the divine emperor. He would always be second or third in command. Wouldn't it be splendid to execute a grand scheme and ascend to the top? That indeed seems plausible. However, he ultimately did not act upon it. When Chen Zhi spoke of this, there was a profound seriousness in his demeanor. It was the very matter that had been plaguing him of late. If I were in his position, having so fervently betrayed my own kind, committing countless deceitful and bloody deeds, even contravening the celestial laws of that time, how could I possibly relinquish the power I had gained so easily to the Ji clan? At this, Pang Wei fell silent, momentarily at a loss for words. Before awkwardly chuckling, "Hey, isn't it possible for someone to sacrifice themselves for others? Can't we live through the mythic era?" He continued, "Enough of your fanciful thoughts. You should stop toying with that wretched feather, as it only leaves you in a state of constant bewilderment. Focus instead on our impending venture into Changbai Mountain. I heard from a friend residing near Changbai that the current state of the mountain is rather dire." Not to be deterred, Chen Zhi persisted with his earlier topic. Jiang Zi's actions are utterly inappropriate. There must be some ulterior motive, one that eludes our understanding. Why must you know about this? Pang Wei, growing increasingly impatient, crushed his cigarette and stamped it out forcefully. Even if you were to uncover the truth, what then? Would you truly forsake us to ascend as your divine emperor? That would be quite the feat, just as Pang Wei managed to chuckle. He quickly suppressed it upon noticing Chen Zhi's sudden change in expression. His eyes momentarily glinted with a violet hue. From Chen Zhi's lips escaped a gentle utterance. Not necessarily. Chapter 468. Another perspective, since no clues could be gleaned from the feather, nor any insight into Jiang Li's thoughts at the time. Chen Zhi had no choice but to place all his hopes on the forthcoming divination. Based on past experiences, the shamanistic divination was remarkably accurate, and it held no bias, ensuring no deception towards Chen Zhi. According to his agreement with the deity Xianlin of Changbai Mountain, the next divination was conveniently scheduled for 1 month prior to the 3-year pact. This meant that once the results were revealed, they would soon face the ultimate showdown with the queen of the underworld. As Ning Bin recounted, ever since preparations for battle commenced, he had long sent his wife and family to safety in a distant place. The Tang family had largely dispersed, with workshops and aquaculture factories ceasing operations entirely. He also relayed messages to the Immortal Valley, urging them to evacuate from Changbai Mountain at the earliest opportunity, as the Tang family had arranged safe havens for these immortals, in anticipation of the mountain being once again engulfed by ghostly flames. However, Xianlin exhibited an unwavering resolve this time. He stated that many matters are beyond human control. If the flames from the underworld were to emerge, there would be no place in the world that remains secure, and beneath the collapsing nest, no egg could survive. Given this, there was no need to vacate. Chen Zhi did not oppose this notion. The shamanistic immortals were his most formidable allies. Their presence in the Immortal Valley would provide a defensive barrier that could be utilized as a base during the final conflict. Thus, the ensuing time was spent in silence, a patient waiting. In a state of detached anticipation, Chen Zhi was acutely aware that during this tumultuous period, Qi had reached a peak of tension. He understood that everyone was confronted with the stark reality of life and death, and no one seemed to care about the truths surrounding the events of 5 millennia ago, nor the authenticity of the barriers. Yet, Chen Zhi remained different. His thoughts and energies were unwaveringly fixated on this singular path. Without a resolution to this matter, he found himself perpetually uncertain of where he should stand. As Bao Ping had articulated, in the face of the eternal divine realm and the exalted throne of the supreme deity, to claim one as wholly untempted would be a blatant falsehood. Chen Zhi harbored an intense desire to ascend as the divine emperor, despite the once distant nature of that lofty title, which had instilled a sense of trepidation within him. Yet, his yearning persisted, not merely in his heart, but throughout his entire being. His body, subconscious, and every nerve craved the elevation to that unparalleled throne. What sensation would it evoke to be a divine emperor, to gaze down upon the world, to be venerated by the pantheon, to command the very winds and clouds of heaven? And what of humanity? At such a juncture, what would humanity signify? Would he still possess an interest in the human condition? Chen Zhi continued to grapple with the choices made by Jiang Li in that era. What drove him to so resolutely align with humanity? What benefit did he perceive in such a decision? Recently, another voice had begun to echo in Chen Zhi's mind, one that had lingered since the inception of the Wuhou Valley. Initially, this voice had served merely as a reference, akin to the musings of another, holding little significance. However, it now grew increasingly pronounced, as he began to perceive it as the authentic essence of himself, gradually dominating his thoughts and threatening to consume his consciousness. What are you contemplating? The voice inquired within his mind. You are, after all, of divine lineage. What camaraderie do you seek with humanity? Their resilience or greatness bears no relevance to your existence. Different races, divergent fates. Humanity has wielded dominion over the world for millennia. Are they not satiated? You have long since repaid any debts owed to them. What more do you await? You are the heir to the divine emperor. All that remains for you is to don the divine mantle, and you are aware of its whereabouts, within your grasp. Clothe yourself in the divine guise. Cast aside this mortal shell, and in doing so, your suffering shall cease, along with your fixation on humanity. I wish to wait a while longer. Chen Zhi silently responded within himself. I wish to discern Jiang Li's thoughts at that time. What merit is there in pondering him? He was merely a foolish self-deceiver. The voice persisted in his mind. He made a misguided choice, betraying his own kind in favor of humanity, ultimately vanishing without a trace. As for his true fate, deep down, you too have harbored doubts. It is entirely plausible that the Ji family orchestrated his demise, scripting a performance of their own. The feathers? Merely a fabrication of humanity's deceit. At that time, Jiang Li posed a significant threat to the Ji clan. The fate of the rabbit and the dog, the bough and the bird, are familiar tales in the realm of humanity. Jiang Li ensnared himself, yet you are not he. Do not be deceived by the hypocritical bonds of human affection. However, there are indeed human beings who hold great importance to me. Chen Zhi furrowed his brow tightly, wrestling within his own mind. Those individuals are indeed irreplaceable. I know, the voice continued. It is not necessary for you to eliminate them. They can live, and you can still ascend to the divine throne. For instance, your father, your friends, the woman you cherish, even the leader of Shiqi, Baoping. You care for them. You may grant them a domain, nurturing them as humans do with their beloved pets, treating them as family. What nonsense! Chen Zhi suddenly opened his eyes, realizing he was drenched in sweat, having been in a mental struggle with his own voice. As time passed, Chen Zhi grew increasingly peculiar. He refrained from social interactions and refused to consume meat, even feeling nauseated at the thought of it. Ding Ning was alarmed, fearing Chen Zhi had fallen ill, constantly calling Fat Wei to persuade him. Presently, Chen Zhi absorbed every word spoken to him, including that of his father. Meanwhile, Chen Yang seemed to undergo a transformation, shedding his previously inflated ambition. Upon noticing Chen Zhi's change, he ceased his coercive conversations and instead cautiously introduced subtle ideas. Do not allow fate to dictate your thoughts and choices. Moreover, humans are humans, not mere beasts. Days passed in this torment, and the day of divination soon approached. Ultimately, that day arrived. At 5 o'clock that morning, Chen Zhi awoke, sitting quietly in the dark chamber, awaiting the arrival of night, for the question he intended to pose was immensely significant, determining the course of his destiny. Throughout the day, no one dared to disturb him. Even Ding Ning refrained from ascending the stairs. As darkness enveloped the world, Chen Zhi felt his heartbeat gradually slow, as if foreseeing the weighty choice that lay ahead. Thus, he awaited silently in the shadows, and just after the witching hour, a flicker of light suddenly illuminated the dark room. The glow was ethereal, akin to a spirit emerging from the depths of darkness. Chen Zhi recognized that the deity of Changbai Mountain, Xianlin, was approaching. Chapter 469, The Secrets of Heaven Indeed. In the pitch-black room, the luminous entity began to expand, and before long, it transformed into a human form. This figure grew larger in the silent darkness until it distinctly materialized before Chen Zhi. It was none other than the deity of Changbai Mountain, Xianlin. At this moment, Xianlin had entirely transcended his former state, fully immersed in the divine aura. His appearance was strikingly divine, exuding an extraordinary aura, so pure that it deterred others from approaching him. He resembled a deity detached from the mundane world. Like last time, Xianlin was enveloped in a delicate veil of white gauze, shimmering with ethereal light, further enhancing the mystery surrounding the newly appointed deity of Changbai Mountain. Through the sheer fabric, Xianlin's 3 pupils sparkled brightly, intensely gazing at Chen Zhi. Tribe leader, it is an honor beneath the divine to hear your joyous news. Congratulations, Xianlin proclaimed, subsequently kneeling, offering the highest form of reverence to Chen Zhi. Chen Zhi understood that Xianlin was essentially paying homage to the divine emperor. No need for such formality, Chen Zhi replied, raising his hand in a gesture of support, silently indicating that Xianlin need not be so courteous, yet he refrained from direct contact. Thus, Xianlin seated himself on the ground. As during their previous divination, Xianlin wore a ceremonial garment made of traditional ethnic furs, the most primitive shamanistic attire, resplendent in vibrant colors adorned with strings of pearls and agate that jingled melodically. Xuanlin's voice was as gentle as the sunlight on Changbai Mountain. Please, present your inquiry. Tribe leader, you may pose a primary question and then extend further inquiries. May the response from the divine alleviate your concerns. Very well, Chen Zhi nodded slightly, directing his gaze towards Xianlin as he boldly posed his question. I wish to inquire about Jiang Li, the Jiang Li who assisted King Wu in his campaign against Zhou 5,000 years ago. Is he still alive? Your question is known to the divine, Xianlin replied, slowly bowing his head and donning his silver mask. According to the rules of the Jurchen divination, the act of wearing the silver mask signified the acceptance of Chen Zhi's request for divination. The moment Xianlin adorned the gleaming mask, an infinite radiance of azure and white erupted from him, causing the entire atmosphere to simmer, as if he had transcended his former self. He was no longer the gentle deity of Changbai Mountain, but transformed into an entity capable of perceiving celestial secrets, indescribable in nature. Then, an unusual energy began to rise around them, strange and enigmatic. The masked oracle sat silently in the darkness, gradually lifting a finger to point at Chen Zhi. Uttering the answer, "The great sinner possesses no right to death. Concealed among mortals, he endures eternal torment." Upon hearing this definitive response, Chen Zhi's heart raced. This time he did not meander around the subject, but directly delved into the matter. He quickly moved closer to the masked oracle. "Very well. I now wish to pose a branching question. Since Jiang Li still exists in this world, where is he located? Please tell me his precise whereabouts." As soon as Chen Zhi articulated this question, his heart pounded with anticipation, eagerly awaiting the answer. However, this time, the oracle disappointed him. According to the rules, as long as the process was adhered to, shamanistic divination would not refuse any inquiry. The masked oracle should have answered Chen Zhi's question once more. Of course, the oracle's responses could sometimes be perplexing. Regardless of how incomprehensible those languages may be, they ultimately must convey a message for others to decipher. Yet this time, the oracle fell inexplicably silent. Chen Zhi, filled with excitement, felt as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over him, prompting him to reiterate his previous question. However, the oracle remained mute, as if it had not heard his inquiry at all. Anxiously, Chen Zhi pondered, "What is happening? Could it be that my method of questioning is flawed? That cannot be. I possess a thorough understanding of the divination rules. Even if there were a mistake." As in previous instances, the oracle would provide some guidance rather than complete silence. This is exceedingly strange. Perhaps I should pose another question. Chen Zhi, settling for a different approach, addressed the masked oracle. "I wish to inquire about Jiang Li's intentions. Why did he assist the Zhou dynasty in overthrowing the tyrant Zhou? What was his true purpose?" This query was entirely safe, closely linked to his initial question, and reflected his innermost curiosity, leaving no grounds for refusal. Yet, upon voicing his question, the oracle remained utterly silent, as if the divine being beneath the mask had been frozen in time. Not only did it refrain from speaking, but its body also lay still, the finger that had once pointed forward now rigid in place. After a brief pause, a sudden thud echoed as the oracle's arm fell, followed by its neck, causing its head to droop lifelessly. "What is wrong with you?" Chen Zhi could hardly fathom encountering such a scenario. Previously, Xian Lin had cautioned him against disrespecting the oracle, especially after donning the mask, advising him never to touch the oracle's body, for it represented the highest sanctity of shamanism, embodying the divine. Yet now, Chen Zhi could no longer stand idly by. He swiftly approached and, after much hesitation, lifted the thin veil covering the oracle. Instantly, the silver mask shimmered with a radiant aura, exuding an unparalleled purity and sanctity. However, the oracle appeared eerily rigid, completely unresponsive, its entire form slumped in place. Chen Zhi placed his hand upon the sacred silver mask, and after a moment of contemplation, he made a resolute decision and decisively removed the mask. In truth, he had long desired to glimpse the visage concealed beneath this divine faade. Yet, the moment the mask was lifted, an unimaginable reality unfolded before Chen Zhi's eyes. This reality struck him like a thunderclap, sending his thoughts spiraling into chaos, obliterating his capacity for judgment. Behind the mask emerged the face of Jiang Li. The visage was gaunt and frail, with snow-white brows and bloodshot eyes, the skin marred by burned scars. Glaring at Chen Zhi with a demonic fury, he intoned with a commanding voice, "Wretch, what do you seek?" Chapter 470. Isolation upon first encountering the terrifying visage of Jiang Li. Chen Zhi found himself momentarily paralyzed by disbelief. The grotesque Jiang Li lunged at him with ferocity akin to that of a rabid beast, his hands gripping Chen Zhi's throat with an unimaginable force. Their faces were alarmingly close, and Chen Zhi could clearly discern the horror etched upon Jiang Li's countenance, which appeared as if it might bleed at any moment. His eyes bulged outward, radiating an intense heat that seemed capable of igniting Chen Zhi's very skin. Chen Zhi even glimpsed strands of lava seeping from Jiang Li's hair. Countless times, Chen Zhi had envisioned the moment of their encounter. Yet he had never anticipated such a nightmarish visage. That twisted and contorted face resembled something pulled from the depths of molten rock. Jiang Li, in his madness, clutched Chen Zhi's throat with the clear intention of extinguishing his life, even attempting to bite into the arteries of his neck. Desperate to break free, Chen Zhi struggled, but his panic rendered him ineffective against Jiang Li's overwhelming strength. After several futile attempts to escape, he resorted to invoking his incantations, silently reciting the fiery spell in hopes of repelling Jiang Li. Although employing such magic in the presence of Jiang Li seemed audacious, Chen Zhi could not ascertain the likelihood of success. Ultimately, with a resounding thud, Jiang Li was flung away from him. However, whether it was due to the recoil or some other factor, Chen Zhi suddenly experienced a wave of dizziness. The sensation was indescribable, teetering between the realms of dream and stark reality, as Jiang Li's ghastly face flickered before him like a specter. He slipped into a semi-conscious state, his mind buzzing, rendered incapable of coherent thought. The energies within him collided chaotically, as if on the verge of explosion. When his aura finally stabilized and his intellect returned, he discovered himself enveloped in darkness. All was lost. Xian Lin had vanished. The heavenly secrets were no more, and only a shattered silver mask remained on the ground, stripped of its former brilliance. What had transpired? Was it a mere dream? At that moment, Chen Zhi could not discern the veracity of his experiences. His first instinct was to hastily contact Ning Bin, inquiring about the situation at hand. Startled by Chen Zhi's late-night call, Ning Bin, upon hearing the account, promptly dispatched individuals to Xianren Valley. However, the ascent would require some time. Even the most seasoned among them would not yield news until the following day. Thus, Chen Zhi spent the night engulfed in turmoil and anxiety. It was not until the afternoon of the next day that news finally arrived from Ning Bin. After a night of relentless travel, his dispatch team had successfully entered the valley. There, Xian Lin had just awakened from a prolonged unconsciousness, having suffered unexpected injuries that rendered him insensible throughout the night, only regaining consciousness by dawn. Yet, Xian Lin too was oblivious to the events that had transpired. He instructed to convey a message to Chen Zhi, asserting that such a situation should not arise in the realm of shamanism. At that moment, he had entrusted his being to the celestial mysteries, an entity invisible and intangible, thus impervious to assault. The transformation into Jiang Li's visage remained a mystery to him. It felt as though a more formidable will had temporarily usurped his body, akin to being possessed. Consequently, this occurrence defies explanation. However, the mask lay shattered, and Xuanlin's body had sustained considerable injury, rendering the divination technique temporarily untenable. This revelation vexed Chen Zhi profoundly, as all his hopes thus far had been anchored in this very divination. Now, this singular avenue had been obstructed, plunging him into a state of utter bewilderment, which incited a profound anxiety within him. He recognized that he now faced a monumental choice, one that not only dictated his own fate, but also that of the entire human realm. This was no trivial matter, nor was there room for the pretense of benevolence and righteousness. Faced with this palpable decision, he found himself engulfed in confusion. With less than a month remaining until the 3-year appointment, the urgency of time starkly contrasted with Chen Zhi's current state of mind. Subsequently, he isolated himself entirely within his upper chamber, refusing to answer any calls or engage with anyone, disregarding all counsel. During this period, his father inundated him with heartfelt calls urging him to reconsider. Bao Ping even sent word that, should he acquiesce, his father could return to be by his side immediately. Pang Wei had also returned, persistently knocking on the door and calling out, occasionally accompanied by the voice of Ghost Blade. They recounted past events to invoke Chen Zhi's memories, as if fearing he might forget. Yet, Chen Zhi had sealed the entire second floor with a fierce spell, allowing nothing to penetrate, not even sustenance. He understood that Bao Ping was gripped by fear. 3 years prior, upon ascending to the throne, he had likely relinquished the ring that constrained the Jiang clan out of a calculated necessity. Yet, this act was not devoid of trust, marking perhaps Bao Ping's most reckless decision. Now, however, he regretted it. Human nature is unpredictable, and divinity even more so. He feared that Chen Zhi might ultimately take that irrevocable step. Yet, this was also Chen Zhi's greatest fear, for he had begun to sense an increasing divergence from his former self. His divine language flowed with an ease akin to that of his mother tongue, while human speech felt increasingly awkward, even crude. The once familiar voices outside had grown distant, threatening to fade away entirely. The barrier of the fierce spell was formidable. Without Chen Zhi's consent, nothing could enter, not even his divine generals dared to intrude. Thus, during this period, Chen Zhi finally attained tranquility, albeit accompanied by profound solitude. The sense of solitude is indescribable. With less than 10 days remaining until the conclusion of a 3-year pact, an uninvited guest suddenly emerged from Chen Zhi's barrier. The black flames silently danced in the air, revealing themselves before Chen Zhi, gradually taking form. What troubles you, young heir? Are you also engulfed in confusion? Have you begun to comprehend my anguish? Death is not the terrifying aspect. The true horror lies in the uncertainty of who should perish. Chapter 471. Yamo's thoughts at this moment. Yamo appeared more ghostly than ever. He emerged silently, devoid of any aura, rising gracefully from the black flames and alighting before Chen Zhi. As he touched the ground, the black sludge clung to his feet, rapidly spreading across the floor, accompanied by a pungent aroma of sulfur. Darkness enveloped this reaper of the Forsaken, saturating the atmosphere with a palpable sense of death. What are you hesitating about? Yamo glided closer to Chen Zhi, his terrifying visage hovering in and out of focus, resembling an ethereal wisp. Young heir, esteemed patriarch of the Jiang clan. What fears plague you? What holds you back? What will it take for you to make a decisive choice? You know, this is the essence of true destiny. You bear a striking resemblance to Fuxi, your eyes even more so. Many speak of this legendary divine emperor, yet few have witnessed him firsthand. It is said he possessed a temperament both cruel and bloodthirsty, scornful of humanity as a lesser race. Yet, few realize he was once human himself, a being who ascended from humanity, yet despises his origins. Do you see how hypocritical that is? Humanity is a race unworthy of affection. I know, Chen Zhi murmured. I have long been aware. If that is the case, why must I still suffer? Yamo regarded Chen Zhi and asked, do you require my assistance to alleviate your pain? I possess a method to strip away one's humanity, to forge a heart as unyielding as iron. Would you like that? No, I do not require such things. Chen Zhi replied, not even lifting his gaze to meet the face of this old acquaintance. There is no need for your seductive words. Spare me your attempts at manipulation. I am well versed in what you excel at. My thoughts are consumed by a singular matter, a critical juncture. I must unravel this enigma to ascertain my ultimate choice. Otherwise, it would not be a genuine choice at all. That is your dilemma, Yamo persisted, leaning closer with his unsettling countenance. Young heir, there is no need for this roundabout discourse. I ask you plainly, do you not remember the promise you made to me? Of course, I remember. Chen Zhi answered earnestly, lifting his face. My commitment to you remains unwavering. Yet, that very matter is what currently entangles me. Our goals align. We both seek to fulfill the aspirations of Jiang Zia. However, I cannot penetrate his thoughts. The only certainty I possess at present is that Jiang Zia is still alive. Upon reflection, I recall that he has indeed manifested a few times since then, albeit in a rather peculiar manner, merely a fleeting apparition. This sensation did not resemble that of a living being at all. Thus, I find myself yearning to comprehend the essence of his existence in this world. Yet, I am utterly at a loss. Are you implying that he yet lives? Upon learning this, Yamo momentarily appeared taken aback, a state most uncharacteristic of him. Who has ever witnessed the Grim Reaper in a state of excitement? At that moment, however, Yamo underwent a transformation. The crimson totem upon his forehead began to bleed, and his entire being trembled. Following this brief surge of agitation, the son of Fengdu regained his former calm. His dark form gradually descended, and he sat face to face with Chen Zhi, resembling a mere mortal. Is he truly alive? How splendid. It seems that past events may one day be reconciled. But where could he be concealed? After several millennia, even I am unable to locate him. Those cunning members of the Feng clan have also failed. Remarkable, indeed. Are you aware of the matter concerning the feather? Chen Zhi suddenly directed his gaze towards Yamo, perhaps driven by instinct, as a sense of inexplicable hope welled up within him. What feather? Upon hearing Chen Zhi's words, Yamo's large eyes widened in surprise. It is the feather left by Jiang Zia for the Western Qi. This tale has lingered for an eternity. Chen Zhi then recounted the oral history passed down through generations of leaders in Western Qi, detailing that at the time, King Wu, GFA, had already passed away. Jiang Zia continued to serve as chancellor before retreating into seclusion. Before his departure, Jiang Zia informed the new leader of Western Qi that he intended to seek freedom. Should an urgent matter arise, the feather could be blown upon, and he would return to assist Western Qi. However, in the subsequent years, Western Qi faced numerous calamities, and successive leaders repeatedly blew upon the feather, yet to no avail. This feather has now come into my possession, but I cannot discern any clues from it. Moreover, I can ascertain that it bears no enchantments. I have perused various ancient tomes and examined many extinct beasts, yet I have never encountered such a beautiful feather. Thus, I am unable to determine from which creature it was plucked. In short, I am left in utter perplexity. Oh, Yamo evidently found this matter exceedingly intriguing. If that is the case, might I see it? You have spent too long among humans. Your perspective is perhaps somewhat narrow. Perhaps I, hailing from Fengdu, may recognize this extraordinary feather. In response to Yamo's request, Chen Zhi hesitated briefly before realizing how absurd his reservations were. With less than 10 days remaining until the 3-year agreement, it is possible that this world may soon be reduced to ashes by the flames of hell. At this moment, it is truly difficult for Chen Zhi to ascertain whether Yamo is foe or friend. Subsequently, he conjured a viscous stream of air, retrieving the box from beneath the bed. Upon unlocking the mechanism of the box, the gray feather within shimmered brilliantly. When Yamo beheld the feather, a smile crept upon his lips. Indeed, humanity possesses a certain clumsiness. He mused. What you see is not merely a feather, it is a vessel, one that bears oaths. After uttering these words, Yamo gazed at Chen Zhi with his large, playful eyes. He noted that contemporary humans were oblivious to such matters, viewing oaths as mere words devoid of significance. However, in a bygone era, oaths held immense importance among the divine beings and were accompanied by grand ceremonies, much like contracts in the human realm. Unlike humans, when deities entered into binding agreements, these were not meant for public scrutiny, but rather for their own remembrance. Two individuals would pledge a promise, encapsulating it within an object that served as eternal evidence. As time passed, this vessel would acquire a soul of its own, gradually transforming into a distinct entity. Regarding the term below, it appears that the translation of divine language into human vernacular has undergone some alteration. The original words conveyed by Jiang Li to the royal family of Shiqi should not have been blow this feather, but rather crush this feather. Upon concluding his statement, Yamo gently cradled the gray feather in his palm, applying pressure to it. Suddenly, the feather crumbled into gray dust, shimmering in the air as if searching for something, before finally ceasing its motion. Subsequently, all the dust cascaded down, coalescing into the visages of two individuals. Those fleeting faces existed in the air for scarcely a fraction of a second before dissipating, yet they swiftly etched themselves into Chen Zhi's memory. One visage undoubtedly belonged to Jiang Li. In his youthful splendor, his features radiating vitality and even adorned with a smile. The other man appeared slightly older, his countenance steeped in melancholy, though his features remained indistinct. Chen Zhi felt a sense of familiarity, yet failed to discern the details before they vanished. As the silver dust settled upon the ground, it reverted to its feathery form. Unexpectedly, the adeptly magical Chen clan leader found himself ensnared by this illusion. Yamo regarded Chen Zhi with amusement, remarking, "In your human legends, it is often said that when one's obsession is fervent, such will manifest as something tangible, be it a rock or an object. Yet, when you crafted these tales, it seems you held little faith in them. Indeed, this was once the custom of ancient times when the world was not as it is now, a time when rites and music flourished, and people believed in the potency of thoughts. A promise, heavier than mountains, would take on a corporeal form. For instance, if I were to wish upon a leaf, that leaf might grow or perhaps turn to ash. What initially may have been a mere feather from a bird has gradually transformed into something beautiful, as it bore the weight of a monumental promise. This entity is capable of enduring permanence." Chen Zhi gazed at Yamo and inquired, "If this is a medium of transmission, then you have just shattered this vessel. Why has Jiang Li not appeared? Should he not manifest alongside this medium?" Yamo fixed his large, penetrating eyes on Chen Zhi and replied, "Indeed, the vessel of promises can bring forth the one who made the vow, but only if that individual is still alive. Should the person have met their demise or be imprisoned by a greater force, then this medium becomes but a lifeless object. We have witnessed that once this medium disintegrates into dust, it lacks direction and fails to return anything. This indicates that the promiser no longer exists. Thus, young heir, it appears your information is flawed. The people of Shiqi have deceived you. Your ancestor, who committed a grievous sin against the heavens, has likely been dead for many years. The culprit is probably among those you trust in Shiqi." "Impossible," Chen Zhi asserted with unwavering conviction. "This is unrelated to trust. The divination of the shaman is infallible. The heavenly mechanism clearly conveyed to me that Jiang Li, having committed a transgression against the heavens, was not entitled to death and was concealed somewhere. Chen Zhi recalled the two visages formed by the dust in the air, one undeniably belonging to Jiang Li. The other face seemed vaguely familiar, yet he could not quite place it. If Jiang Li made a promise using this object, then it must still be connected to another medium. Since this item resides in the possession of the royal family of Shiqi, did he make a pact with someone from that lineage? Most assuredly, Yamo affirmed confidently. Just as human contracts bind two parties with promises, this covenant medium embodies the vows of both individuals. It would naturally remain with the contracting party, and even in death, it would pass to their descendants. Exactly, Chen Zhi exclaimed as clarity dawned upon him. The feather. The circumstances surrounding Jiang Li and Shiqi, all of it suddenly aligned in his mind. He turned to Yamo and asked, "Have you ever pondered what Jiang Li was doing at that time? Why did he choose to leave only after the death of King Wu of Zhou? As we have previously discussed, Jiang Li sacrificed so much in this conflict, lying as a divine progeny, breaching promises, and betraying his own kin. Such a multitude of transgressions against the heavenly order must have been driven by a substantial motive, likely a considerable reward. After the death of King Wu, that would be the moment of his recompense." Ah, quite intriguing indeed. When Yamo heard this, a sinister smile crept across his lips. "I have long wished to express that we have overlooked the presence of an accomplice. This associate, though of ordinary bloodline, harbors ambitions akin to his own. Following the victory in that war, this ally emerged as the greatest beneficiary. However, the lifespan of this accomplice is limited. I surmise he must have made some promise to Jiang Li, one that could only be fulfilled posthumously. It must be a rather fascinating reward." King Wu GFA. Chen Zhi gazed intently at Yamo, his eyes sparkling with insight, declaring that Jiang Li did not retreat to seclusion, but rather ventured to the tomb of King Wu, ultimately unable to emerge for reasons unknown. Upon hearing Chen Zhi's conjecture, Yamo continued to laugh, his visage contorted and grotesque, the circular totem upon his forehead oozing blood. Yet, from the aura emanating behind him, Chen Zhi discerned a glimmer of fury. He understood that Yamo was engulfed in profound anger, harboring an intense loathing for everything around him. This resentment had accumulated over millennia, impervious to any attempts at extinguishment. "That is your concern, young heir?" Yamo chuckled sinisterly, his form gradually becoming translucent. "I believe it is time to converse with your friends from Shiqi. I am truly eager to uncover the nature of this reward."